The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. They've passed the halfway mark at the Cairns Cup in St. Louis. With only 4 rounds remaining, every point is precious and each loss critical. Former world champion Mariya Muzychuk was on track to regain her share of the lead, pressing an advantage against her nearest rival, but she was unable to convert, settling for a draw. Despite plenty of hair-raising fights that seemed destined to be decisive, every attack was met with stalwart defense, yielding the first round without a victory. Now that the rest day is behind them, players are refreshed and ready to get back to the boards. Day 6 of incredible chess coming up next.
Welcome to round 6 of the Cairns Cup. We are here in front of the St. Louis Zoo, which is a fun place to visit and very close to the tournament hall. Let's go back to the studio and start the day.
We are well past halfway and there is only one player leading the pack. That could all change today as round 6 starts right now. Hello and welcome, and we are past the rest day. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a pleasure to be back here in St. Louis Chess Club studio alongside Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and International Master Nazi Paikidze.
Wow, it's good to be back. I feel rejuvenated. What a rest day. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. Indeed, that rest day really feels good as the players get ready to do battle in this round 6, and we have a clear leader after 5. Joey, do the honors. Standings.
We do. Well, the round 5 was incredibly dramatic, but there was no decisive victory for anyone, so it means that the standings are unchanged. Zhongyi remains at the top with 3.5 points. Harika, Dronavalli and Mariya Muzychuk are still half a point behind her with 3 points now, and still amazing amount of players on 2.5 points.
Wow.
14-year-old Alice Lee is the one I want to be mentioning, who's there on 2.5 points.
Speaking of 14-year-old Alice Lee, I've got to intervene at this moment and tell you about the miracle in round 5. I refer, of course, to the game between Alice Lee and Nona. Nona just played what appears to be the dominating move, Bishop F2. But what an answer Alice had. Take a look.
It was a game that had us on the edge of the seats, and this was the heroic save from Alice Lee, putting the knight on the edge of the board.
Check.
Yes.
Check to the king. And after this knight h4 check, there was nothing better than bishop takes h4, and with the move king g1, Alice could get her king into the corner, save the draw. The game ended in a stalemate, and like you said, we were on the edge of our seats.
Totally, and to save the game with just seconds left on the clock was very impressive from Alice, and very exciting. And talking about exciting, let's check out the format, because St. Louis, the Cairns Cup, it is unique, it is special. It's a 10-player round robin, so it means the players play each other once, and the players do have a time control of 2 hours or 120 minutes, plus a 30-second time bonus per move, and this is what makes things extra thrilling. No draw offers allowed, and we have an incredible prize fund of $200,000.
Thank you, St. Louis. And with the rest day behind us, tell us about the remaining schedule.
There are 4 classical games remaining. And that means if after round 9 there is a tie at the top, playoffs will be played on Sunday, June 23rd. That is going to be just dramatic.
Absolutely. And Nasi, nice to see you. A great free day. But tell us what you think about the upcoming round 6.
Good to be back here with you guys.
Absolutely.
Coming fresh from the rest day, players are well rested and ready to fight again. And today we have a very exciting All-American matchup. So let's take a look at our key matchup. It's going to be Alice Lee against Irina Krush. These players are both teammates and rivals. We've seen them play many times at the American Cup and US Championships. But as you can see, in classical matchups, Irina actually has a big lead. 6 wins for her and only 1 win for Alice. Can't wait to see how they finish their game today. And let's take a look at Alice's line score so far. She stumbled in the first round. She was playing the top seed of the tournament and the current leader, Zhongyi. But then she came back with 2 draws and then outplayed former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk in round 4.
Right.
And yesterday, what a miracle save against Nona Dzagnidze. Now let's take a look at Irina's line score. She's had so far 5 draws, and you might think she's had a very solid tournament, but that's not the case. In every game, she was either winning or she was worse and defending. Very exciting matches every day, and she is looking for that win.
And I think both ladies with their 50% score looking to win. Thank you, Nasi. And it's my delight to introduce the 4th member of our broadcasting team, Begim, who's doing our interviews as well as our social media. Begim, what's going to catch your eye in this round 6?
Hi guys, it's great to be back from the rest day. Honestly, today I'm excited for all the games because the players come back from the rest day and ready and hungry to score a point. But especially I'm excited for the game between Nona Dzagnidze and Zhongyi. Zhongyi is the leader of the tournament. She's playing well, but however, Nona showed such a great chess. And unfortunately, she's unlucky so far and cannot convert her advantages. So I'm wondering if she can do it today and turn her luck around and join the leaders. So definitely we're in for an exciting day, and I cannot wait to see how the games play out.
All right, Begim, thank you for that.
Well, we entered the second half of the tournament. It feels like a new competition. We've already had 2 previews of the matches. Let's take a look at the rest of the pairings.
Yes. What do you have for round 6,
Well,
Jovi?
as we saw, Nona Dzagnidze has the white pieces against tournament leader Zhongyi. Elisabeth Paehtz will play her old friend and rival Anna Muzychuk. Harika Dronavalli has the white pieces against tail ender Anna Zatonskih. Alexandra Kosteniuk has been having a topsy-turvy event.
Right.
She plays white against Mariya Muzychuk. And here you see Alice Lee, just 14 years old, plays her rival, and especially the American Cup rematch, Irina Krush.
And you spilled the beans. There's $200,000 in prize money. Break it down for us. It's such a handsome prize fund.
Yes, and take a look at this. This kind of money that can make you nervous. First place nets $50,000. Second place, $40,000. Third, $30,000. Plenty of prizes up for grabs. Boy, Yasser, this could be a life-changing sum of money to win.
And the great honor, of course, that goes with winning such a prestigious event. As we see the World Chess Hall of Fame, the players getting ready for this round 6, and they have to go through the security. That's why not everybody is at the board, as we see 2 ladies there. I'm looking at these pairings, and I'm thinking tables 1, and it was, I believe, Alexandra and Mariya and Alice and Irina, 3 games that are really crucial to our podium standings.
Totally.
Nona could, with a win, drag Tan down, and she would be in a tie for first.
Totally.
Depending on the other
and
results.
even Elisabeth Paehtz, who is
Yes.
currently languishing on -1, which means that she's lost 1 game and drawn the rest.
Right.
With a series of victories, she could find
Right.
herself there at the top. And she is playing her old friend. The reason I say old friend is because these 2 are actually embarked on a streaming career during the pandemic together. One was Miss Messi, I think that was Elisabeth, and the other one was Miss Strategy.
Really?
Anna Muzychuk, yes.
Miss Messi and Miss Strategy. Huh?
Yes.
Nice. I missed their streams. Gosh darn it. And
And there we
Harika.
do see Anna Zatonskih. She is struggling with 1 point out of 5. She's had plenty of good positions, but she's on the black side against Harika Dronavalli.
Who's had a great tournament.
She has had a great tournament, and she's there in equal second.
Right,
She's
she won
undefeated.
Undefeated.
And here is our tournament leader, and also, incidentally, the highest rated participant, Zhongyi, with her second black in a row. This time she plays Nona Dzagnidze. Nana has been having an unlucky tournament, I would say. Her opponents have been very resilient, and she's been falling foul in the last few seconds. And, well, handshake, we are off. Get ready for some action. And
Now,
Nana,
it was C2, C4 that had Nana had been playing, but I'm thinking about Tan's previous game with Karo Khan. No E4, and by the way, our marquee matchup here, the All-American Derby, Alice Lee with the white pieces, Irina Krush, D4, Knight F6. Now, in that head-to-head score that Nasi was showing, I was pretty impressed by the dominance of Irina. 6-1, lots of draws, 6 victories for Irina, but the difference is that she was beating up Alice as she was coming up through the ranks. Again, 14 years old, Alice is already a veteran fighter at 14. Did you forget that she was 14? If 2 years ago Irina was winning against Alice, she would have been 12 and 10.
Yep.
So that's 6-1. We shouldn't put too much into it. Knight F3, and what are we going to see? A Queen's Indian? No.
no, we're seeing a Queen's Gambit declined.
So far, if she will play.
Yes. Okay, we're in
Catalan.
the Catalan business, and this is exactly what Alice employed against Nona Dzagnidze in the previous round. Alice with her double white.
Now, this will, of course, be no surprise whatsoever for Irina, as Alice enjoys playing the Catalan, as do you, Nasi. G2, G3. Now, knowing what Irina knows, that Alice loves to play the Catalan, she will have prepared something a little bit extra special. She played the bishop b4 check line. Normally speaking, the bishop does drop back. Not that I want you to reveal all your secrets for your opponents, but when you're on the white side of the Catalan, what line of play don't you want to play against? Open Catalan or closed Catalan?
I can't answer that yet because that would
Good
be
for you.
revealing. I play Catalan a lot with the white pieces, and I have upcoming tournaments, so I can't reveal that. But I can say that a white's doing well in all of them.
Good. Scare your opponents.
Nothing scary here for white.
Nothing scary.
Okay, yeah.
So we've got very, very standard positions, castles. And again, because it started with the bishop b4 check, I'm anticipating not d takes c4, but maybe something along the nature of c6 and b6, a standard fare. How many games do you have in the database from this
Almost
position?
6,000 in this
That's what I was going to say. It's so popular. C7, C6
And
is expected.
Irina likes knight e4, f5 type of positions in Catalan, so we might see there's a lot of...
For example,
yes,
Queen
C2. Maybe not immediately, but
Maybe now.
yeah.
Okay, just
Oh, we have b3 on the board.
B2, B3. Now that's a bit of a offbeat.
Now we dropped from 6,000 to 96 games.
Because
Wow,
B3
that's so
is
rare.
not so common, right? Because
Well-
either you're just developing your dark square bishop and moving it out to f4, or maybe just developing your queen to protect the c-pawn.
Right?
And b3 will come as a potential surprise to Irina.
Yeah, B2, B3. I mean, as you were just saying, Nasi, not a popular choice as it's rare, but B2, B3, to my way of thinking, has a single purpose. You're just defending the pawn on c4. And you're trying to say that, well, you're not sure your queen is best placed on c2, otherwise you would have played it right away.
I'm kind of curious if black can play a5 right away.
Sure, a7, a5, knight. I'm assuming the idea behind a5 is to play a4, so knight would develop c3.
Because when I saw b3, I also figured maybe Alice wants to quickly move bishop c3, bishop b2.
Ah,
But if we play knight c3, then of course that idea goes away. So
Exactly.
after a5, there's only 2 games in the database, so we
Only
can't.
2.
Yeah, we can't
Wow.
rely on that. But computer says, yeah, bishop c3, knight e4, and
Bishop
then
b2.
drop bishop b2. But after a4, I'm a little bit uncomfortable for white here.
A5.
It could be just temporary that black has the initiative, but yeah, white needs to figure out how to challenge this knight on e4 and not allow too much advancement on the queen side from black.
Exactly.
Maybe queen c1 here.
Queen c1 defends against a3. Doesn't
Doesn't feel right. Yeah.
Exactly. I might choose myself to play a move like knight a3 and anticipating knight d2 on my next move. I'm not a fan of bishop c3 actually, and not only for the reasons that you just pointed out, but I just feel that the knight belongs on c3, not the bishop. After knight c3, I'm stopping a4 to begin with, and I'm asking you, are you going to play b6?
Yes, b6 and
Okay.
bishop a6 next.
Yeah, and as far as I know, rook e1, bishop a6, a lot of players enjoy just sacrificing the pawn. I'm not one of those players, but they just sacrifice the pawn. You take on c4.
Doesn't this
Sorry,
transpose into one of these very sharp Queen's Indian positions?
No doubt. I mean, there's so many transpositions. This is a gambit.
They look very similar to the main lines, but there's subtle differences, and I don't see any games in the database.
So it's probably not this that I'm thinking of.
But it's quite similar, yes. And as Yasser said, white in Catalan generally just gives up the c4 pawn and moves on
Right,
with
like,
life.
yeah, queen c2,
Even
followed
moves
by
like h4, which recently has become very popular.
h4.
Yeah, h4 in a lot of lines, and even here it looks good. But none of this is going to happen because we saw knight b2 d7 on the board. So Irina didn't respond with a5.
Didn't
She chose
respond.
more solid continuation knight d7, which is a typical move, and she'll probably follow it up with b6 and then decide whether bishop's better on b7 or a6.
But here's the question. If Alice played the move b3, intending, as you were saying, to fianchetto the bishop and put it back on b2, then we could transpose into what appears to my eyes to be a Dutch stonewall with knight e4 and f5. And you were saying that Irina has these positions in her armor.
Well, yeah, I mean, Irina's such an experienced player. I think she's played every kind of position. I just remember prepping against her. I've seen her play knight d4 and f5, so I wouldn't be surprised if she chooses that today as well.
Okay, it's on
yeah.
Alice to make her decision.
Definitely. And I was going to just add a few words.
Please.
Basically, don't trust your eyes. They do deceive you, because I'm sure a lot of people are asking, why is the bishop going to c3 in order to park itself on b2? And the reason is because the bishop has some indirect control over the e5 square. And also the whole plan of the Catalan is just simply to kind of develop your pieces, even sound the retreat if necessary, in order just to fight back in the center, breaking out when the time is right. Because black will have taken a lot of liberties. I say jumping in with the knight, that takes time. And once the center opens, well, then the bishop on b2 is a very powerful piece.
I love playing with double fianchetto
Yeah.
bishops. Yeah.
Then you got to learn to play the English, man. C4, G2.
I'm doing it. I'm learning.
All right, we're going to keep an eye on this one and go to our top seed. How is Nona and 10 getting along? I saw that it was a d2, d4 opening. The day before the free day, that is to say round 5, 10 with the black pieces against 1, e2, e4, played the Karo Khan, a rare sighting for her, and did not get a good position. In fact, she was very lucky to hold that position. But today, Nona has played d4. Let me just refresh my board, apologies. d4 was the opening, d5, Queen's Gambit declined with bishop g5, yes. Bishop h4, castles, knight f3, b7, b6 takes. Now, we could be getting into the 1972 World Chess Championship match between Bobby Fischer and Boris Baski.
Yes,
that was the knight takes d5, bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, knight takes, pawn takes, and We've seen rook c1, bishop e6. And it was a very, very celebrated game, maybe the greatest game ever played certainly in that match, but in the World Championship itself. Queen a4 was how that game went. We currently have this position on the board, and knight takes d5 is considered the best way of taking a little pressure out of the position. Knight takes d5 was in fact played. And I remember I was playing in the U.S. Championship against Alex Onyshuk. I took on e7 and was almost writing down Queen takes e7.
When he played knight takes e7.
And that was a real surprise for me, because I was thinking to myself, well, wait a minute, you know, your knight is already developed in the center of the board. Why wouldn't you take with the queen? He had apparently seen some of my games, saw that I like to play on the white side, and tricked me. And by the way, we do have knight takes d5, bishop takes e7 on the board. Again, queen takes e7 is the main move, and that was played.
Yes.
Now, because our top seed has been playing so well and is leading the tournament, in terms of our pie chart,
let's check the progress, because Zhongyi, she entered the tournament as a clear favorite.
yes, she did.
After day 3, there you can see she has a significant chunk of the pie, 36.7%. She's there in white. And then after day 4,
Her second victory.
yes, after her second victory, it shot up all the way to 58.6.
Her chunk of the pie.
So the stats were saying that she had a bigger chance of winning the tournament than everybody else combined. And let's check the stats now after day 5.
Okay, everybody drew, as we know. The pie kept getting bigger and bigger.
Getting bigger, right?
So now she has a near two-thirds chance of winning the tournament. And Mariya has the second best chance.
Just 13.3%. The numbers are ruthless. And of course, big thank you to our resident statistician, Ben Underwood.
With that, yes, thank you, Ben. Queen takes c2. Pardon me. Queen takes e7, knight takes d5, e takes d5. For me, the standard move, the go-to move, is the move rook c1. So the idea is Black's setup is pretty clear. She wants to play bishop e6, c5, and more or less just complete her development and say, what's the problem? So it's really on white's shoulders to figure out how to, you know, mess things around.
And if we fast forward, you can
Bishop
see...
d3. Bishop d3, though, it takes away the pressure on the d5 square. I'm not a fan. I don't think that this is the most challenging way for white to play. After c5 takes, castles, bishop e6, more or less black is getting her desired setup. If she can play knight to d7, a5, rook to b8, there's nothing to worry about, because there's no pressure on the center. If you should do this knight to the f4 square, if you put the bishop on f3, then I'm putting pressure on the center.
Yes.
The bishop on d3 is not putting, I really have to stress that, is not putting pressure on black's center. And as so long as you're not forcing black into any kind of defensive setups, then a5 and rook b8, and Boris Spassky, F.M. Giller, Alexander Belyevsky, and a whole line of top grandmasters have had no problems with this position. And in fact, let me ask Nasi, our statistician in-house, what's the winning percentages, drawing percentages from these positions?
Yeah, it doesn't look like white has a lot of
success.
A lot of success, yes. Yeah. Like you pointed out, bishop d3 is not the main move. In this position, after e takes d5, it's rook c1.
Yeah.
Oops. Oh.
Oh, here we go. We might be back.
Yeah, I can just see some games here, and yep.
Okay, so rook c1. Walk me through what you were about to tell us about rook c1, please. Rook c1 was the main move, not bishop to d3.
Yeah, and after rook c1, there's still like 1,000 games in the database.
Okay, so bishop, yeah, and this is what I was saying, is I'm used to seeing the move rook c1, and instead what happened is takes, bishop d3. So let's play a standard move. In fact, let's play the move that many of us play in these positions. We play for the move queen c2 and bishop f5. So let's imagine knight d7, just for a moment.
Yep.
And I'll bring my rook to d1. And I really want to stress that I find this to be an important move.
Right, you do need to do that. And you also, as you kind of highlighted later on, it's the f rook that swings over to the
b8,
left.
Yeah, to the left, to the queen side. Yes, rook c1, rook fb8. And here, again, I don't see how easy...
You can't touch those pawns.
No.
I mean, they're hanging, they're not supported, they control a lot of space. And the big idea with going a5 is maybe at the right time, you want to be going a4.
Exactly, and then doubling
creating
up.
a weakness, right? So if white
On
ever
b2.
goes b3, then
Yep.
a4 is just crying out to be played.
Exactly.
And you've got a weakness to attack on the left.
Easier for Tan to play this kind of setup than for Nona. Back to you, Nasi. What else has caught your eye in this round 6? Oh, yes.
I'm curious about our key matchup between Alice Lee and Irina Krush. We have this position. One thing you'll notice is that it's very symmetrical. It's like black is copying white's moves. But here, there's still more than 200 games in the database, so it's a pretty popular position. And I was taught that whenever you have 4 pawns in the center, it's good to take the d5 or d4 pawn first. But neither of these players are doing that. White just played e3, after which black's main move is rook c8, rook c1. I'm guessing she's planning to put the queen on e2, rook d1, no rush. So typically in Catalan, white tries to play e4, but here black has a very good control of the e4 square, so that plan is not going to work. Maybe she wants to go knight d5 and f4 later. But let's take a look at what are the most common moves here. Rook c7, queen e2, and queen a8. I do like this kind of a setup. Again, absolutely killing the e4 idea for white and preparing at some point to take on c4 and have a great battery of queen on the bishop. Knight e5, there's not too many games here, and according to the computer, black's actually doing more than fine. They can take on c4 or d4 or even play rook c8 first and not rush. I don't see any advantage here for white, so I don't know if Alice is still in her prep or she just wanted to get an equal position and then just start playing the middle game.
Exactly. Thank you, Nasi, for that one. Turning our attention to the game of the former world champions, Alexandra and Mariya. It started off as a Caro-Kann.
It did.
And then it almost took on some kinds of semblances of a Alekhine, I want to say. The two knights game, knight c3 and knight f3, I've never felt any pressure whatsoever from these positions. Most of my opponents, in this position whenever I was black, they did not like retreating with the move knight g3, and most often they captured on f6.
That would be a small inaccuracy.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
Right, and it's just because of a very small difference. The white knight has committed itself to f3.
Okay.
So the most pressing ideas in this type of, against the black double pawns on f6 and f7 is to go d4, if you can. Bishop will come out to d3, and the knight will actually go to e2.
So if we go back for a moment, we play the move d4, and we get a kind of something similar, but at the same time something rather different. Knight takes, pawn takes. Let's just put this move on the board for a moment, and then what you were saying is that in these structures, the knight is often going to e2,
exactly,
as opposed to the f3 square.
Exactly, because the king remains very flexible. It can castle kingside, in which
Gotcha.
case it's going to be all about controlling the e-line, or if it goes queenside, it's going to be all about pawn storming. But with a knight on
Already
f3,
committed on
no
f3.
can do, right?
Okay,
So
knight
was-
f6, queen e7.
And it was quite interesting because I was looking at this position whilst it was happening, and I was like, oh, maybe we're going to see the cheap checkmating
Right.
idea. So first up, we need to point out that knight to d7 would be like the biggest mistake on the planet because knight to d6.
Catastrophe. That was what Nikolai Ivanov would say.
I've actually seen this happen in the wild in a tournament.
Me too. It's good enough. It's good enough for one open tournament each time. I'm actually more familiar with knight takes e4, queen takes e, queen d5.
And now, yeah. So you can go for this queen trade.
Right.
But she went for knight to d7. And there is still another checkmating idea. So you can come out with your bishop to c4.
Okay. Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. You know where I'm going with this. This is actually the main line.
Knight f6.
Knight f6. And white goes, you know what? You're attacking my queen.
Yeah.
But I don't care. You can put the knight on e5.
So what this actually turns out to be is a fight to limit the potential of the bishop on c8. So why don't I just retreat my queen? Queen e2, bishop f5, and then after d4, e6, we would say the bishop is out. It's outside of the pawn center. But in this position, after queen, I go knight to e5 with the checkmate idea that you were telling us about.
Yes.
That's always a good one.
It's a good one.
I mean, it's just good.
It is good.
Yeah.
And okay, game gets very complicated because
course.
obviously after knight
Now
e5,
you
black
have to
goes
play
e6. But then you try to get your bishop out via b7 by going b5.
Okay.
Going very aggressively.
Totally different
Yeah.
idea. But the bishop isn't easily placed, isn't easily developed. Let me just refresh my board for a moment to get to the position they're currently at. So what happened was there was no catastrophe. There was no smothered mate. There was no going for the second checkmating ideas with bishop c4, knight e5. Instead, the direct d4, knight f6, queen d3, g6. And these structures, I'm really familiar with them from a Alekhine defense. And the idea behind a5 is sometimes you just kind of gain a little space. Your queen has a perch on a5. You kind of there.
Yeah.
Bishop f5, queen b3. And I wanted to ask Nasi about this position. Is this standard theory?
Yeah, before we dive in,
sure.
can I just divert your attention to another game that's happening between Elisabeth Paehtz and Anna Muzychuk. Now, the reason why I want to quickly take a digression there is because this one could potentially fizzle out and it could simply end in a repetition of moves.
Right. So, I think this is what you might call a friendly result. Bishop, actually it's forced. At the moment, white is a piece down. She's ready to capture this bishop, but her queen is under attack, so she has to play queen to c6. Check. Now, if you move your king, well, you're giving me the opportunity to restore the material balance with your king, losing castling privileges. So bishop to d7, attacking the queen. Queen comes back, the bishop is pinned, and this is the repetition. And that was why you so rudely interrupted
I know,
because you're expecting a draw.
I was expecting a draw to be agreed any time.
I think you're right. I mean, this might be the fastest game of the round. We're 11 minutes, 12 minutes in, and a repetition seems inevitable.
Yep. Queen, in fact, moving to e4, and it is happening.
Okay, that was indeed fast. Now see, I mean, boldly stating the obvious, this has been, no, look.
Oh, okay.
I was about to say, boldly stating the obvious, this repetition has been seen before, but I really wanted to ask you, could white deviated? And the correct answer is yes.
Lizzie answered it for me.
She came to play today. That move was unexpected. I thought it was done and dusted and they were about to sign the score sheets.
Well, Elisabeth, she is on -1, which is basically she lost one game and she's drawn the rest, so she's on 2 points out of 5. So if she wants a chance at the big money, she needs to play.
Queen e3. Nazi, could you just jump in and interfere, run interference on me with this one? I'm not familiar with this line of play, but Queen e3, has it been played before?
no games in this position. It's a new position. I liked Liz's fake out because she had everyone believing, including her opponent Anna Muzychuk, that it was going to be a draw.
Right.
If you just saw her body language, looked like, yeah, I'm ready to repeat, and then all of a sudden goes Queen E3, I'm ready to fight.
All right. Okay, was that a good decision?
According to the engine, position's equal, so yeah, anything can happen still. It's very early in the game.
I would assume Queen D4 is Black's
Best move is Bishop H3, Queen D4 is second best.
Bishop H3, first teasing the rook, and I guess the rook would have to go to F2 just to cover the G2 square. So
And then
Queen
Knight E7.
And Knight E7. Whoa.
And after pawn takes
And
bishop,
then
and
after
the knight.
Actually, my bad. Rook F2 is a bad move. White has to play Rook F3. So I'll show you why Rook F2 doesn't work. There is this annoying move Knight H6 developing with the threat of Knight G4. And White has to, actually there is no way. You have to take a piece and then you have to give up the exchange.
Gotcha.
That's not White wants.
That's not what we want.
So White has to go Rook F3 here instead.
Okay.
And then Black can develop Knight E7. We take the bishop and Knight F5 tempo. So you don't have, it takes F6 with a check. I'm curious if we can sacrifice. It looks very tempting. Computer says the best move is Queen A3, and then Black plays Queen D4, and game goes on. But I want to check this line. Rook takes, Bishop takes, check, King F7. I think because White's so behind in development, and actually only piece that's developed is the Queen, we can't expect to cause any trouble to Black's King.
Yeah, put the knight on F3 and we might be talking.
That would be very nice.
Yeah. Yeah. But I have to say, I was faked out by the tricky Elisabeth Paehtz. We're going to call her tricky from now on.
Yeah,
that was really
devious,
a surprise.
wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Yes.
And
Would that frustrate you as her opponent?
No, not necessarily. But in this particular case, yes.
So yes.
Because I was a piece up, and now my opponent's playing for a win and not taking the draw. But Bishop H3, I like that move, Bishop H3, a lot, by the way, because when you first look at the position and you're thinking to yourself, you gave up your light squared bishop to get this position. I would like to be able to play queen to d5 and bishop to h3 and exploit the fact that, hey, wait a minute, you committed a sin. Your bishop isn't on g2, your king is exposed. So I really like that move. And I like what you were saying there also about knight g4 as well as knight f5. And I wasn't really sure. I thought that knight f5 is a good move. But at this moment, too, I start to think about knight to g4, you know, just to, I mean, there's some black pieces kind of swarming around. And again, as Nasi was saying and reminding us, all of our pieces on the queen side are sleeping. I'd be a little bit concerned. Queen a3 as before?
Knight takes e5.
Well, here, again, I'm thinking, let's just go get your king.
So
Check.
that's why when knight's on g4 and not f5, white has queen c5 option.
To stop, yeah, because my first thought was like, wait a minute. There's a lot of pieces around my king. And here you were thinking of knight takes e5, I think,
Yes.
Jovi. Yes, this is what you wanted. So knight takes e5, defends the pawn on c4, hits the rook on f3, and I'm
Rook e3 maybe?
guessing rook e3. And now you could play queen d6, queen e7.
Could you be ever so bold and just go king f7?
Yes, castling by hand also makes sense. Again, I'm looking at these pieces.
They don't make a great impression.
No,
but
they don't.
The pawn on
Yes.
c4 is vulnerable, so knight a3.
Okay, let's go.
And if one tries to hold on to such delicacies,
How?
bishop e6.
No,
Yes.
no. You're there, You don't want to.
What do you want to go? Queen d3?
Queen
d6. Queen
d6.
d6.
I want to play the position as if I'm courageous. Oops, sorry, that was a mouse slip. rook e8, knight takes c4, knight takes c4, queen takes c4 check, king g7. Opposite color bishop, I'm just wondering whose king is a little bit more
I don't know, this
weaker.
looks terrifying to me. Like rook takes, I think you have to go rook takes rook.
Queen takes, you could take another pawn on your way to slaughter.
Yes.
Dying with a full tummy.
And we do have bishop h3 on the board.
You do,
Okay,
yeah.
let's just repeat. And so this is the moment, for those who are just joining us a little bit late, Elisabeth just faked out the entirety of the chess world. She had sacrificed a piece for what we thought was going to be a perpetual and a repetition, and queen e3. But Anna, very quickly, she was up to task. She played the best move, bishop h3. And now the only moves is strong, but it would
is the
appear
only
is
move.
actually forced, rook f3. Otherwise, we do lose material. Rook f3. And talk about this, we're seeing some attack against Lizzie's king, and I'm not very happy about this for white. Please, jump in.
Yeah,
on
I
this
agree
one.
with you. Unless I have analyzed this with the engine with white, I would hate this position.
Right.
But I'll show you the top line, which
Please.
Is likely to happen. Let's say
Okay.
knight e7, f
Right.
takes c, knight f5.
Okay.
So now queen c5 is not good because queen d4 would be winning for black. Again, winning more material. After knight takes d4, attacking rook and pawn, and there is knight c2 threat as well. So instead of queen c5 after knight f5, best move is queen to a3.
Right, what you mentioned.
After which I was looking at queen d4 check. You have to play rook f2, and here f takes c is possible, but
This is
I
what
like
I'm
the long
worried
castle.
about. This is what I'm worried about. I got no defenders. I got one rook, and you've got everybody in
But I
the
got
game.
some checks. I got queen
you do
a6
have
check.
you do have this save queen a6, and if king b8 check. I don't want to trade queens.
No, I don't want to.
And there
trade
is
you.
perpetual. And if I go to d7, which I thought would be good, but after e6, king e7, again, I thought black would be fine because white's completely underdeveloped, but I guess pieces jump into the game very quickly, and white's doing okay here. That's what the engine says. I would still...
I'd be worried.
Yeah.
I'd be worried as white that I'm falling behind.
But
in the
black can
development.
also just wait and take on e5. There's no rush to castle long. I guess if the queen moves, then black could, of course, prefer to castle short. King would be safer on the king side. After this, let's take a look. Maybe knight c3, and maybe to avoid all those checks, just play king d7 instead of castling.
Wow.
That's bold.
Bold. And this game is very, very important, of course, for our standings. As we just take another quick gander at this one. Elisabeth, she's at the bottom of the table there with 2 points, and she could do Anna a disservice by leapfrogging her with a victory.
Totally, and Anna, we see also 5 draws on 50%. She would be dragging Anna down, so this
Exactly.
is very important for the standings. And remember, first prize, $50,000.
Wanna
And that's
be
a
up there.
significant amount of money. And
Exactly.
I can tell you, the players in the second half, they start to get nervous. And we always have this philosophy in the UK scene, which is like, not how you start, it's how you finish.
That's a good
It's a
philosophy.
good one,
I
isn't
like-
it?
I like that. Going to our marquee matchup here between Alice and Irina, because we saw all of that central tension, and it may look a little bit strange, the suggestion that Nasi had for Irina. If you look at this position from Black's point of view, you just go down. How's your king doing? Fine, thank you. You're doing everything really, really good. All the pieces look really good until you come to the queen. Black's queen, that is to say. White's queen on e2, it's not scaring anybody, but it's nice and safe. It's in the pocket. It's developed. The rooks are connected. But it's this move, rook c8, c7, that turns the queen from an ineffective piece to an effective piece. Once you see the move rook c1, queen a8, rook d1, once you see this line of play, you suddenly realize that this battery is really starting to feel a little bit awkward. The knight on f3 is in a very strange pin. Knight takes c4, rook c8. And I've had these positions often as black, and I felt very, very comfortable in them. It's not that easy for white.
It's an ideal setup, but it's not an intuitive one, because in the game, as you can see, Irina has captured on c4 first,
Yep.
and Alice has played knight takes c4, and now the queen has developed to c8. So yeah, the queen can just tuck herself on b8 and get to a8 a little bit longer than the way we showed.
Queen c7 was actually her choice, not rook c7.
Something that is scary though.
What's that?
Look at Alice's clock time.
2
hours and 2 minutes.
Versus Irina's.
Yes, which means that Alice is very much in her preparation. And let's check out the lifetime between these two. And you can see that it is significantly in Irina's favor. Alice 1 win to Irina's 6 wins and 7 draws apiece. It's remarkable, in fact, that Alice is just 14 years old and she's played Irina so many times and in so many critical moments. Because I can remember last year at the American Cup, they played each other in the big final. Irina won. This year, they played each other again in the American Cup final, and it was Alice that won, not just once, but twice.
Right, in the finals, she came from the losers bracket, and in that head-to-head matchup, unfair, Alice Lee fans shout. Irina was racking up the points when Alice was in elementary school as an 8, 9, 10-year-old. Knight takes c4, queen c7. I don't like what Irina has done. I don't like the move queen c7. I think the queen is actually misplaced on c7. I think the queen on the c file will rather go backwards, queen to b8, and then you've just simply wasted 2 tempi. Your queen is not well placed on b8 either. So a small edge in the position, but a big edge on the clock.
Yes. Okay, well, we're going to move away from this game. Maybe we can revisit the Alexandra Kosteniuk, Mariya Muzychuk, where you were explaining something very nicely and then, and then I rudely interrupted.
Didn't go so far. Actually, I wanted to say that I'm not impressed by Alexandra's opening. In a sense, yes, she does have a slight upper hand thanks to this. You just compare everything. You just, what's my counterpart doing? You might just say the counterpart to the pawn on d4 is the pawn on e7. So the pawn on d4 is doing a little bit more in terms of sway in the center. Also, the idea that the rook on e1, pardon me, that arrow was supposed to be rook on e1, is putting a little bit pressure. But on the other hand, what is our queen doing on a3? I'm not a fan of the queen on a3. Put the queen on h4, put the bishop on h6, and, I'll start to think that white's got something. I think black is doing great here. Well, great is relative. Is doing fine. Nazi, jump in on this one. How does the engine? If you say triple zeros, at last the engine gets it right.
No, black is doing fine, but considering it's so early in the opening, that could count as black is doing great. Okay. Because what more can you ask for in this Caro-Kann opening with the knight f6 line, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, queen on a3 is just so awkwardly placed. I know it's not going to work, but it's very tempting to think of the ways we can get bishop on that diagonal.
Right, rook e8, e6,
yeah.
bishop f8.
But according to the engine, best move is actually just queen d6.
Provoking a trade.
Yeah, if white doesn't take, and if you allow me to take on a3, you have to double your pawns, probably lose the c3 pawn, so taking on d6 would be a no-brainer. And here, black got rid of the only possible weakness on e7. Right. I have a wonderful knight on d5, a little bit of space advantage on the queen side. Of course, objectively, this should be equal, but it's black who will press and try to increase the advantage.
Black has the better pieces.
Indeed.
This knight on d5 cannot be chased away without creating a weakness for white.
On b4, and furthermore, I am threatening the move a4, a3.
Yeah. I think white has to play a3.
Yeah.
We don't like that pawn structure.
And then, you're right. I mean, it's about even, but, on a good day, b7, b5, the knight on d5 could remain
Right.
on a nice square.
One of the
upwards.
things that I discovered when I was doing my chessable course,
which you can get by going to available on Amazon, Instagram, and where else? No, go on. Please tell us what you're saying.
It was in these type of positions. Often everything will hinge on the weakness of White's dark square bishop.
Yes.
So
The weakness of White's dark
square bishop, yeah, because this bishop is completely contained. Like if it's sitting on d2, that's not a great diagonal for it, and it wants to be on f4, but the knight is sitting there on d5. And this is one of the goals in this type of pawn structure for black, is that if you can, the ideal thing would be make that bishop bad, you know, so take away the g5 square from it.
h6.
Yeah, you can do like h6, and then you keep asking, you know, how is White going to play with such a piece? And they can go bishop d2, but again...
That's as far as it goes.
That's as far as it goes, and White doesn't really want to be going c4 in this type of situation. Well, you can kill it immediately with b5, again, another idea. But also c5 is never a good, c4, sorry, is never a good break because it weakens d4.
As well as
Yeah,
b2.
and Black can play on both sides. They can also play g5 and have space advantage on the both sides. Yeah.
Exactly. I don't think that this opening came out
To
very
sum
well.
up, Caro-Kann, great opening.
There you go. Good defense. Didn't work out today for Alexandra. Let's go to the game of Harika and Anna. Obviously, Anna Zatonskih is suffering, and Harika has kind of been watching the game that Tan played. And I thought that Anna got a great opening against Tan, reminding everybody that what happened in that game, it was bishop to d3, c5, d takes, queen takes b2, castles. And I thought after knight d7, Anna had a great game. She ended up losing badly to a kingside attack, and I'm sure she repaired that. And Harika decided not to play bishop d3, but queen to d3, and we're up to date with the play. Here I'm expecting the reason for queen d3 is that Harika, doubtlessly in my mind, she's intending to castle, defending the pawn on b2, and if we ever get into an endgame like this, just putting some moves on the board, Harika's thinking, well, I've got the queenside majority, my king's a little closer to the action in the center, maybe I'll have an advantage.
Incidentally, Harika is one of the players with the highest average accuracy.
Really?
Take a look at this, guys.
Okay.
She has an average accuracy of 96.7%.
That'll win you a lot of tournaments, yes. I gotta tell you. You play like that, wow.
Certainly will. And the second, it is Irina Krush with 96.1, and Tan Zhongyi, tournament leader who's won 2 games, she's on 95.6. But just looking at the overall accuracy for everyone is very impressive.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed Tan at number 3. I would have put her at number 1. I didn't realize that Harika's play, and remember, she played 120 plus moves against Nona. She was defending the rook and bishop versus rook.
Totally.
And her accuracy after 5 hours of play was incredible. In fact, she defended that ending like a wizard. Queen d3 on the board, and we'll wait to see what Anna... I wanted to say that, yes, sorry for Anna's bad tournament troubles, but for Harika, hey, look, she's a competitor. She's looking across the board and saying, you only have 1 point? Well, I need some more points. I'll take another one from you if I can. So for Harika, White today, a victory, and she could be in first all by herself.
We could see that. And also remember that Harika in round 5 saved quite a horrible position,
yes, she did.
Right?
Yes.
You know, she really managed to claw her way back into that game against Mariya Muzychuk. So she will be feeling like that draw is a win, and she would have gone into the rest day very happy, able to relax and reset. New tournament.
Exactly. Bishop by the way, let's just do a snapshot of this young lady from India.
Yes, and she is one of India's few Indian Grand Masters, 33 years old with a FIDE rating of 24.89, and in 2016 she won the Women's Grand Prix. She really is an incredible fighter, and who can forget in the Chennai Olympiad when she played in board 2 for her country. Yes, but she was 9 months pregnant at the time. She was, I remember I was playing her and I asked her, you know,
how's it going?
How are you here? And she said, no, she really, really wanted to play for India. It was very special for her that she was playing on Chennai in home territory.
Right.
And she wanted to be there. She is such a ferocious and determined competitor.
It's actually kind of strange. I've seen her at the top of women's chess for so long. When I saw a 2016 Grand Prix winner, I'm thinking to myself, my gosh, you know, we're understating her achievements because she's played on all of these women's Olympic teams, all of these Grand Prix. She must have taken second a lot of the times because she's really a fierce competitor. I wanted to turn our attention back to the game between the two former world champions, Mariya and hold on just a second, if I got the right game. Sorry, it's Elizabeth and
against Anna Muzychuk.
Yeah,
because of course we have two sisters playing in the event.
Exactly. And the rook did go to f3. It was bishop h3, rook f3, and we have been looking at the moves. Knight e7 takes, knight f5, queen a3, and boy, I've got to tell you, the white king feels awfully lonely, and we were looking at queen d4 check. We were saying rook to f2, right? Mm-hmm. And castles long.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about castles long. Bringing everybody, developing everybody. Wow, scary stuff going on here for castle
Elizabeth.
long, I suspect that now is the time for white to pull
Play
the brakes
that check
and just go queen a6 and try to
make the
draw.
Yeah. Okay. A game we haven't seen much of. Let's go to our number one seed, Nona and Tan, for just a moment, because we had kind of left here, and I was basically saying that Tan has come out of the opening just terrifically well. Queen a4. There is no pressure on black center, so black can get on with a queen side, probing on the queen side and saying, what are you going to do about your b2 pawn? And she's done that. And the whole problem, as I see it for white, is if you try to just, let's say, maintain the pawn, moves like rook c2. First of all, there's always this c4. I agree. I'm giving up the b4 pawn, but you always have to think about c4. The bishop can tickle. You've also got to think about these moves a5. Rook can come to b4, and it feels like black's initiative on the queen side is getting there first. It's not a game I would want to play in as white. As white, I'm looking to get a stable advantage, have a little bit of the initiative, and here I feel already after a dozen moves that black is the one who's making the threats. Yeah. Jump in on this one, Nasi. How does the engine consider the position?
Yeah, Engine has this great suggestion. It's a bit counterintuitive because our bishop on d3 looks fantastic, and let's say knight on d7 looks passive, but it's actually important to play bishop b5 and try to trade those two pieces, because if we manage to trade bishop for the knight, then black pawns will be a little bit more shaky, because right now these two minor pieces are doing a fantastic job defending the pawns. So if bishop b5 and let's say you play a5, for example, like you wanted to in the different position, bishop d7, you have to take with the bishop, otherwise the pawn on c5 hangs. And yep, now I immediately target the c5 pawn. Rook b4? Yes. Or rook c8?
Rook b4.
Rook b4, and rook d1, attacking the other pawn.
Bishop goes back to e6.
Bishop e6, And now it's time to improve our knight, because knight on f3 is not doing anything. Knight's going to d3, and again, I'm going to put more pressure on the pawn.
That's
on
nice.
c5.
That's a very, very, very nice maneuver.
So
I
I'm
like
really
that.
provoking c4. I think sooner or later, black has to play c4.
Right.
And as soon as you do, my knight will jump to d4.
And back to d4.
Yeah.
Now,
It's
even that is not...
You don't need to move the rook.
Yeah. What?
Oh,
Yeah, because
Wait,
you can
you
slide
do-
the queen over to b7.
Queen to b7.
oh, that's
She's
nice.
saying the queen on a3 could be trapped.
The knight takes rook.
Yeah.
Just to show the audience, yeah, this would be a disaster for white.
Whoops. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, queen b7 is really nice. Now pawn on b2 is hanging, so
Exactly.
white can't play knight d4 yet, but b3 is playable. Oh, because I think if you take now, I'll be happy to take
Now
your
you'll
rook.
take. Oh, that's nice. But then the point is that you've provoked b3 so you could drop back with
Yep.
the rook, and then
Okay,
you could
so
put your
say
knight
rook
on
b6
on
or something?
d4. Yeah.
Yeah, knight d4, and engine says it's equal.
Okay.
But I'm starting to like white now a little,
little
more.
bit.
It's like knight versus bishop, and we do have a better knight.
That was a very, very nice move, the move bishop b5. Actually, I didn't see that. And it makes me question whether Tan shouldn't have just played a5, so that after bishop b5... Okay, so what happened was Tan played the move rook b8, which looks all well and good until you see the move bishop to b5. The idea behind bishop b5 is simply, I want to play bishop c6 and trap the rook in the corner. So we played the move a5 to give the rook some squares, and the actual underlying idea behind bishop b5, as Nasi was saying, is get rid of that knight. The knight is actually kind of an and Nona, by the way, found the computer's suggestion of bishop b5 and bishop takes d7 is coming up. That's a very nice move. It makes me think that maybe after the move queen a4, rook b8 was a little imprecise. Had Tan played the move a5 instead, and now knight to f6?
That was
Keeping-
definitely playable. That way you can keep the knight alive.
Right, and then
Yeah.
how does the computer evaluate this situation?
Very close to equal, but here it's hard for white to simplify the position
Right.
and provoke you to push c4. So black keeps the hanging pawns, and it's not easy for white to improve the position.
Exactly.
So this would have been slightly better for black.
Okay, slightly better for black.
You learn new
Jovi.
things every day.
Well, in this case, it was from 1972. Bobby Fischer-Borsman. Shout out to Mr. Spassky,
Yes.
who is still with us.
I
and-
love that story about how he did not prepare this is called the Tartakova.
Yes.
Yes.
Makedonov, Tartakova Makedonov Bondareski variation. The TMB is what we
Okay.
called it.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. I didn't know that. I just knew it as the Tartakova variation.
Right.
And when his trainers said to Boris, hey, let's prepare d4, he said, no need. I'm just going to play the Tartakova variation.
right.
And sure enough, Bobby played d4
Right.
and won a beautiful game.
Well, hold on. The story goes a little bit deeper than that, because his whole career, Bobby was won e2, e4. And there's this cartoon of behind the Kremlin walls. There's Spassky and his team, and one of his trainers asks, well, what if Bobby doesn't play e4? And then,
And then
here's
he's
this
like,
flippant
"No, it's
response,
fine."
like, I'll just play the Queen's game. And Bobby goes on, who's a lifelong e4 player, winning a model d2, d4 game. We'll keep an eye on this one, and let's just go. Where shall we go?
Shall we go a little bit round the horn?
Okay.
Because
Where-
maybe we can revisit the game between...
Say it.
Well, everything is kind of heading in the direction that we predicted.
Well,
Maybe
that-
we can explore the game between Harika against Anna Zatonskih, because
Once
indeed,
again, Queen d3.
Queen d3 happened, c5,
C5
of course
happened.
played, and now Harika went for it with castle queenside. I love positions where the kings have castled on opposite side of the boards.
Except I don't think we're going to get the kind of game that you want to see, where both sides set about mauling one another's kings. I'm not actually that big a fan of the move c5, takes d4. I see that as a kind of a need by Anna, or want, if you prefer, to clarify the position. I would have thought that rook d8, keeping the tension, especially because the queen is in the way of the bishop. Like, it's very likely you're going to play queen e4. Yeah? With the move c5 takes d4, you kind of help me. I'll play queen takes d4. You'll play queen takes d4. I play knight takes d4. And my knight, I'm a little bit better developed. And the imbalance of the structure.
And still problems with the French bishop there on c8, because white, you can just see that white can just park itself on the long diagonal, either putting it on g2 or f3.
Makes sense.
And then you're never going to get that bishop out.
Right. So just to buttress what you're just saying, if you play bishop to d7, for example, g2, g3, the bishops, the long diagonals, h1, a8, a1, h8, the long diagonals are like magnets for the bishops, because the bishops are long-range pieces and the diagonals are the longest. So putting the bishop on g2, and here, again, just to buttress what you're saying, you can see that white is the one with the initiative. White is the one making the threats in this position. So for me, the move c5 takes d4 is a little bit helpful for my opponent.
And it's not the main move, because I'm
It's
looking
not
at,
the main move.
No, I'm looking at the database, and it's telling me that your suggestion of
Rook d8.
parking the rook in the center is the most popular response. So
Feels
it suggests
better.
to me that Anna is not within her theory. She's kind of just freestyling.
Well, yes and no. I see that move as a nervous lack of confidence. Like, sometimes when you're not having a good result, you want to resolve the tension. And c5 takes d4 is kind of just simply helpful for Harika. I actually think after queen takes d4, it's not much, but I'd rather play the white side of that position. Going back to the game of Elisabeth, and we're seeing it. Anna's playing all the moves. Elisabeth may have wanted to play for the win and avoid the repetition, but she may suddenly having second doubts. Knight f5, attacking the queen, asking the queen, where do you want to go? You would like to stay in the center, but we know that queen d4 check, queen takes d4, knight takes d4 is really good for black. Black is threatening knight to c2, winning the rook on a1, as well as knight takes f3, and also don't forget about knight takes e2. So queen e4 can't be played, and we were looking at queen a3, just simply denying black castling short.
Yes, but
privileges.
Nazi also mentioned
Yes.
that she was drawn to the idea of going rook takes knight.
Yes, and then she quickly said, you know what, I like attacking, but I like attacking when I have a lot of pieces over there. And after she saw the move king f7, started to look at rook e8. And
Looks like
who's
nothing,
a-
right?
Well, who's attacking whom?
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, that's what I meant. There's no attack for white.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got to be precise.
Exactly. Well, you suddenly start to think, okay, knight c3, let's go. Rook e8, let's go. And you go, whoa, 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 whoa. Who, you know, I mean, I don't think this is something you necessarily want to see, where, you know, your bishop is maybe not, no.
No, take this away from
Yeah,
my
yeah,
eyes.
bishop to d3. No, you don't want to go here. So in the current position, we have knight f5 on the board, and Elisabeth to play, and we anticipate queen a3, but not with a lot of glee.
Well, a very exciting position there.
Sure.
But of course, we're having a lot of fun enjoying the games in the studio. And of course, we invite everyone at home to ask us those
Oh,
questions.
yes.
You can do that by going onto Twitter, or X as it's now known, and tweeting us using the hashtag Cairns Cup. We have a question.
I'm ready to go.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Drum roll. and bring it from Sean.
Okay, it says, what do you think of the big announcement from FIDE that the 2024 World Rapid and Blitz Championships will be held in New York City?
I'll go first on this one. Jealousy and envy come rushing to my mind. Why couldn't we have such a world championship match in the Big Apple, 40 years ago when I was in my prime and I thought I was the best blitz player in the world. I really did.
Can you not play?
I can, but at the same time, I am not at all up to date on what these guys do. These blitz players today, their skills are fantastic. But let's go back to the question itself. Thank you. Thank you to FIDE. Thank you to the sponsors. Thank you to the Big Apple. This will be a huge opportunity for American players. We love blitz in America. That's our #1 form of chess. You'll see the hustlers in the parks all around this great nation of ours. In Norway, what's the most popular form of chess? Is it blitz as well?
Yeah, everyone's playing blitz.
Everybody plays blitz,
And online,
right?
everyone is playing bullets, so it means one
minute. So having the World Championship Rapids and the World Championship Blitz here in America is huge. Having it in the Big Apple,
it's
better
exciting.
still. It's great.
It's incredible.
Nasi, jump in. Are you going to play?
Do you even have to ask?
The answer is yes.
Definitely yes. Yeah, I've been qualifying every year, but I've never played it because it used to be so far away from the US.
Exactly.
The flight would be 20+ hour long, and then with the jet lag, I was feeling like I couldn't play.
Right.
And as soon as I saw the announcement, I was
thrilled.
Cloud nine.
Right?
I'm so happy. I can't wait to play and to have all the top chess players come to the US. It's been a while since, besides St. Louis, in the other cities in the United States, we don't really have big events.
Right.
And I think New York City is a great place for a chess event. I cannot wait.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I know Varujan Akopian, who is the coach of the St. Louis University team here in St. Louis. He's taking everybody.
Yep.
I mean, the whole team, ladies, open. I mean, he's saying, okay, we just reserved the hotel, the entire hotel for the St. Louis University team. That's where we go.
Let's
go.
Already 6 months in advance. Well, it's come to that time, Yasser.
Oh, our first break?
Yes.
Let's do the Q Boutique.
Absolutely. Yasser, take it away.
With pleasure. Get ready for the 2024 Cairns Cup with this iconic souvenir. This 100% polyester hip bag makes a stylish addition for any chess player on the go. It's available for you at qboutiquestl.com. Do all your chess shopping needs there. And as we go on a break, Begim got a chance to talk to Alexandra Kosteniuk, 2-time former world champion. Have a listen. Good stuff.
Good.
Hi Alexandra, it's lovely to see you here in St. Louis. Welcome back.
Hello, thank you. Pleasure is mine.
What are your thoughts on Nona Gaprindashvili being here in St. Louis for the Cairns Cup?
Oh, that's amazing. I mean, she's a legend. And of course, seeing her still active, full of energy, like striving to play some chess and, striving to compete, it's really great. I mean, definitely she's been an inspiration for many generations of female chess players, and seeing her still as active and as passionate about the game is amazing. Actually, I was very, very fortunate to play with her for the first time, actually, in the European Rapid Championship in Monaco in January this year. So I was like shivering, and when I'm talking right now, I still feel these emotions because, well, it's something unbelievable that seeing her like such a legend and inspiration, still playing, competing very successfully with players who are so much younger than she is. So it's really special, and I'm very happy when the organizers do care about our history and do invite our women stars. It makes tournaments really unique.
Alexandra, it seems like you have achieved almost everything that the chess players can dream of. You're a former world champion. You have been on top of your game for a long time. What makes you keep going? What are your ambitions?
Every single invitation that I get now to such prestigious tournament as such as Cairns Cup, for example, like every new opportunity to still be there and play and participate, I really do appreciate a lot because, well, I see the younger generation is coming. That's great. That's wonderful. That's what we have been playing for, right? That's why we're trying to promote women's chess, to see young players coming up. And actually, yeah, that's why I do appreciate like every new opportunity so much more than like years ago when it was just a tournament, you know, it was just a game. But now really every single tournament is unique. Every new game is something special that, again, I will miss so much when I'm not like playing professionally. So my goal, my ambition right now is just, you know, to continue for as long as I can, to stay in this professional circuit and enjoy it while it lasts.
Definitely. And you're a great ambassador of chess too. You stream, you're active on social media. And I saw one of the posts that you shared. It was about your daughter. She's a professional tennis player, not just player, tennis player, as I understood. How do you keep up with being a mom, being an ambassador, and then professional chess player? How do you do it?
It's challenging. And of course, like, you make sacrifices, because if you want to still be a professional chess player, you need to travel a lot. That means that you need to you need being away from your family for quite a while. So, okay, again, those sacrifices that you make just because your professional life is as important as your personal life. And well, that's something amazing, because my daughter, she's 17 now. She turned 17 this year, and I cannot believe how fast time flies. And actually, she's getting ready to start a university.
Yeah, which is Brown in the US, right?
Yeah, she got committed. Yeah, she got...
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, she is very excited, because it was like her goal, actually, when she was starting playing tennis. Her goal was not to become a professional tennis player, not to become a professional tennis player. Well, because it's difficult. You really need to have a talent and special abilities, but to be able to join a good university.
Proud mom.
Yeah, definitely proud
awesome.
mom. And she chose her path. And well, as every mom, I think I just wish to see her happy.
That's awesome. And also, you mentioned defeats. How do you come back from defeats?
Focusing on the journey rather than the result, that's what helps me, and changing your attitude a little bit, and just accepting the fact that, okay, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and when you win, you win. When you lose, it's a lesson to learn.
What would be the one advice you would leave us with?
The one that I already gave many times and talked during this interview, that focus on the journey and the result. And that's actually, well, results, of course, they help and motivate in a way, especially when they are good. But
journey is more important.
Yeah, it's more important because, well, if you know where you're heading, then results will come.
Thank you so much for the interview, Alexandra, and good luck with your tournament.
Thank you.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Karilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
We are back with all the action of round 6 in the Cairns Cup. And it's already been an exciting start, especially as the players come back from the rest day. So let's remind ourselves of the standings after round 5. And there we see Zhongyi.
Clear leader.
She is the clear leader, but just a half-point lead over Harika Dronavalli and Mariya Muzychuk. And, well, all the action is brewing at the World Chess Hall of Fame. It is my great pleasure to introduce Emily Allred, who is the creator of the World Chess Hall of Fame. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely wonderful to see you, Emily. It's good. Every time you come on, there's some marvelous exhibit that is ongoing or you're just about to do. Tell us about the exhibitions going on currently.
Well, one that's really timely since we have so many women's world champions playing in this tournament is our show Clash for the Crown, and that celebrates the history of the World Chess Championships and the Women's World Chess Championships.
Nice.
So people can see anything from the game pieces from Game 3 of the 1972 World Chess Championship to artifacts related to women's World Chess champions like Susan Polgar.
Let me interrupt you. So you have the actual chess pieces from Game 3 from 1972 World Championship match.
Mm-hmm. Those are on loan to us from the Sinkfields. They're part of their collection.
Okay.
And I feel like they're some of the crown jewels of chess
exactly.
that we've ever exhibited.
That's like a Babe Ruth baseball bat or something. That is
Yes.
really fabulous.
And how do you source these pieces?
So we have a lot of friends in the chess world, and FIDE loaned us a number of artifacts from their own archives for this show. So we have a signed tournament book from the 1948 World Chess Championship, you know, the first held after World War II.
Right.
But they've also lent us score sheets from different world championships, and we have a number of artifacts on loan to us right from Magnus Carlsen, which is very exciting.
Exactly. Tell us about some artifacts that when you opened up a box and you went, oh my gosh. Tell me about an oh my gosh artifact moment.
Well, definitely the trophies that we have on loan to us from Magnus from 2018 and 2021.
Okay.
But one that's really unique and has a connection maybe for you too was donated to us by John Donaldson and the Mechanics Institute, and it's so unusual. It's a tablecloth that has, like, you think about people who like wait for signatures of their favorite players, and so it's signed by all kinds of players from the 1935 Moscow International Tournament, including Vera Menchik, which it's really rare for us to have anything in our collection related to her. So it's signed by all these players, and then the wife of a world champion, Martha Lasker, embroidered over them. So she kind of turned these like signatures into a work of art. Wow. You know, you think about people like getting tournament books signed and stuff like that. It's like a forerunner of it. And it's definitely one of the most unique things I've seen in the chess world.
Absolutely sensational. But this week has been a very special week, because not only do we have the Cairns Cup, but we also had one of our inductees, Nona Gaprindashvili, join us in St. Louis.
Yes, it was super special for us because you think of her as such an important historical figure, and for her to want to come to St. Louis, especially during this tournament, it was just an honor.
We have an interview with her too. Let's just take a look at the video.
Nona Gaprindashvili is a Hall of Fame chess player from the country of Georgia. Nona is also the first woman ever to achieve the title of Grandmaster. This week, she is also the special guest of the St. Louis Chess Club and Hall of Fame. The Cairns Cup is honored to have Nona as part of the festivities, and we took this opportunity to ask her about some of her amazing accomplishments.
To extend this question, I needed to start with earlier period. As I became the world champion in 1962, I was invited in England Hastings tournament to participate on a challenger level. There were all men, I was the only woman there. I won that challenger tournament, and as the result, I received the right to participate next year in main tournament. So this is the starting point of an important moment of my life. At that period, men were looking not enthusiastic regarding women playing. I needed several tournaments to play well in order men to take me in their surroundings. On the first tournament in Hastings, I played with two main grandmasters. One was Paikidze from Estonia. I played with black figures. It was quite hard for him to finish the game with draw. The match was delayed for 5 hours. They played 2 more hours after lunch, and there were a lot of journalists there waiting for this moment. They could not imagine how to lose to the women, so they were playing with full capacity. This situation was changed soon, and they took me as the part of their team, and this was one of my biggest achievements, as I changed the perception of and attitude toward women in chess. This tournament of Lompain was one of important ones, because to attend this tournament, special invitation should be sent. And there were 18 grandmasters playing there, men, all of them, and they all were the members of their national teams. I can say that it was my best play in my life. All the games were so good that they were all ready to be published. I took the place 1 to 4 and got the name of Grandmaster among men. This was this tournament for me. I played the best games there, and it's not just title winning the name of Grandmaster there. It's all the games I played there are amazing and difficult. I can write the history of each game there because it's not a time to discuss them all now, but all the games there were significantly important.
A real legend, I have to say. She was very impactful in my life as well. I have also stories of Nona. Who doesn't?
Yeah, and I love those descriptions of her being the only woman in the room and just challenging all these grandmasters. And I love that encounter at Hastings, which is local to me.
Yeah. It's just incredible that she came here and shared these wonderful memories with us. You know.
Tell us more about the World Chess Hall of Fame and how can people visit and get connected to the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so people can visit our website, worldchesshof.org, and they can learn all about our current exhibits, both Clash for the Crown and Match of the Matriarchs, which is our art exhibit on the first floor.
Exactly. Now, you know I'm a chess set collector. Didn't you say you have a chess set show coming up? Tell me a little bit more so I can come and have a look.
So every month we do what we call our featured chess set project. Okay.
And what happens with the second chess?
And so every month we put out a different chess set of the month. So it might be something from our collection or something that's on loan to us from a local collector in the community. So it kind of shows like the creativity of different artists as well as different collectors. You know, people tell their stories like, oh, I got this chess set while I was on vacation, or this is the chess set I played on with my family. And so it kind of shows that human side of the game.
Wonderful. And do you ever specifically go to countries to source these type of chess sets or memorabilia?
So we get loans. We get loans and donations from a lot of different people, mostly in the U.S., but we've had some really significant donations in the past few years from people who collect from all around the world. So, for example, there's a collector, Ned Munger, and he wrote some important books about chess sets from around the world, and his estate donated those to our collection.
That's fantastic.
Emily, thank you so much for joining us on our show. It's lovely to have you as always.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at our standings as we are in round 6. Round 5 was all draws, but boy, not through lack of effort.
Yeah, I mean, round 5 was probably the most dramatic round of them all, with twists and turns along the way. But at the end of the day, it does mean that Zhongyi is still at the top with 3.5 points, but breathing down her neck is Harika Dronavalli and Mariya Muzychuk, both on 3 points. And then we have several players on 2.5, amongst them 14-year-old Alice Lee. Now, 4 classical games left. Anything can happen because this is now the money rounds.
Here we go, and let's jump into it. Alice Lee versus Irina Krush. This last move by Alice Lee is an indication that she's the one who is more central control. She jumps into the center with the move knight f3, e5, and essentially, even though it's 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2 on the king side, what Alice is basically saying is, I have more control over the c6 square. Like on a good day, like you could trade. Like in Alice's mind, she would be a kind of welcoming a whole series of trades. What has White accomplished in this? Well, first of all, in the ending, White's king, even though it's on f3, is not vulnerable. On the contrary, the king is actually well placed. She is thinking, okay, one day I may play for a3 and b4, and I can trade rooks and plant my knight on c6, and looky, I will have a very serious advantage. Irina the experienced grandmaster that she is. She knows all this, of course. Bishop takes g2, king takes g2 as expected. She will not easily go into these endings where Alice is the one with the fun. Jovi.
No, I agree. And suddenly during your variation, I just saw a tactical idea.
Please, what
your b4 idea is actually very, very strong.
That was an accident. What did I do? What was the b4 idea?
Okay,
yes.
so if you wanted to employ this idea, you do have rook takes rook.
Okay. I think it's actually black on turn, so let me just play h6, rook takes rook.
Yes,
rook takes rook.
b4.
Uh-oh.
Bishop takes 4, and now you can go knight c6.
And that's a nasty, nasty fork. Rook to d2 still is going to lose a piece because of bishop takes. You're right. I didn't know my own strength. Thanks for pointing that out.
I know, but it's a beautiful idea, and these are the kind of like schemes that are hidden underneath the surface.
And again, the reason that these tactical motifs work, because you can see the more active pieces that White is getting compared to Irina. Irina's going to have to play very, very carefully not to fall into a difficult ending. Let's go to our first board, that is to say Nona and Tan, because guess what? Boy, I got to tell you, Nona, we were just talking about accuracy a moment ago. She has played bingo, all the precise moves, including bishop b5, a5. Nasi had pointed this whole scheme out for us a moment ago, and I don't know if knight e1 was the move, but the whole idea was to get the knight to d3. And I think we did play knight e1, by the way. Knight to e1, and we got some very funny position that went like this. Do you remember this one?
Of course
with b3?
I remember. Queen to b7.
And b3,
played
right?
with a flourish, yes. And
exactly.
b3, of course, yeah.
And White was winning herself the d4 square, and that's a big victory, because when the pawns were on c5 and d5, White really didn't have any outposts. In this particular position, I think it is balanced, but maybe I would slightly favor Nona. And where is the action, Nasi, for you?
Well, I think the craziest game we have going on
That's what I'm asking.
Definitely between Paehtz and Anna Muzychuk.
Right.
I actually wanted to ask you, Yasser, earlier. Imagine if we had the chance to ask previous world champions from 1800s or early 1900s what they would say about this White's position of this development. And earlier I also noticed White's accuracy, given this position, was 100%.
That's so it's counterintuitive.
This is how much chess has changed, because no one before would have played like this.
So the players from the 1800s would say, White doesn't know how to play chess. And then you say, yes, but the 23rd century players think it's perfect play.
Yeah, actually, I would even go, even 4 years ago, before AlphaZero came onto the horizon, I think we would all laughed at White. We're like, what on earth are you doing? Where's your development? And now with the advent of computers being so strong, we're like, okay, it's good.
I have my prejudices. No, wait a minute. I have my prejudice and biases. I say White is messed up.
Yeah,
messed up.
Can you argue with this? Yes.
I do my best, but okay, tell me, doesn't the engine say you got to do something about your development?
Yeah. Knight c3 is, of course, a fine move, but I really like this idea of d3 and developing bishop with a tempo. Bishop g5 check is coming.
Okay.
So let's say e takes, c takes d, bishop g5 check, king f7, and...
Now I'm beginning to wonder whose king is more vulnerable.
I want to play knight c... Oh, of course, I don't want to trade queen, so I have to move the queen first. Let's say queen c6. I'm a little bit concerned about this pawn.
With understanding.
Maybe more than a little bit. But at least White here has perpetual if needed.
Gotcha.
So White feels safer.
No risk.
No risk. But actually, White might have to do this, because if we play any other move, then suddenly Black is better, because now you won't have the perpetual anymore, because I can just hide from all the checks, and now Black is completely winning.
There's a Peshki on e2.
What a strange position this is.
I'd be nervous about that pawn on
So
E2.
all three results are still completely possible.
Please.
Can I brag about
Yes.
a kind of
Sure.
irrelevant kind of chess knowledge? So going
Okay.
back to that line where the queen goes to F6, check.
Queen to
Yeah, so the queen goes to E6.
check.
Yeah, the king goes to F8.
Check.
Terrible move, right? Because the bishop will come and checkmate on H6.
But the knight will take the
I'm going to
bishop.
put you guys on the spot. Do you know the name of this checkmate?
No.
No, I should know, but
No.
You shouldn't know. You don't need to know these things. It's called the Balestra checkmate.
Again?
Balestra checkmate. So
That
it's like
wasn't on my
fencing.
radar.
it's specific to queen and bishop,
It's
right?
queen. Yeah, the queen does the dominating, the bishop does the checkmating. Yeah,
Balestra.
Balestra. Yeah,
Nice.
it's a fencing term. It's like
Okay.
a
And
special
rook is
move.
definitely helping here too.
I like the epaulette mate, the Arabian mate,
Yeah.
the back rank mate, but the Balestra.
Balestra. Yes.
Balestra.
So if you ever in a like one of these chess quizzes,
Right.
and they say which of these is the
I'll
mate,
ace
you
that
guys should
test.
know. Yeah.
Right? Nice. Chess trivia. You never know. You never know when it might be useful. This current position you're saying is triple zeros or?
Yes, it is. And white can play
Wow.
d3 or knight c3 and leads to triple zeros. I believe it's because in most of these lines, white gets this chance to give perpetual check.
With all due respect to the move King E7 stuff, weren't we looking at something that went castles long?
We did, but remember that white also had perpetual with
Check
queen
in
a6,
that
queen b5.
line
So
as well.
I suggested this move and then king d7. But since white gave queen a4 check, Anna opted out for king e7.
Gotcha. Well, for a position that's very chaotic looking, you've really kind of found the direct path to a perpetual check with d3 and bishop g5 and queen c6.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this lead is
Wow.
now, let's keep in mind, they don't know the evaluation.
No.
Either of them can be thinking, I'm winning.
Yeah. But do you
With
think,
justification, too.
Yeah.
do you think it's practical to play this type of position where it's just so crazy? You don't know what's coming. or
Practical
going?
from what point?
From both sides, I would say. Like white, there's a lot of risk, right? You put 1 foot wrong, that's
Yeah,
it.
my
You lose.
king is basically being harassed by a light squared bishop, and I have no counter party to that. Okay, well, keep an eye on this one. I'm going to go to our tournament leader, Nona and 10. Again, we were just seeing that Nona has played very well. We're expecting bishop e6, followed by knight f1, and that was knight e1, followed by knight d3, and we thought even. Stevens, so many games that are so critical to the tournament standings. Harika is coming out of the opening once again. She's been doing this very consistently with a good position. I like her position against tailender Anna Zatonskih at the moment. Elisabeth, we've just seen.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go to
Can we go
Liz.
to Alexandra Kosteniuk
Oh, pardon
against
me.
Mariya Muzychuk?
And that is at the top. Again, 2 former world champions. We left it around these parts, and we already thought that Mariya was doing very well after queen d6. But Nasi said, you know, when you see this white queen on a3, as forlorn as she is, you start to think, how do I get my bishop
To F8.
to f8
Yeah.
and to trap the queen?
I see.
Well, Mariya had the same thoughts. Let's catch up with the actual game position,
And now-
because
Be careful,
We're
because the
expecting
queen on
E6,
A6,
Yeah.
A3, sorry, doesn't have any squares. Bishop
and
F8.
yes, exactly. So she is getting closer and closer to setting up a queen trap with bishop to f8. In fact, I think it's almost time to pull the ripcord and give the queen access to a lot of squares along the third rank. Big moment right now after this move, rook d1. Once again, e7, e6. I'm looking at bishop f8, and I'd be frightened that my queen could be misplaced. The one thing I don't want, let me just make a move. The one thing I really don't want is to get in a situation where, wait a minute, bishop f8, where my queenside structure has been damaged. My a2 pawn and my c3 pawn are split, And I think both pawns are weak. Rook a3 and black's game just is too easy. So let's go back to the current position. And after e7, e6, Nasi, take it away for us here.
Yes, sir. Engine actually has
A solution?
slight improvement on your idea.
Okay,
Instead of
please.
e6, we play this with tempi. f6.
Oh, yes.
You move the
F6.
knight, and e5.
E5.
So you want bishop f8,
good.
but yeah.
Same idea.
This is more
opening up.
impressive because you're also planning to push e4.
Okay, that's very ambitious. Playing for the maximum.
Yeah.
I think b4 would be forced,
Wow.
and then you can play e4, knight has to move, bishop g4. Oh, if I have to play f3 and b4,
This is
White's
going-
not
This
happy.
is going
No,
really
wrong.
wrong for Alexandra.
Yeah.
And you know, incidentally, Mariya is the one with the highest tournament performance rating. Now take a look at this.
Okay, what we call the TPR, Tournament Performance Rating. Tan is doing great.
She's doing great with 25.85, but not far. We have Mariya Muzychuk 25.43. And there you can also see that young Alice Lee
Looking
is
for
close
Grandmaster
to
norm.
2,500. And this is
She'll need that
especially
rating.
relevant because of the Cairns Chess Queens Prize.
Award, yes.
where
Exactly. And who else isn't doing? Alexandra's not doing well. She's playing below her rating. Irina Krush, she's looking very, very solid with her 5 draws. But as you were saying, 3 wins and 2 losses would have been an expected result from the positions she's had, not the 5 draws. Right. F6 and E5, and if you don't mind me asking the obvious, how did the computer evaluate that?
I would expect more, but it's preferable for black, up half a pawn, minus 0.5.
Only half a pawn.
Only, yes.
And we were
it feels
tasered.
like
we
more.
were like, I don't
Yeah.
like this at all.
White needs to play knight d3, not knight f3.
Okay.
Yep.
So the idea is now if you play e5, I'm safe because I have some knight c5
I can
ideas.
block.
But instead of e5 here, black can start with bishop f8, prepping e5 with a tempo.
Okay.
And here you can play knight c5, e5, and now you can take at least. So you're in an uncomfortable pin on c5. And I mean, even this looks so much better for black. I'm surprised that advantage is not even -1.
Exactly. Kind of shocking. The more I'm looking at f6 and e5 and that little cute little move, bishop f8, you know, in advance after knight d3, I'm also looking at bishop f8. It's like, There are reasons why I might want to keep my pawn on e6, associated with the idea that my bishop might get trapped. I just have to be a little bit careful. So you can imagine if I go bishop f8, the threat of e6 being stronger than the
But
execution.
here white can play
You
c4.
Yeah, exactly. And then it was sort of like we could go back to the situation where maybe I'm glad that I didn't play e6 because I got bishop e6 and bishop f8. But yes, I'm with you 100% on this one. Then you would probably go with the move c3, c4. Again, idea you can bring your queen across. You're no longer getting trapped
And if
after
b
e6.
takes, yeah, I have tempo move, knight takes c4.
And we're not afraid of losing the pawn because
Bishop e5?
we've got a discovery and winning an exchange with the move bishop a5. All right, we'll keep an eye on this one. Where haven't we been? I feel like we need to see all the games. Are we going to
can
go
we
back to
just
Alice?
quickly revisit the game between Elisabeth Paehtz and
Okay.
Anna Muzychuk because Nazi predicted it all.
And indeed, it has come to pass.
It has.
Queen a4, king e7, and
D3 played.
I don't know about the chess engines and 3600. I believe in development. I believe in good moves, Bobby Fischer. Let's develop with gain of tempo. D3 takes, check, king e7, queen. And if you tell me this is 100% accuracy after queen check.
99.9%.
Queen c6. We had seen the move, wasn't it? D3 takes e2.
Yes.
And
And
we
this
had
allows this
fallen for the
perpetual.
brilliant checkmate. Once again, I forgot it already. It's not the barista, it's the...
Barista.
We're having a private conversation. It wasn't the barista.
Balestra.
Balestra. Did you remember Balestra?
No, not at all.
No, very good. The Balestra. Do not let this happen to yourself. The queen dominates. The bishop is the one
That delivers
giving the fatal blow. The Balestra.
It's a fencing term.
Yeah, I should have. I missed my foil. That was the moment that you're supposed to laugh. My foil.
Oh. Very good. Yeah, no, I'm a bit slow there. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm not a big fencer.
There we go. So we may be seeing a perpetual, and we do it not by king f8, we do it by king g7. Considering this pawn is on our doorstep, we're not very happy about the situation following rook f8. That is where we pull in our horns and say, okay, well fought draw, thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll see you another day. So that could be
Yeah. And is there any way that black can avoid this to keep the game alive?
Well, from the current position, if we don't take the pawn on e2, we're a little bit worried that, well, our king might become...
Right, so I'm thinking that the rook can go over to...
Which one?
The h rook.
H rook to...
Let's put it on e8.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it.
Random square. I mean, I'm also thinking f8 as well.
Not completely random. Now, you are in a pin here, Jovi. So just, I mean, I don't know, e4 is something that might concern you or not. But
okay, in that case, hang on a second. Can
Yes.
I put the rook on f8?
All right, let's do
keep the game
that.
alive like that.
So rook to f8. Now I understand that, okay, I'm in an awkward pin here with this, but again, I still see that e4.
Okay, let's put it on the board.
Well, I want to do the tempo first. I wanted to drive you away. If you wanted to go queen b6 or d6, I would trade, I presume. For example, let me just put queen b6, and then I've got e4 at the end of the day. Now, I'm not even sure. That is a big pawn. You might do something quite nasty, and you get a
How pawn roller going,
yeah. A steamroller, if you will. But that is something to be considered. Rook f8. The other thing I'm just asking myself is, again, isn't your king a little bit, I don't know, vulnerable?
Yes, I agree. But then the plan was here to go king to g8.
King
And
to
hide in the corner.
hide in the corner. Okay. Oh.
And that pawn takes pawn.
The desirable rook takes e2 is no longer. I never had it actually. I beg your pardon.
I had a nice little tactic.
Let's show it. I was going to take your queen.
Yes.
And then you were king g8, rook d1. You were going to take my pawn.
Yes.
I was going to take your queen.
And then I would promote the pawn.
And
no, I mean, that's just a little cheap victory, Yasser. But I like to put it
would,
on. With the rook.
Artistic.
Yeah. You just one-up me there.
No. That was your intention all along. I knew you were going to checkmate me. So here, though, it does feel like Black's king is potentially vulnerable, and you are playing a little bit with fire after rook f8, e3.
This is...
Although you do have queen g4. You want to... Let's continue this, because it's actually getting cloudy and interesting.
We have queen to d1 check.
Wow, you certainly do. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay, now I have to take it seriously. So this would be terrible. This is no longer even close to a perpetual.
We actually have a move. Pawn takes pawn in the end.
In the end, after all of that. So she didn't want to pursue any winning ideas.
And maybe Nazi can show us why.
Yeah, why was rook f8 rejected? What was the issue there? She played d3 takes e2. Instead of d3 takes e2, we were saying...
Rook f8.
Okay,
It's not a bad move. It's definitely playable and avoids the perpetual.
Right.
And the game can go on. White has to find this move e3. only
we
move,
were
otherwise
queen to,
black's better.
queen to g4.
Queen g4.
And the move queen d1 is
I
kind
guess
of a
it
showstopper.
doesn't fully avoid perpetual after the queen leaves, because now the pawn on e5 is hanging.
Yeah.
And then there's queen d5, queen e5 perpetual.
Gotcha. And a8 is hanging, so you can't go rook f7
Right.
either.
Yep. Okay.
That's a nice little touch there.
We're going to see a repetition in the game between Elisabeth Paehtz and Anna Muzychuk. So there was a short burst of high fireworks, but it all fizzled out in the end.
A lot of huffing and puffing and nothing to show for it.
Because there's just no way that white can continue the game with the black pawn there on e2. And there we see Elisabeth giving a check to the king. King slides up to g7.
About 40 minutes ago, Lizzie was giving a perpetual check and then didn't deliver. Now I think she's very happy to get in a perpetual check and no more playing around. Queen f6 check, king g8. I'm sure we're going to see our first result of round 6. Now, speaking for yourselves, I happen to know on the free day that you and Anasi went to the St. Louis Zoo.
And the art museum.
And the art, how did you like it?
I loved it. It was brilliant, yes. But my favorite moment of the rest day was colluding with you.
What have we done? You mean in code names?
No, not in a code name.
In Find the Werewolf.
Find the Werewolf game.
What do chess players do? We find werewolves. It's true. We did. And collusion. I would say your deceit was unparalleled. Everybody at the table was full of awe at your ability to lie. It was extraordinary. Remember?
You guys were the perfect team. You fooled everyone.
She was. She stood alone.
She was the grandmaster in that game. Yeah.
Art museum.
Oh, I love the St. Louis Art Museum. Every time I'm in St. Louis, I make sure I have time to go visit.
They are special, aren't they?
Absolutely. And the park in front of it is so beautiful as well.
Park, yeah,
but what is impressive to me and also really admirable is the fact that these resources, they're free.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't know any other place in the world where you can just attend a fantastic zoo with all these animals and it's free.
The art exhibition here in St. Louis too, the fantastic history that the city has. You can imagine they have some really wonderful artist pieces, and as you were saying, you know, if you ever get a chance to come to St. Louis and visit Forest Park, you will be amazed at the amenities. And I know you guys also have the apps. How many steps were you guys on yesterday? I mean, this is good exercise. That park is huge.
I think what's more impressive is walking in 90 degrees for 5 hours. Yeah.
You're in good shape, both of you.
It was a bit inadvertent, but we were fooled by the wind.
Did we get our perpetual?
We are getting the repetition.
Lovely.
The queen coming to
I think this is already
f6.
The
king
third time. Somebody's calling.
Take a step back.
Somebody's going to be calling the chief arbiter.
Well, she
and it's
just
not
wrote
Chris.
king to g8.
Yeah, she wrote.
And that's it. The players have repeated 3 times, and we have our first result of the round. It is a draw between Elisabeth Paehtz and Anna Muzychuk.
A draw's fine, of course, for the players, but when you look at their scores, both ladies were really needing a victory to get up to that podium, to put themselves in that hunt for first. For Elisabeth, she's still kind of suffering at -1, I believe. And for Anna, she needed a win to go from 50% to +1. That would have thrown her in the mix. A draw. Whenever I'm leading a tournament and I'm seeing my close competitor rivals drawing, I'm sort of like, well done, guys, well done. Keep it up. Don't bother me, and so on. So that was a draw. Let's go back to the game of Tan for just a moment. Again, our tournament leader is up against one of her pursuers who's just what am I going to say? A point behind. Nona could win and literally bring her down.
Exactly. Nana
and get
is
a tie
on
for first.
50% at the minute, so she could have a share of the pie if she wins, and Zhongyi will be brought down. So there we do see that Nana playing very aggressively.
Did not, sorry to interrupt, Tan didn't go for the move bishop e6, and that was the whole knight e1 affair. Rather,
direct play.
Bishop to g4, pinning the knight and making a challenge. Are you taking my pawn on d5? And the correct answer is yes, I am. And then Tan said, okay, well, guess what? Now that I've messed up your king side, I'll double attack both the pawn on f3 and the pawn on b2. That looks like a very good, and I want to say straightforward decision by black.
Yes, and white has to tread with care, right? So you have to start looking after your king. Because
Right.
if you get greedy and grab pawn on
For
c5,
example,
for example.
Yeah, and then suddenly queen f3. And I don't think that you want to have anything to do with variations that might see a rook landing on g4. Not what we would prescribe as solid chess. Okay, so after the move queen f6, what will Nona do to defend? Will she play king g2 and just...
But let's have a look at king g2, because...
That's the most normal. You
but
would
the
defend.
Queen can slide over, give a check.
You're not looking at the pawn on b2.
Let me repeat some.
Okay, okay, I'm playing for a win. Yay.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to see. Like, how far does white have to go? So queen to f6.
I'm chickening out. I don't want to play f4.
Okay, so black might have the draw in the back of their pocket, is what I'm getting at.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's go back. And now let's have a look at what happens if you go all out with rook takes b2.
Now remember, Tan is the one leading the tournament, so taking this risk might be not prescribed, but okay, queen h4. Okay, let's continue the line. I'm looking at check is the line that's on my agenda. I would like to check, force the trade of rooks, and maybe follow it up with one more check. For the moment, my king side is holding up.
Yeah.
I mean, the very desirable queen h4 hitting f2 has a problem. The rook is actually just hanging. That was why the queen on f6 was tethered. Now, the other question I had is, like, if I'm really seriously playing for a win, as white, I mean, the move f4. E4, defending f3 would come to my mind. I'm assuming you would take on b2 or queen g6 check.
There are a few moves that just jump out to me. There's c4, but there's also rook takes b2.
Rook takes b2, again, a lot of these positions look very similar to one another. The difference here is now that I've played e4, you could potentially bring your queen to d4, although for the moment I'm not scared. I mean, I'll always have queen e3 as a way of covering it up. I don't know, it feels like, I think that Tan made a good decision to play bishop g4, and objectively I think a draw is the most likely outcome of the current position. Nasi, jump in. Give us the definitive silicone overlord answer.
As always, you're right, Yasser.
I love the way she said that. Yeah. As always, you're right. Could you practice with me? You don't say that to me ever, Jovi. Okay, why? Why are we right?
Yeah, bishop g4 was absolutely the correct way to play for Tan and the easiest way to completely equalize. And now she can either give not perpetual check, but repeat moves, like queen g6, king h1, and queen f6. This would be the quickest way. And if Nana, let's say, wants to keep playing, she would be taking some risk, because white's king is definitely...
This we didn't like either, yeah.
It's still equal, but white's more at risk than black.
Yeah.
Why take
do this?
Yeah. Rook c8, black can even just play king h7. You can take on a8. You can give this check, but black's prepared to meet that with f5. I will say f5 is the only move, though, because if you play g6, then white is winning with queen d8.
Wow.
And white checkmates first. Let's take a look. So if rook g4, king f1, queen g2 or h3. There's a lot of checks, but no matter what check you give after king e2, no more checks.
Wow.
And it's black king that gets mated.
So decision time for both of these players. But we're going to go over to Begim, who is right there with Elisabeth Paehtz.
Welcome, Elisabeth. It's great to see you here. You had a very interesting draw today in a theoretical game. Can you tell us about it a little bit?
Well, actually, like when I played against Alice, I already knew that e5 is a problem in this line, and if you go back, you know, like against Alice, I would have taken on c4, but unfortunately, according to the Cloud Super Engine, black is actually slightly better. Black plays with h6, bishop e6, knight e7, and so on. But okay, I thought like, okay, I have to try. Then I thought like, okay, against Mariya, the next game, if she happens to know it with e5, okay, then I will just have this emergency, and I checked the game of Ding Liren, and in the game of Ding Liren, like instead of d3, knight c3.
So this was a prep against Mariya.
It was a prep against Mariya. It was always like my emergency case. I mean, like the emergency case I didn't want to use against Alice, but against Mariya, if she's going for the line, I said like, okay, this is emergency, and I know that I have some slight chances, and I was sure that maybe she will not even be aware that I repeat. And against Anna, I thought like, okay, why not to repeat again? But the thing is like, she never plays this usually. Like she doesn't like this kind of Slav c6 stuff. This is very much Mariya. So actually,
maybe it was Mariya's advice to play this line.
This I don't know, but the thing is like that. The interesting part is that we have this line is actually very forced, but I have a lot of chances actually that she goes wrong, because the very crucial moment comes actually, okay, queen c6 was just like a kind of check, but queen e3, and here actually like there were some blitz games, and only one guy, and this was Ding Liren, he went right with bishop h3. This is the only move actually which is equal. All the other moves, queen d4 is mostly played, but after queen d4 actually this ending is very nice, because here I play e4 and then I play with knight h3.
That's the whole point.
And white is better. Though I have a chance to play for 2 results without any kind of compensation.
And this is insane, because according to engine, after text, you shouldn't play knight c3, but knight a3.
And then knight b5 is very, very strong. I think the line goes, that's what I prepared also against Mariya, goes like this, this. Long castle is the best, and here after bishop g5, this, and we play this, this, and then I play with a4, and this was my prep against Mariya. And
what a tricky preparation you have.
No, but okay, I thought like there's no risk. I play for 2 results, and the probability that she will exactly like check all the things and see the Ding Liren game was very low. Of course, with Anna it was much higher, but I thought like that first of all she's never playing it, and second of all, okay, why she should expect that I would repeat. But she apparently checked it, and then
you guys repeated twice here.
Yes, but
did you think about making a draw here, or you were sure you would play queen e3 and try her
I was
out?
kind of sure that if when she played e5 that she must have checked it.
So you were like already okay.
What to do, because okay, like the thing is like I played against Anna in the World Cup, and all my e4 games in the tiebreak I lost. And I'm usually an e4 player, so I thought like anyway against Anna I have problems, so I thought like okay, I mean, let it be. It's not like anyway I have a very bad result against her with white, so it was not for me a kind of thing, but I thought like at least like to check it. But I know not queen d4, this is a mistake, but this is of course the very important move, and here okay, knight h6, knight e7, it's the same actually, so this is all forced, and here after that, important is not to allow queen d4 check. So queen a3 is the only move, and after queen d4 check, this and this. I don't remember quite well. I think this was still fine. And in the Ding Liren game, knight c3 was played, and then rook f8, and then I think something with d3. But I didn't want to check this. I mean, I remember it from 3 days ago, but I remembered that d3 is just much easier without any complications, and I don't have to remember a thing. So it was my kind of emergency. Yeah.
So emergency was white against Anna, huh?
No, I mean emergency in a case like, okay, if someone repeats, but I mean like against Alice, I obviously wanted to play for a win. Against Mariya, I thought like, okay, what to do? And against Anna, I said like, okay, withdraw with white is not bad, because despite my results from the World Cup, I thought like that's
it's
fine.
Very logical. And also you mentioned that Mariya, before the interview, you mentioned Mariya doesn't really like such draws, so maybe it was a better target for her to as well.
The thing is like that Mariya usually like she likes the stuff with c6, so I was kind of sure that she would never go knight c6. That's the thing. So then she went d4, which was also unexpected, but d4 of course I checked for this game because I knew that after d4 I have to play with b4, not what I did against Mariya was a bit too funny. No, but okay, at least now I'm getting an expert in this line. But the problem is like that the whole stuff is queen a4, actually knight c6 is a kind of refutation, unfortunately.
Also, Elisabeth, are you happy with your results so far?
The thing is like that I came here with very, let's say, complicated...
Short notice.
No, it was complicated because I had 3 simultanes in this period, which I had to not only cancel, but I had to find a substitute. So when I got this invite, I was contacting the whole national team of Germany, and I found for every event a substitute. And then actually like the 5 days before coming here, I had to go to the Ministry of Inner Affairs, and since they were so, I don't want to say retarded, but they were a little bit, let's say, confused, because one time they didn't accept my picture, the other time the printer didn't work, and the problem is like that since I'm going here now and I have to apply for a visa afterwards, I have to give my passport, but I don't have an ID left.
Oh my God.
So I had to make this all before coming to US in order to manage to make my visa for China, which I was supposed to do during this event, but I couldn't because I'm here. And
that sounds complicated.
So basically, like the 5 days, instead of like preparing for this tournament, I had a lot of fun with the ministries of inner affairs and all this stuff. So it was not ideal, but on the other hand, I thought like such a chance I can't miss.
Well, we have 3 more rounds still, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thanks
for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you,
the
Begim.
complicated life of the Grandmaster.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just a Grandmaster.
Wow.
You're a tourist. No, you're a
visa
tourist person, tourist operator. Like you're literally like organizing your own events, planning your flights out and everything.
Right.
But let's have a look at how the draw impacted the standings. And you can see Anna Muzychuk now moves into what appears to be a shared tie for second place, but she's on 3 points out of 6. Whereas Elisabeth moves on to 2.5 points out of 6 as well. We'll see how that affects the standings later on. But now we are going to go on to a break, and Begim asked the Cairns Cup players about the future of women's chess. So enjoy.
A bright future.
How do you see the future of women's chess evolving, and what changes would you like to see in the chess community to further support female players?
I think already there are many, like at least couple of super tournaments, elite tournaments in women. Like this year Norway got introduced, and like we have been having Cairns Cup from like I think four editions. So it's wonderful to see, and I think more and more tournaments like this caliber should come up, so that more girls will be looking forward and interested to take it professionally and play. And I think it is definitely doing better than before, for sure, and I think it can do even better and I'm hoping so.
As from my experience and also from what I see how chess is becoming more and more popular all over the world, I am glad that more and more people are interested in that, and especially girls and women, because I think it's a great game. and even if you don't become professional, it will still help you in life in the other areas which you choose.
I think female chess is evolving worldwide. Also some strong women events. We have more, like in Norway recently. We had very strong women tournament, and of course I'm looking forward more and more.
Chess has been on a steady rise, and I think a lot more girls are being interested in the game, especially since the Queen's Gambit came out. For the chess community, I would say having these tournaments is a good start. I think the St. Louis Chess Club is doing a great job. I also really, for me when I was growing up, one thing that I really appreciated was having camps, like having all-female camps or all-female tournaments. One of my favorite was the Kasparov Chess Foundation's All-Girls Nationals tournament. And I think that it steers toward creating a more friendly environment, and it's always for me something to look forward to.
Well, I think having more high-level, high-profile tournaments like this would be great, right? Because women just need opportunities to compete. When there are big events, there's motivation to train and prepare. And the more we have of them, the more it's going to be viable to make chess your career for women.
I think we are actually on a very good path because if I compare it to 20 years ago, and I was already very active 20 years ago, we have much more opportunities nowadays. I mean, the Cairns Cup, now Norway Chess. The Chinese also organize very good female events. So we have actually a lot of federations and huge sponsors ready to support women's chess. This was not the case many years ago. So that's already a great thing. If now FIDE would consider to have the same number of events like in the male section, that would be great. I mean, thinking about the Chess Grand Tour, for example, the Fisher Rapid World Championship, such tournaments, if you could also get such events, of course, it would be nice because then we would have much more opportunities to play huge and strong events and make a living out of that.
So one of the things that I've realized is that female chess players should not give up at such a young age. When I grew up, I received the advice that women players should retire by age 30. However, I realized that's actually not the case. I'm already 33, but I still play very well. I'm at the peak of my career. Now, for generations like me, this may be a little bit too late to change for women players in general, but for the younger generation, I really think that they should adjust their mental state, and one should not limit themselves to a certain age or a certain level of playing. And I'm hoping that I will be one of those who will continue in my career for as long as I can play and be inspiration for the younger generations to not limit themselves.
Probably more tournaments, more commercial for these tournaments. And in general, I agree that chess should be faster time control.
First of all, I would like to have more tournaments for women, because speaking about the round-robin tournaments, we have only a few of them. And if this amount increases, then I'm sure that many more girls will be glad to play chess.
I remember when I started playing chess professionally, more than, I don't know how many, 25 years ago, there were so few women's chess tournaments with such little prizes that you wouldn't believe nowadays. And of course, the way women's chess is developing, and right now at this current moment, it's just a dream come true. And as for my dream, actually, in the last few months especially, I've been dreaming to see something similar to WTA tour in tennis. Every week, basically, we should have something that you can come and you can play, you can try to qualify, because right now we have some tournaments, but it's not year-round, and it would help, I think, a lot to have something that you can, plan ahead, and you can come any week and play and participate and try to win great prizes. So that's my dream right now.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Mariya Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We are back. It's round 6 of the Cairns Cup, and we already have one result in the bag. It was a draw between Elisabeth Paehtz and Anna Muzychuk. So there we can check out the standings. Zhongyi is at the top with 3.5 points. Harika, Dronavalli and Mariya Muzychuk are trailing her by half a point on 3 points out of 6. But there is Anna Muzychuk, who has 3 points out of 6. Rather, the other two have 3 points out of 5.
And in the game between Nona, who's at 2.5, and Tan, who's at 3.5, let's jump into that game because it was a very nice series of moves, in my opinion, by Tan. She sacrificed a pawn with the move bishop g4 in order to damage White's kingside pawn structure, and after the move queen f6, Tan is looking for an opportunity to play queen takes f3, swing her rook across to the king side, and hopefully deliver a checkmate to Nona's king. And that was why we saw the move king g2, but this could precipitate in an immediate repetition. For example, queen g6 check, pick the square h1 or f1, and then the queen would go back. We really don't want to play the move f4, and therefore we could very easily be seeing a repetition, a draw by repetition. In this case, for Tan, that would help secure her place at the top of the cross table, because it will be her second black in a row.
She can get them out of the way.
Right.
And tomorrow she has White against Elisabeth Paehtz.
Exactly.
So
and she would be
perfect.
leading the tournament. So this draw would really put wind in her sails to carry her to a Cairns Cup victory. Again, she's been playing it very well. Will she take the draw? I think it's a good point. We had been looking at rook takes b2, but after rook takes b2, rook takes c5. In this particular case, she might get a little bit worried that check, check, and then the queen coming down to d8, a variation that was pointed out to us by Nasi. Well, you could find your king in a little trouble as black, and that is why we're expecting a repetition. Shall we jump to our marquee matchup between Alice and Irina?
Yes, let's go there.
What we've been seeing is the light squared bishops got traded, a pair of knights got traded, and a pair of rooks. And I really don't like, personally, what Alice did. In the position after queen b7 check, I would have been playing queen f3. Frankly, I would have embraced the trade of queens and seeing my king on f3. Another approach, and I don't think it's the right approach, but another approach that definitely others might make would be to move the pawn to f3 with the idea of putting the pawns on e4 and limiting the ability of this knight to jump. Neither of those choices, which were ambitious, king to g1, then after Irina's bishop back to e7, a move, by the way, I like very much. I don't think the bishop is particularly useful on the c5 square. Conversely, I do like defending the knight. And after the trade, I think Irina is just simply going to say, hey, I'm happy with my position. I'm safe and solid. Turning it over to you, Nasi, where's the action? Because I'm not seeing it on these two balls.
Yeah, I think at the moment we have equal positions on all the boards, but I think Mariya Muzychuk still has some chance in the game against Alexandra Kosteniuk. We prefer her position just because of White's awkwardly placed queen on a3.
Right.
So when we last looked at it, we were hoping for f6, and it did happen, and White played knight to d3, and here Engine was saying bishop f8 and slightly preferable for black, but instead Mariya played immediately e6, and now Alexandra has a couple of different options. Knight c5 is an obvious move, but this is also an interesting try. c4, take, and then knight c5. So at least this way I'm not afraid of b4 anymore, and I can finally bring some pieces out. So would you still play bishop f8? Probably.
Probably.
Right, bishop c4 and e5. But now White's queen is free, finally. It can move over to the king side. And let's say bishop takes the pawn, and simply b3. So yes, black is up a pawn, but Engine still says it's equal. Actually, I think White's threatening move g4 and taking the f6 pawn. But this could create an interesting position. Yes, it's equal, but it's still dynamic. A lot can happen here.
If you just go back a few moves, just a moment.
How far?
Yeah, this queen f3, and you took on c5, and I think that was the right choice. I think it would have been a big mistake to take on d4. e5 takes d4. Then I wanted to play knight e6. And even though I'm a pawn down, I'm really looking at the position and saying suddenly White's pieces are finally cooperating. The queen on a3 discovered a great attacking square.
And all the minor pieces are finally
working.
good.
There's a harmony.
We remember how bad this bishop was on d2.
A moment ago, yeah. And now, you know, you're ready to pounce on the black king
Could
side.
black take a different pawn? Let's say queen b2?
That's much more challenging.
That's possible, but White has this interesting move, knight e4, threatening the f6 pawn this way.
Wow.
Provoking you to take. In that case, I mean, it's still fine, of course, for black, but I do have the pair of bishops.
Right.
Rook takes e4.
Boy, you know, I'm a pawn grubber. You go back for a moment, just go back without the move knight e4. I would be reluctant to take the pawn because even a move like bishop c3, and I'm thinking to myself, oh my gosh, I'm afraid that something bad is going to happen. G4.
Now guess what? Black queen takes the a3
no,
square.
Because I got now G4. You take on G4, and I put my bishop on C3 for free. Ah, okay. That was why you went knight E4. Got it.
It's so strange that both queens get to take the a3 square.
Right.
We don't see that often.
No, I'll trade you my badly placed queen for your badly
But we're
placed
more
queen.
likely to see just knight c5 here.
Right.
And then Mariya can play either immediately e5 or again start with bishop f8.
That makes the most sense.
And I mean, c4 makes a lot of sense. We want to improve this bishop so badly. Nothing would stop me from playing c4.
Yes, and I understand you, but just a moment ago, one of the drawbacks, I mentioned this a long time ago, for me, one of the drawbacks when you play the pawn to e6 is you're entombing your own bishop. So while I do find the move c4 attractive,
this bishop.
Yeah, I'm also looking h3.
G4.
Yeah, because if I provoke you to play h5, then c4.
Yeah, h5 is definitely weakening the king side too much.
A little bit more, yeah.
For my taste, so maybe e5 here.
Okay.
Then that begs the question: why did Black spend the tempo on e6?
Exactly. You gave me the tempo h3 for free.
Yeah. But Black is still fine. You can play g4, bishop e6, and then you can still play c4.
Right.
Yeah.
As white, you're itching to get that queen out of jail.
Yeah,
exactly.
To f3.
But the position blew up, but it feels like it blew up in white's favor.
According to the engine, evaluation is still exactly the same. But to our eyes, it looks very different than just a couple of moves ago.
No question. Thank you, Nasi.
Yes, and I have an update in the game between Nona Zagnidze and Zhongyi. So we left it at a crossroads where Tan could just simply slide the queen over, give a check, and perhaps enter a repetition.
Exactly.
She's actually gone for the rook takes pawn.
Variation.
She's much more ambitious.
Okay, rook takes b2, so let's have a look-see. We imagine rook on d4 captures on c5. So for the moment, white is a pawn in the pocket. I mean, I do have shattered king side is strong. My pawn structure is compromised.
Yes.
Okay, rook takes c5. What could be her potential follow-up, Jovi?
Well, I'm guessing it's a queen g6 check.
Queen g6 check. I'll probably drop my king back. I want to keep my pawn protected. If I go king h1, I'm afraid of rook takes f2. So king f1.
And now I was thinking just double up.
Help me?
I was thinking rook to b8.
Rook a8.
ab8.
Okay.
Or rook to d2. Those were my two alternatives.
Okay.
But I kind of like rook ab8.
Okay. I will give a check because I kind of want to take some of the sting.
And now the king comes out to h7. Obviously, I can't go rook takes rook. That would
Okay, now I pause because am I leaving my king high and dry?
Careful.
Yes.
There's a queen a6 in the air.
Okay, I was wondering if I can be
Yes,
greedy.
And so here I was banking on the king doing a runner and the queen diving in.
That's probably a good thing. Your king is actually probably more. Black's king is safer than white's. Yeah. Let's put it that way. I mean, here my check is just one, or is it? Can I just have a look-see? Check.
Yes.
Okay. Pause. Check. Where are you running to? If you go f6, yes.
Yes.
If you go f6, I check you.
Another king.
If you go backwards, ha 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 ha.
Could you even try rook takes f6? I'm curious.
Also, right? Rook takes f6. King takes f6. Rook, this king
c6, yeah.
Suddenly got very, very exposed.
It got hunted down. So let's not go for that. But you can go after queen to f8. You can trade off a set of rooks.
That's a good decision.
And now,
if I pursue my ambitious course of action. Here, the difference is much
cleaner. Is white getting mated here?
Yeah, maybe
it feels that way.
Am I doing it?
What about rook b1 check, king e2, then queen a6?
Okay, rook b1 check, king e2, then queen a6.
I thought the king could live a little bit on d2.
Right, but here, these are not severe threats. The king is perfectly safe. I've got a feeling, I'm sure white is in a world of hurt. Like, for example, if I just go rook here. And if Tan were to win this game, Wow, she comes in a half a point ahead. She just gets rid of a close rival, too.
I mean, let's just take a recap of her journey so far. You see, after day 3, Tan's chances of winning the whole tournament were at 36.7%.
Right.
Fast forward to day 4 after Tan has won her second game against Anna Zatonskih. It's gone up to 58.6%, which I love, you know. It's basically saying that she's got more chances of winning the whole tournament than the rest of the whole field. And then we can see after day 5, Tan's chances have shot up to 65.4%.
Exactly. And she's looking in cruise control at the moment. But once again, we've been looking at rook b2, rook takes. You played rook here, and I went a little bit ballistic on myself. Check. Hold on. No, you didn't do this. Sorry. We were throwing in a queen g6. So I was taking, did you want to play queen g6 check?
Yes, I did, because I wanted to stop the white queen coming into the fray by going queen to d3.
And then rook here, check here. Let me do myself a favor. Let me take your rook off the 7th rank. So you have to drop back with the rook. Now here, I've already won 1 pawn. Am I greedy? Of course I am. Let me take a second pawn. Now you have to prove why you didn't give me the repetition.
Well, it is queen to d3.
That is a good check. I'll grant you that.
Now the rook swings over to b5.
Oh, that is a good move. Okay, rook to b5, but it's not.
It might not be the end of the world. I will give you.
Queen to c3. So I'm still trying to make, you can give me another check, you can drive me in the corner where I'm a little bit frightened, but I do have queen c2 as a means of
escape, yes.
Escape.
Yeah.
Don't feel it quite yet. Is Tan justified in playing on with this move rook takes b2, Nasi?
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that position is still equal.
No risk?
But no, because there's a tiny bit of risk. She still has some room for mistakes, but she also leaving some room for her opponent to make a mistake. And we know Tan is a big fighter, and she wants to
explore
her chances. Exactly.
So rook takes b2, rook takes c5. How does the computer engine evaluate this one?
It's triple zeros. Queen g6 is good, but
off my Christmas wish list. This is like
computer also really likes this move.
Self.
Rook d2, which is the move I'm struggling to understand.
Rook to d2?
Yeah, it's such an unnatural move. No threats. It looks like we're just wasting a tempo.
Right.
I'm guessing the idea is it covers the d3 square. So when you give me rook c8 check, I can trade or I can immediately go king h7 actually.
¿Qué pasa?
I still have perpetual, or I can go queen h4.
Wow.
Rook f1, right?
Yes, the mate on f2 is.
And yeah, I have perpetual this way, but this is such a. Well, not perpetual. You can play e4, and then I take on a8, and it still says equal, but I'm down a pawn.
Right. It's a confusing way of showing the game is still even. For a chess engine. Yeah, it's even, but for a human, we would say, why do I want to go a pawn down?
Yeah, it's like making a draw with so many extra steps.
Again, rook takes c5, rook d2. That's a very counterintuitive move, I must say.
Yeah, perhaps queen h4, and stops queen d3 checks when the king's on h7.
But here, instead of rook c8, could white say, okay, I see your queen h4. I'll stop you from playing queen h4. I'll go queen a4. With the idea, oops, I'm going to bring my queen to e4, and on a good day, I'm going to check you.
Yeah, but you still have queen to g6.
And queen to g4.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my
and then
a2
I can
pawn
take the a2 pawn.
And that's still a draw,
equal.
But yeah, okay.
But even move like queen e6 or rook a6 here says equal.
Oh, come on. Rook a6. Now, I wouldn't guess rook d2 and rook a6.
Yes, so, but actually Nona doesn't have to take on c5. She could just play queen d3.
Solid.
And on rook a2, then take here, threatening mate with rook c8.
Right.
G6, but it's a bit risky. We don't want to let black have the pass pawn on the a file, but I don't think that pawn can go much farther because of check queen c4. Let's say your rook moves. I think I can keep harassing those rooks. And if you want to keep the a pawn, you have to play rook a7 or a6. And here, okay, I have some chances now. Rook c8, next move. And this is
scary.
Scary, yeah. Computers still defend, but for humans, it's definitely scary. Now, only move is h5. Everything else is just lost.
Wow.
This checkmate.
Yeah, I don't think either of them want this position.
Wow. This is where it could go very, very wrong for Tan. Thank you for that one, Nasi. Again, some very counterintuitive moves. I felt the position was somewhat balanced, but if black can play moves like rook to d2, rook a6, and just kind of ignore, willfully ignore what I thought were serious threats, yeesh. You know, that's another reason these days where a number of times I have been asked, you know, would you like to train or coach me or something like that? And I'm sitting there saying, you know, I would bring this old school of chess to the discussion, and this is what you want, this is the kind of pieces you want to have. And then the chess engines, they laugh at me. They say that, no, this position is not better for white, the extra pawn is meaningless. I mean, I said, well, if it makes no difference, give me the difference. I'll take the difference. Here, the chess engines are saying, moves like rook d2 keeps the balance comfortably, and like scratching my head.
Yeah, rook to d2 is a very mysterious move. I mean, I was just considering making sure that the white queen didn't centralize, or I was thinking about doubling up on the b line, or maybe even moving the rook to d8.
But how about the next one? Queen
rook
a4,
a6.
like rook a6, were you reaching for the rook after queen a4?
Have reached for that. I would have just checked and then grabbed the pawn on a2.
With both hands.
Exactly. And if it's a draw, it is a draw. Sometimes you just have to accept what's on the board and do what needs to be done. Shall we keep this one on hold and move on? Can we check out the game between Harika Dronavalli against Anna Zatonskih? Harika with the white pieces. She's trailing Tan by half a point. If she beats the tail end and Anna Zatonskih, then
she's in
tie for first.
When we left it exactly in this position. I thought that Harika was enjoying the proceedings, that she was slightly more active pieces, and after b7, b6, I like this move very much, knight b5, gift me your rook on the a8 square.
Anna said no.
No, I'll make room for it. Then the knight comfortably set up on d6 square. Bishop d7, that was for me a little bit of a surprise, the move bishop to d3. I'm not a big fan of these types of moves. What do I mean? I like the rook on d1. I like the rook on d1. Why block the rook's perspective? Why get in the way of the rook? How about knight c4? Knight c4.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing as well.
Exactly. Give me the pawn on b6. I'm kind of provoking.
Yeah, this is where I was thinking, maybe if you just go b5, you accept the challenge.
Right. Okay, so I'm trying to make it as awkward for black as possible in terms of developing the pieces. Knight to e5, I don't know. Would you like to play bishop e8? You're welcome. I mean, it's...
No, I was more kind of tempted by rook a7.
Rook to a7, fair. So bishop comes to rook to d6, or bishop e2, I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm a proud possessor of the open file. Rook to d6 it is. Again, I'm just trying to make it that much harder to develop. Let's see what she did, because the move bishop d3, I kind of feel, oops, sorry, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to go into the game. Harika played bishop to d3, and I thought that was interfering with the rook. Let's catch up. Maybe she still got an advantage? Isn't it funny that she brought her knight back to e5
she did,
after all of the toing and froing? We've caught up with the players, and I think now is the time to start getting rid of some of white's active pieces. Here I pause. because I recognize that I have f6 and e5 as a way of punching my way forwards. I also have knight to c6. My trump, if I'm from the black side, I've got the majority on the king side, so I would be most tempted by the move f6. And I think Anna will as well, and this should net her equality. I don't know where the knight is supposed to go. If we go back, we're here, and rook to d6 can be met by rook c6, and Anna has traded on e4. So we think Anna is getting closer and closer to where she can claim equality. Here, maybe we should go knight to d3.
Yeah, no, I was
Would you
thinking
prefer
knight to
that?
f3.
You like knight to
I
f3,
do like
e5?
knight to f3 because I just don't like the knight interfering with the rook. And then here, I think a4.
a4, and let's make some inroads over there. You know, you got to get the guys into the game. Let's go. Knight to c6.
Actually, maybe I haven't helped myself by making.
I don't know. You can still.
Yeah, because you know, there's a philosophy.
What's that?
Keith Arkle, the English Grandmaster, talks about it
I
quite a
know
lot,
Keith well,
where
yeah.
he talks about using the minority attack. Now, traditionally, the minority attack is to do with one certain type of pawn structure, but here he uses it in this type of position in order to just simply create a weakness on that side of the board, which he will then win. So his version of the minority attack, which is very interesting, is he will advance the b-pawn as far up the board as possible in order to exchange it off for a counterpart.
Sure.
Then he'll create, that therefore creates an isolated pawn
Right.
on the queen side.
For example, we'll
So
play like
we'll
keep.
play along, okay. And then he will simply pounce on that pawn
Right.
and then nurture a 4 versus 3
on the
other side of the board. And like you said, he's basically earned his living.
Right. Furnished
using
a
this.
flat.
Exactly.
Okay. Anna has takes on e4, takes on e4, rook c8. She's eyeballing c2. She's doubled her rooks. And, you know, I think that's a good indication that she's satisfied.
I think she's very comfortable, even though her
Anna.
knight is still on its starting square.
Exactly.
But we do, before we dive into more games, have a social media question.
Let's go.
We are inviting everyone at home to send us their questions, and we will try and answer.
This is from T-Dub.
Yes, they ask, is chess a physical sport? Is it tiring sitting at the board for 6 or more hours?
As a competitor, as a sports lady, the correct answer is
yes.
Absolutely, no question about it. And it's physically demanding, but even more than physically demanding, for me, I always thought that chess was emotionally demanding because you have so many emotions at the board, like, I've blown it. Oh, no, I haven't. Yes, I did. No, I didn't.
And then there's
You're constantly on this emotional roller coaster.
Totally, and then you have the whole like adrenaline rush of time travel.
Right?
Right, the clock is ticking down and you're feeling the stress. I mean, you're physically heightened, you know, you're just there looking to pounce at whatever part of the board. Sometimes you're panicking. I agree with you, it's totally emotional. And physically, it is very draining because, you know, using up mental energy is just as calorie consuming and energy consuming as working out.
I mean, we've seen in the World Chess Championship matches that both competitors, challenger and champion, lose weight. Jump in on this one. As a physical sport, demanding?
100%. Actually, I'll add to what Jovi said. Back in the day when we were able to wear smartwatches during chess games, I used to wear them and see that I was burning at least 1,000 calories per game.
Wow.
So I always burn more by playing chess than working out. So I think we found a new way to advertise chess.
Lose weight,
play some
play
chess.
and drain the brain.
And especially if you're playing a tournament that's 9 rounds or 11 and you're playing every day nonstop, that is absolutely draining. You need the stamina, you need to be in great physical shape or you will collapse after just a couple of days.
To the viewer's question, And if we do say, yes, chess is a physical sport, it's one of those things that, great, okay, we can play a game of tennis, a set of tennis, and maybe it lasts an hour, and we can swim a mile, doesn't matter. Your workout is over after an hour. Here, however, these ladies have endurance to think of. We're talking 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. How do you keep your focus that long?
How do I keep my focus?
For that long period of time, it's hard.
Well, I do think that it's very personal, that what works for me might not necessarily work for other people. So the way that I do it is I pace around the room.
You get up from the board.
I get up, I try to zoom out, I try to see the bigger picture. I'm constantly telling myself that I am calm. I have a mantra, like I'm calm, I'm collected, I'm focused. No, I mean,
I get it. Yeah.
Otherwise, my brain will be going off singing some tunes. So I absolutely need to be on point. And I've been reading some books, actually, that kind of say in order to practice those moments when you are under time pressure, you should perhaps work out. This is just a training thing. And ensure that your pulse is just racing and your heart is beating fast. And then you sit down and play some chess so that your body is used to adapting and thinking at stress.
Did it recently said that yoga, how do you keep your focus for some very intense, long games? Now, see, you've got a reputation as a player at the board that'll stay there to the very last moment, if you will.
Well, my life is just, I'm either at home or at the gym, so that helps a lot. Because I work out a lot, I'm able to focus on one thing for a long period of time and not feel physically tired. Of course, I still feel mentally tired, and I think for me that's more challenging. And as Jovi was saying, it is really hard to not let your mind wander during the game. And one more tip, this might not work for everyone, but I actually love working out before my games. And after
so you
that,
physically stress yourself.
Yes.
You physically stress yourself before the game, purposefully.
Yes. And then once I get to the game, I don't want to move. I just want to sit there and look at my board.
Tired from the workout.
For 6 hours. Yeah, that's how I keep in one place, myself in one place.
There are players who have what we call good Sitzfleisch. Like they sit at the board, hour after, and they never get up. Like Artur Yusupov is one of those guys who was as solid as a rock at the board. But I understand what you said. Vishy Anand was one of those who really got up from the board and paced themselves.
On this subject, though, I have seen that it's very, very common now for everyone to pick up a pawn and start
flip with it.
Start twiddling it around.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible.
It's really
habit.
distracting. But I was told the reason why this has become very popular at the higher levels is because the nervous energy transfers to this piece.
Wow.
Yeah.
Too deep. Well, thank you for the question, T-Dub. And we'll jump back into the game between Harika and Anna. Anna Zatonskih has just played the move Rook C8, asking a question to Harika. Would you like to advance your pawn? Would you like to play a defensive move and drop back with the rook, or play Rook to D2? And take us through the candidates that come through your mind, Jovi, when you're faced with this type of situation. Do you willingly play a defensive role with the rook, Rook D2, or how would you? What would your thought?
Step up with the pawn? Yeah,
would you step?
I would, for the time being, go Rook to D2.
Rook to D2, and why would you do that?
Because there's like one or two.
Crickets. Because I didn't like the other choice.
Exactly.
Okay, you would play Rook D2. I would play C3. I would play C3. And the reason why I would play C3, I wouldn't play C3 if B4 was available. Just because B4 isn't, I've got that covered. So for the moment, I would make the argument as white that I took the energy away from your rooks, right? When I play the move Rook D2, I'm kind of playing, first of all, to my opponent's agenda, like they've got their playbook, tie me up and stuff like that. And the other reason I might I would play the move c3 is in endgames I'm looking to activate my king. And I am, yes, I am looking at a4 and I am looking at trading. And again, you know, I'm a pawn grubber. On a good day, I go king c2 and work my way up the board. So I would find the move c2, c3 attractive. I don't think there's a major difference. I don't.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. The reason why I was
like
drawn
rook d2,
to rook to
please.
d2 is because I wanted to keep the flexibility of the pawn structure intact.
Okay.
I wanted to have the possibility of going b3.
Okay.
And king stepping up to b2.
Okay.
And maybe seeing some kind of moves like c4.
Okay,
you know,
fair.
trying to and also one of the things that did concern me about c3 further down the line is that black does have this option of doing Keith Arkel's minority attack
A5,
of
B4.
a5, b4.
Conversely, the reason why I might not want to play rook d2 myself is because I really do like posting up with my rook to d6. And once I've played the move rook to d2, I feel like, well, that's off my playbook. By the way, as we've been discussing, Harika did come up with my move.
Okay.
She's brilliant.
She's a fantastic player.
C2, C3 on the board. Balanced position. Let's go bouncing around. Where would you like to take us, Jovi?
Can we just, again, revisit a really important game between Nona Dzagnidze and Zhongyi?
Absolutely. Let's see what the players are up to. Funnily enough, we might be just seeing a draw after all the toing and froing. Rook takes c5, rook d8, rook c8. Tan said, congratulations, you've played all the moves I didn't want to see. Queen b5 check, king g2, queen g5 check. Nona didn't want to give up her f2 pawn, so we saw a 3-time repetition and a draw. Now that is a very good result for Tan.
It is. It was a very accurate
She keeps a
game.
rival down and she keeps her first.
And she can move on to playing white tomorrow against Elisabeth Paehtz.
Right.
Yeah,
as we see.
Just sometimes chess is just...
Chess is a simple game.
Yeah, sometimes
you play
that
well.
is the perfect result. I mean, if you were to kind of pull them up on their percentages, I would say that was a very accurate game.
And Ben Underwood was just showing us that it was Harika, by the way, who has been the most accurate. But all of the players, 90% accuracy seems to be a standard, unfortunately, for Anna Zatonskih, below the 90% rate. It's funny, after rook takes c5, rook to d8, how quickly the two players settled into that repetition. Rook to d8 was played here. The desirable, what you'd like to do is get rid of this rook on c2, but you see that queen g6 check. I was thinking about, moving the queen across, blocking the check on the file, but here, I think you were talking about the idea of doubling the rooks, and I wouldn't...
It's scary.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to see this either if I was in Nona's shoes. None of this happened because they did make a repetition. Where else would you like us to go?
Let's perhaps head to the game between Alexandra Kosteniuk against Mariya Muzychuk, because in the lines that we analyzed, we were anticipating white just breaking the queen out of its prison by going c4.
Right.
But Alexandra has done it in a different way. She did put the knight on c5, and after e5, she was, okay, let's reinforce that knight with b4.
She did not
allowing the streamer's favorite move, en passant.
A takes b3. We think that that's almost an automatic for Mariya. Queen takes. And different kettle of fish suddenly before us. What do we behold? I have to reacquaint myself because we were looking at positions where the queen was coming to f3, the pawn maybe was going to g4. We also saw variations where the knight was jumping to e6. But in this particular case, let's have a look, shall we? I take a pawn.
A recapture.
And I don't like this knight coming to e6. I might find myself tempted to challenge the e-file, but I recognize the weak pawn on a...
Yeah, there's rook takes rook, and then...
Sorry, please say it.
Rook, I was just thinking, you could concede
the e-file?
The e line.
rook takes.
No,
Oops.
for white.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah.
So AB, rook E8.
Rook E8, and here I was just desperately trying to get rid of the weak pawn. So I was looking at just a trading of the rooks.
Rook takes E8.
Although
You can give me the notation. I know you're not used to telling me. You can go to the right, you can go to the left, but
No.
and you'd like to play A4?
I have spent the last few years
I know.
practicing. It's like a new language.
We got to
No.
detoxify you and bring you back into the real world of
It's difficult
commentary.
to make the adjustment
I
once
know.
you're switched.
What we're teasing Jovi about is she works for the Norwegian television, where she works for the lay audience, and they don't like her giving variations like A4, A takes B5, Queen takes B5, Queen takes C6.
But I think this is
because the audience
good
gets
practice.
lost.
The audience will get lost, right?
Yes.
And
So you're used to saying the queen would trade one another.
Exactly.
So the audience can see the queen trade, not necessarily queen
And
B6.
I just think that with more and more people playing chess,
Mhm.
it's very important to
So
kind of
you-
make yourself.
You feel you're doing a great service for the audience to
Yes.
begin with, but also to enhance and make chess more
Like if you can
accessible.
make chess accessible, because this
Yeah.
is one of the problems with chess has as a sport basically, because the average person at home who perhaps doesn't know how to make the moves cannot follow if I just reeling out the coordinates like
You're
there's no tomorrow.
You're talking Jeannie Singfield's language. She felt like she'd go to these dinners and everybody would be going A takes B5, Queen takes B5, Rook takes. She'd feel lost. So that was why she got the read and write chess book, so that she could understand and the notation of the players, because it's like a Greek language.
Right, and it is another language, you know, that we've
Precisely.
been perfecting for so many years.
And
But
I'm
again, if we
proud.
break it, but if
The
we break
language.
it down, you know, it's
Yeah.
actually much more beneficial for everyone if we just break it down to kind of describing what is actually happening on the board, also just to describe the strategies and the emotions of the players. Because, you know, take this particular situation, it's round 6.
Right.
You know, 4 classical games remaining, a lot of money at stake. The players are going to be feeling nervous, maybe even cautious as well.
Right.
So, and let's not forget that the clock ticking down is going to cause an immense amount of stress to our players.
For sure. By the way, just because Mariya, former world champion, is taking so much time with the en passant, I'm beginning to think I understand why she's not jumping at the moment, because if we have played just simply captures on d4, sorry, e5 takes d4, c takes d4, the queen still remains kind of offside. The knight actually is teasing a pawn, and you can understand that this pawn on a4. So we could get back to the position we were looking at, and maybe it's not so easy for white to play the move a2, a4. Nonetheless, we did see the move en passant. AB, queen takes b3 is absolutely forced.
Yes. You got to get your queen out of trouble.
Exactly. And now we pause. Do we consider the move d4 takes e5 a threat? In other words, let me just make a pass. I'll just go ahead and pass. And,
Well, the knight is on prise. So
What?
then the knight on c5 is on prise. So there's
excuse
no.
me. So there's no knight
d
takes.
takes.
No,
No pawn takes pawn whatsoever.
Thank you. The pawn on d4 absolutely does an important job, yes, of defending the knight. So
And now, I
Bishop
just
f8.
was thinking about this.
I was
Put
making
the
a
bishop
pass.
on f8.
Yeah,
putting pressure.
it was funny because somehow I like the bishop on this diagonal, but bishop to f8 does ask a very salient question. What are you doing with the knight? I assume the knight is coming back. Knight to e4. By the way, don't forget the king is in a pin, so the move knight takes f6 check is a threat. You don't have time. Rook a3, knight f6 check. Just a second. Let me show what I'm considering. Rook a3, you're trying to get the queen away from the check, but knight takes f6 check. Let's move the king. Knight takes d5, attacks the queen. So I happily hopscotch off with a pawn. Good. So you can't do this. No rook a3 for you. Knight to e4. I'm not sure I follow
what
what
about
Mariya...
bishop takes knight? Good. Let's look at the forcing moves.
Forcing moves are good and easy to calculate. Does she want to play rook a3?
Okay, let's try.
Okay, rook a3. Here I pause because I start to spy queen b1, queen. I start to spy an idea based on rook g6, and I'm not sure where I'm going with this, but let's try it.
Okay.
Queen b1.
So first, let's continue with the forcing moves and go look at pawn takes pawn.
Pawn takes pawn. Okay, pause. Pause. I've got a move I think is really good. At least I'm charmed by it, and that is the move c3, c4. Another move I'm kind of considering is rook takes d4.
Then bishop's c5. Let's keep up with the forcing chess.
Exactly, and this is why I put my queen on b1, just to let you all know. So you could take a pawn.
I will. Thank you very much.
Put that in the cookie jar.
And here,
yes.
I quite like to just step back with the queen to the 7th rank to cover any potential sacrifices.
Okay, I assume the idea here is that you want to be able to, and this is why I put my queen on b1 way a long time ago. It was a different galaxy, and I was dreaming of a sacrifice.
Can I put my queen on c7?
Please,
I would
of
like
course.
to protect the rook.
Fair enough. I was going to go here.
Yes, and now here perhaps continue with the, can I continue with the exploits?
Yes, sure. You've done good so far. You're a pawn up. What are the exploits?
There's another pawn up for grabs on c3.
Oh, I love it. Greed.
Look, okay, but here I'm just trying to follow the most forcing line. So.
Of course, it's great, and I was going to go hog wild.
Okay, so let's go.
How?
Let's take the rook first.
Okay. King takes.
Pawn takes bishop.
Rook takes.
King steps up to f7.
And I was hoping to attack you. I've sacrificed her bishop, her queen side. I've done good. I'm proud of myself.
It just goes to show what a complicated position it is. And I
My
think
creativity is through the roof.
Yes, it is. And I think it's the perfect time for us to go on a break. But before that, we are going to take a look at the standings. We've had two results so far, 2 draws. Zhongyi will therefore move to 4 points out of 6. Harika Dronavalli is still playing, so she's on 3 points out of 5. Nona Gaprindashvili, Anna Muzychuk, they're all on 50% with 3 points out of 6. But Mariya Muzychuk, she has 3 points out of 5.
Also potentially get to that tie for first.
Definitely. Well, we are now going to go on a break. But during the break, Begim sat down with the veteran Anna Zatonskih and asked her about her career and her success in the world of chess. Take a look.
Hi Anna, it's great to see you here in St. Louis again. Welcome.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm very happy to play in Cairns Cup. It's my 3rd Cairns Cup and probably my 25 time in St. Louis. I don't know. I need to count actually how many times I was here.
I think more than 25 times. It's definitely.
Oh, since 2009, it's a good question.
Yeah.
I will count it.
What are your thoughts on Nona Gaprindashvili being here in St. Louis for the Cairns Cup?
Yeah, it's very exciting to meet her again and to promote chess. She's a great woman world champion from past, and she was one of the first one to get GM title. The first one to get GM title. It's very such inspiration for young girls maybe, and also that to see that you can continue playing chess and do things with chess for so many years.
Anna, you're returning to Cairns Cup to defend your title. Does it add you extra pressure? It's a special tournament for you, right?
Yeah, so of course it's extra pressure and more relaxing for me as well. And yes, it's no, I don't think it's actually it's extra pressure for me, because I know that with such a strong field, and I think it's stronger than last year, and will be a very difficult tournament for me, I guess, and nobody will think that I'm weakest player here, and will prepare for the game. And
being an underdog is always nice.
Yeah, it's always nice, because like everyone was trying to beat me last time, even with black pieces. This year probably they will not do such
definitely things. You will have to face different strategies this year. And does your husband help you to prepare? Do you guys actually like play chess and train?
Okay, we don't play chess at home. We don't train, but of course he's like helping me to prepare.
And how do you balance like being a professional chess player and having kids?
It's like I should say it's very difficult, because you have different priorities, and sometimes it's really unfortunate. It's affect my rating. And it's not easy to balance between, because kids goes to prom, to school, they're getting sick, and chess, when you're playing chess, you need to like give like full concentration, like you give like 100. And when you have kids and they have like different problems which they have, it's really difficult. Yes, thank my husband. He's like supporting in very many ways my chess, and now my father is there, and like I have a lot of support with kids.
Anna, besides chess, what do you do like in daily life? What do you do to have fun?
Usually I have fun only with kids. We have like different places, and I already forgot when I had fun which is not connected with my kids. Okay, like I said many times, I enjoy playing still table tennis.
So chess is something that you do for yourself?
Yes, I like to watch live commentary. I like to solve some chess puzzles, and for fun, I like to walk. I like nature. I would love to go to some national park in America after the tournament, but always I have to return to kids. Things what I want to do, it's on my list to go to Grand Canyon and some national parks here. And like I said, table tennis I like walking here in Forest Park. It's an amazing place. I think I know like every year I taken pictures there from the same places.
Every corner of it,
I think I know every animal which lives in Forest Park.
Wow.
I have so many pictures. Yeah.
That's awesome. Anna, what was the one advice that you got as a young female chess player that helped you throughout your career?
Something like never give up. It's just one game and tomorrow will be another one. It doesn't matter how you play, how you're nervous. It's over and the new game is... I remember when I played Olympiad in 2004, I was so like nervous because I was very tired. It was a lot of responsibility. We were fighting for medals. And like after playing 14 games without like any rest day and like with preparation, and I was really like tired, extremely tired. And our coach told me like, Anna, believe me, it will be over. This game will be over. Doesn't matter how, but you have to play. Yeah. So I came there, I won the game. We won silver medals, and yeah. And then I was resting. And it's hard to say it was advice. I just recalled the story.
I get that. It means to just keep doing what you're doing.
Yes, keep doing and like just learn. Do not never give up.
Okay. Thank you so much for the interview, Anna, and good luck with the tournament.
Thank you.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Mariya Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Karilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Mariya Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhina Kobian and Darius Shvirks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back. It's round 6 at the Cairns Cup. We already have 2 games finished, 3 games remaining. So let's take a look at the standings, especially for those viewers who are just joining us. Zhongyi, she remains at the top with a score of 4 points out of 6. Harika Dronavalli, there you see, is on 3 points out of 5. She is playing white against Anna Zatonskih, and that game is still remaining. Theirs, it was a draw. Nona Dzagnidze and Anna Muzychuk, they're on 3 points out of 6. And Mariya Muzychuk lying there in shared second. She's on 3 points out of 5. She's currently playing black against Alexandra Kosteniuk.
And let's jump into the play. I've got the game between Alice Lee and Irina Krush, and I'm sorry to say all of the major pieces got traded off. You're in a minor piece endgame. Last move of Alice was the move e3, e4. This knight has to go, and therefore the move knight e7. And I'm thinking that the game will be shortly drawn after takes. We're now into a bishop ending, and there's, well, frankly, there's nothing to play for either side. So I'm seeing as a draw as an inevitable result in this one. I wanted to say that in the game of Harika and Anna, because for Harika, as you were mentioning, looks really, really, really good if she can win. Then she's going to be in a tie for first. But I don't think she's got that much to play for. The last move was king f7. A moment ago, we just seen the move e5, f4, and I was thinking that if I'm in Anna's shoes, I'm finding the move rook c4 especially attractive. Give me your rook, I just want to take your rook. If your rook drops back, well, don't ask me twice, I will capture a pawn. If the rook captures, the line that I was looking at was takes, knight b4 takes on f4. So now you have to figure out how you want to win back the pawn. Yes, you can go knight to d5. It takes you a while. And in the meanwhile, while you're collecting back the pawn that you've sacrificed, moves like king f7, knight takes. I feel that, well, I'm about to get my king side going. You know, if I can get knight to e5, I feel like it's a 3-result game. Let me just put it that way. None of this happened because she did capture on f4 first, and now after the move king f7, maybe Harika has a little bit of something going on here. I'm still not sure if there's much that Harika can do.
It's defendable, but the thing is,
yes.
I feel it's unpleasant. Just a little bit unpleasant because, you know, Harika has her rooks coming into d6. She has the king that's primed to go to king c2. There's always ideas of a4 lurking around.
That's the one that I'm most concerned about. If you're able to get in a4, ab, create a potential weakness over there. White's rooks are certainly more active. But on the other hand, that is basically it. There is just one weakness. And from Black's point of view, by playing the move king f7, I want to say that she sidestepped this. Rook c4, rook takes c4. This is not what you want as Black. Sorry, White is the one with the initiative in this rook and knight ending. So king f7, and how do you continue? Do you go a4? Do you go a4? It's
yes. Okay, let's try it.
Okay.
Let's go for the most immediate move.
Okay, so rook to c4. Again, what I'm thinking is your rooks are a tad more active than mine, so trading a pair of rooks, I think, is good for Black.
Okay, so now rook to d4.
Which one?
The one that's not working.
A little bit more specific. You want to go rook d1? Rook on d to d4. Yes. Yeah, very good. The one on the bottom. Got it. Well, there you go. We traded. Now here I pause because I really, again, from my point of view, my trump is the king side. So I want to activate my king side, push him, baby, let's go. If you go knight to d5, centralizing your knight, I think a lot of people would say that's a reasonable decision. Knight to c6 with a tempo. If you wanted to go rook e4.
Yeah, rook e4.
It's a kind of a reasonable decision. I see these active pieces and I say, you've got to go. How do I kick you out? How would I kick you out?
Well,
rook
if
to
you go
d8?
rook to d8, I'll go knight c7. Yes, that's tickling
and
those
then
pawns.
that's a tickle. That is a good one. So, So
if you go
h5?
if you go for the immediate f5, like
f5.
that's
Okay,
such
cool.
a
Excellent.
brutal move.
I love it. Pushing my pawns. Let's go.
And in fact, we have a move from Harika.
Rook
She puts her
d6.
rook onto d6.
Okay, so none of this happened. The basic point I was trying to make is it really is about whose majority is better, right?
Exactly.
If you can create a weakness on b5 and tie me down to it with a move like knight c7, or if I can go f5, f4, and create a passer, that's what it's all about. I suspect we're so even that I don't think it makes that big a difference, but rook d6 is the current game position. Probably, again, I'm looking at rook c4, but as we analyze this...
Yes, once more, we are asking everyone at home to challenge us.
Yeah.
Asking us questions.
Yes. But actually, it's going to be a question about the graphs. Ben Underwood, our local statistician, enjoys telling us about the winning percentage chances, as well as, this is a new one. Ben has stumped us with a new insight.
But this is interesting. How often do players find the best move after an opponent mistake? And look at that. Harika is there at the top with 100%.
I think here's the question. Who's the biggest opportunist? If you're going to make a mistake that allows me to exploit instantly the mistake, it's Harika and Alexandra who have been jumping on the opponent's mistakes best. Anna has let her opponents off the hook. You know, when they've made a mistake, Anna hasn't found the answer. Irina, Krush, third on the list. That's a respectable 83%.
What is interesting is Zhongyi is on 78%. But I suspect it's the type of position and the type of style, because Tan has found herself in some razor-sharp positions where it's actually very difficult to punish your opponent's mistakes because it's been so dynamic. Whereas Harika Dronavalli, she has a more positional style. So when your opponent does make that error, she's able to punish.
100%. That's just off the chart ridiculous. How would you, without knowing your own diagnostics, how would you rate your ability to spot the opponent's error and immediately take advantage? Do you think you're in the 80%, 90%? Give yourself a lot of credit, 60%?
It's a difficult question because it really depends on the type of position.
Right.
And also it depends on how often I've been playing chess.
What is your own expectation for yourself? Let me put it to you a different way. If your opponent makes an error, you're not aware of the fact. Maybe you are.
No, I kind of hope that
it would
8 times out of 10 I would find the refutation.
Now, see, same question for you. Do you have a high expectation of your ability to exploit?
I have expectation of 100%, yeah.
Yes.
But in reality, that's rarely the case.
Right, yeah. So, but you kind
it depends on my form. If I'm in great form, then above 90%. If I'm in terrible form, probably below 70, 60.
And time pressure makes a big factor too.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, in time pressure, I play more intuitively.
Okay.
And I don't judge myself. I'm not too hard on myself if I miss some opportunities.
Interesting stat. I don't even know what my own diagnostic would be. I think a time trouble affects...
You're being humble. It's 100%.
No, not even close. Where's the action?
I think we have a question.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
Before we dive into the action, well, I did mention that we love it when everyone at home asks us a question. And we have a question from Rob Nikolai. It says, how many tournaments, different formats, time controls, increments, no early draw rules, playoffs, Armageddons, enriching or confusing for the players? So many different time controls.
Thank you, Rob. We're going to put you as the chairman of the International Committee to create the standard, and I mean absolute stone cold standard for blitz, rapid, and classical. Because I hate it having all of these different time controls. And if you're a traveler and you're going, I don't care, from one end of Russia to the other end of China to the other end of Brazil, and you come to the tournament and they say, oh, by the way, the tournament is 90 plus 30. Oh no, this tournament is 75 plus 45. You're like, what? It's confusing. I hate it. I think the players do too.
I don't know. A lot of the players have gone through this whole time period where the time control was changing all the time.
All the time.
It was in the early noughties where they were like experimenting with like this time bonus per move. Before there was nothing like of the sort, and then they were experimenting with a second time control, just removing it, and we kind of gotten back to that stage because somehow or other we want to make chess more exciting, more accessible. So now we're going back to the whole thing of maybe not having a second time control. So the players are pretty flexible. I think that they're pretty adaptable to playing with no draw offers, etc.?
Well, it's a forced adaptation. More or less, the players today are, we invite you to the U.S. Women's Championship. Here's the time control. Would you like to accept your invitation, yes or no? It's not like you have a big vote.
You don't really have a choice, yes.
Yeah.
But it is definitely confusing. I still remember the shock I experienced when I first moved to the U.S. I'm playing my first open tournament. I make a move, my opponent's clock is just not ticking down. I'm like, I called the arbiter, what's going on? That's how I learned about the delay.
The delay,
The
yes, that's
absolute
another
worst
time
control. Yes. No, I hate it. I think there should be a standard for classical, rapid, and blitz. And it's not like it's gonna get boring or anything. Players will still get in time trouble. So I don't understand all this change. And every tournament now has different time control.
Exactly. If you, like Rob, were put in charge of you're the emperor of chess, give us your blitz time control, your rapid time control, and that's it. You got to live with it, the classical.
Yeah, I think every professional chess player has thought about that and knows the answer. Blitz, 3+2.
3 minutes per player plus 2 seconds, that's your blitz.
Right.
Your rapid would be?
15+10.
That's a standard that they use here in St. Louis. And your classical?
90+30, no second time control.
Okay, for me, blitz, it would be 5 minutes plus like a 1 second bonus after move 40.
See, we can't even get to we can't get two chess players without nobody's. And for your classical and rapid,
my classical would be 1.5 hours, no second time control.
1.5, right?
And I might even say no added time until you pass move 40.
Okay, so still, I'm 100% on your team. Just 3+2. 15+10, and what you said was the 90+30, starting from move 1. I understand what you mean about you get past move 40, and we're going to give you some increments. But I would love to see that, and I think so many players would as well. Thank you, Rob, for the question. And again, I would put you in charge of the committee, and I just fire everybody else. By the way, I've got to make an apology. A couple of moments ago, I'm going to get my friend Grandmaster Varuzha Jacobian in trouble. We were just having a bite to eat together, you know. He said to me, Yasser, I'd really love to take the whole St. Louis University team with me to the Big Apple for the World Blitz and Rapid Championship. And it's a dream. He didn't get the permission yet. The budget's approved. And I said, VAR's taking everybody. And VAR turned to me and said, now we're looking for sponsors. Yeah, so you better step up. So, okay, yeah, I don't want you to get in, don't want the SLU team to call up VAR and say, well, good job, coach, where are we staying? But the World Rapid and Blitz is coming to New York, and I think a lot of American chess players are thrilled. Now, see, where's the action?
Well, I have 3 equal endgames. I can offer you a bishop endgame,
which
rook and knight, or all minor piece endgame.
Let's go with the all minor piece ending. Let's
more chances here.
More chances
definitely.
Here. What's happening?
So last move was knight b7, which could be an offer for perpetual.
Or repetition,
possibly.
You mean?
Repetition, I mean.
Yeah.
Or let's say, I'm just going to follow Engine's first lines, rook d7, knight a5, attacking the pawn on c6.
Right.
But looks like black can just leave that pawn hanging. Knight b6.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, knight c6, rook c8. And after you move your knight, I will be taking the pawn on d4. So black's happy to trade c pawn for the d pawn.
Okay. That's...
It's not possible to capture on e5.
Right now?
No, one move earlier. I know what's wrong with it, but I thought we should just highlight.
D takes e?
Yes.
Yes. So if d takes e, then black would be able to take 2 pieces for the rook, and this would definitely give them good chances to play for a win. However, white still has an e6 pawn, so it won't be that easy for black. But yeah, white should not take this risk for sure. Alexandra's thinking after knight b7. She's probably considering maybe rook b8 instead of rook d7 as well. But either way, I think Alexandra's going to go knight a5 and go after the c6 pawn. Here, black could play knight b4. And question. Can white take bishop b4? Because it looks like you're blundering a piece, but it's actually all forced line. Knight takes c6 with a tempo.
Take the rook.
I know, we want to take the rook so badly, but computer says he takes the...
The quiet move. And the difference being?
It's still equal. So knight b8, bishop e1, you can come back knight c6.
Okay.
But I see actually there is a mistake on the board. So after knight b7, rook d7 happened, and no, knight a5. Alexandra has played knight c5. She's trying to repeat, but here black could try to take and play this position. Computer really likes g5 move and says black is close to -1.
Wow.
Like a significant advantage for black.
And it just keeps going h5, h4 and grabbing all the space on the king side.
See, this is one of those positions where the passer, the a2 pawn, and you've got your trump, your passer, and black has her majority on the king side. And the move g5 says my majority is more significant than yours. I don't see a4, a5, a6 as being a threat, but I'm seeing space.
I think she's offering a draw with this move because you can repeat.
Has that already happened?
No, not yet.
Nancy?
But I think Mariya is also ahead on time. She has 40 minutes against Kosteniuk's 20 minutes. So she could definitely try to play for more than a draw.
Well, let me bring that game up on my score, because we kind of left it, because we did see b4 en passant. We saw the move bishop f8, c4 takes on b3, bishop takes b3. I just pause it right there. Is that your first instinct, bishop takes b3? My first instinct would be capturing towards the center, a takes b3. What about you? I mean, well, it's a minor point, but wouldn't you play AB? Or
well, it does allow the rook to infiltrate with rook a2 at a later date.
Fair.
I can understand why bishop b3 happened, and yeah, knight c5. And can we revisit that decision as well?
Knight b7 decision.
No, this knight c5, like bishop takes knight, because that's the decision on the board for Mariya.
Yes.
And
we look at
she hasn't played yet, right?
She hasn't played it just yet. So
and g4.
G4.
Just shutting down any f4. So there was one particular position some time ago where you were telling us about weakening the bishop, or like imprisoning the bishop on d2. So the move g5 is kind of aimed at reducing the effectiveness of this bishop. Please.
Right, I'm kind of interested in knowing how effective, how intuitive it is to actually just trade your bishop for the knight, because here I'm looking at a4.
Yes.
Let's get going.
Yes, and that was my whole point that I was making.
And now one more move.
Yeah, you've got the trump, and I'll go h4.
Okay, and then I just ignore
what's going on
the king's side, just accept that I'm going to be worse.
Okay.
Okay, so now let's go bishop c4. Let's
bishop
assist.
c4. Okay, so at a certain moment, I suppose I should try, if you play a6, oh, I know what I'll do. Should I play rook b7?
And here, if you do that, what about bishop takes knight? And I say, well...
Whose pawns are stronger?
Yes, I'll go c6 and go opposite color bishops.
By the way,
she's gone for bishop takes knight.
I have some surprising lines if you're interested.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Such computer lines I'm
having
trouble following. Yeah. So if a4, as Joe suggested, very interesting line.
I went h5.
After h5 and a5, evaluation immediately goes to very close to equal.
Okay.
But instead of h5, very strong move here is knight to e7. And let's try to understand together what the idea is. Let's push a5.
Okay.
After this, it's -3 after rook b8.
-3.
Yes, as if white's losing a bishop.
Yeah, bishop c2 or something.
This bishop is actually getting trapped. So on bishop a4, rook d4.
Gotcha.
And you can't defend the bishop.
That's funny.
Okay.
So you have to play bishop a2 But then
And
you
now
do lose
bishops-
the bishop with rook b2 and double attack on the bishops. This is so unexpected. I would have never imagined my bishop getting trapped on b3.
Right.
Compared to this bishop, this is the good one.
Right,
This
and
is
that's the one that got
getting
entrapped. Wait a minute.
So strange.
Right. So knight e7.
And if you, one more line, if you go
Sorry.
bishop c4, then bishop c2, and you lose the...
That was the one I had seen against bishop a2, but rook b2. So the idea of knight e7 is there is a threat of rook b8, meaning you can't play a4 now. You
Can't play a5, yes.
Sorry.
And white's only move that's not -3 is bishop c1.
Wow.
And then black, of course, should keep pieces on the board, play rook b7, and it's -1.7. Still a huge advantage. But we do have some moves on the board. So after this trades, instead of g5, Mariya played rook b7. Very logical move. She's just stopping a4 altogether.
Right.
But now, we still don't know why g5 is so strong. But it is, and white should play h4 and not allow g5. And if this happens, which I don't think it will, it's only -0.5.
First of all, thank you very much for that. Now, see, what is really very funny about this is I think you and I were on the same track together that we wanted to put our trump a4, a5, a6 on the board. And what we forgot about is that the pawn on a2 actually defends the bishop. And when we were playing the move a4 with gusto, the move knight e7 totally took us by surprise. And this is even more shocking. I mean,
And that after bishop a4?
yeah, rook d4, and suddenly this
No
bishop
squares.
that, a moment ago was our pride and joy, we're crying over the fact that it has no squares.
But knight e7 is a very difficult move to find.
Yeah,
so
there's
that's why
backward
I
moves,
can
yeah.
understand why Mariya decided to take the forward-thinking approach of just preventing the a-pawn from motoring.
But which is the funny part is that with the move g5, the move a4 undermines the protection of the bishop, and therefore, going rook b8. So when she played the move rook b7 and stops her opponent from weakening the bishop, that is, there's some very twisted irony going on there. Rook b7, very natural move, by the way, I must say. In this case, I don't see these pawns as being as maybe is dangerous. The white's structure is split,
Yeah.
black's structure is compact. As we say, apes together stronger.
I never knew that one.
That's from the trailer, Planet of the Apes.
Oh,
Apes
okay.
together stronger. No. Sorry, okay. Americanism. Taking on d5, I'm not worried about c6 and maybe these connected pass pawns, pardon me, are stronger. So rook b7, what about clock times?
Well, in terms of that, Alexandra with 18 minutes and 45 seconds is ticking down, of course, as she thinks. And Mariya has 36 minutes and 48 seconds, so plenty of time for Mariya. I was going to say, I think g5 is now very intuitive because as white, you have the bishop pair. You want to accelerate the play. You want to open up the position with moves like f4.
Right. So so you would suggest f4?
I would suggest h4.
h4.
Okay. h4, and
Right.
then kind of go for g3 and f4, and let's get going.
Okay. I was going to say for Alexandra, by the way,
she's gone for g3.
She's been in a little of a big tailspin. She started with a victory, so she was at +1, then came a loss, then came another victory, then came a loss. But since that time, she's been on a minus score. She lost a pivotal game to Alice Lee. Yes. She had a very, very good advantage out of the opening. Alice started attacking her, and since that time, Alexandra has just not played well. So from round
It's
2,
like something happened after round 3 because she had a great opening against Alice Lee. She got in her preparation.
Right.
And then
it
just went wrong. And
It's
she
gone
lost
wrong.
against Alice Lee, so she's back on 50%. And then she played Irina with the black pieces on round 5. And she was very lucky to save that game. It was a
Right.
Houdini-like
Escape.
risk. Yes.
Yeah, that was the F4. And so our two-time former world champion, Alexandra Kosteniuk, up against, I think Mariya's was a single-time world champion. And with the white pieces, not looking good. She's just played the move G2, G3. And as we know, thanks to our Silicon friend, the move G5, gaining space, is going to keep the pressure on white. The problem from white's point of view is, where's your breaks? Where are you breaking? You're not playing H4. A moment ago, you wanted to play H4, and I understood that. I still didn't understand where the breaks were going to come from. So if I go H6, and again, I'm just playing slow, slow, slow.
But more pawns will be traded off the board.
Yes,
So
after
maybe
that,
G3.
G3, so G5.
Okay, so let's take.
Take, munch, munch.
And now the king must step up to G2.
Okay, and the question is who benefits most from the open H file? So I'm thinking, as black, I start looking at rook H8 and rook H7.
And now
you don't,
F3.
Yes, I was about to say, you don't really want to go rook here, do you?
No.
So F3, okay.
I also want to stop you from weaving a mating net around the king with moves like G4.
Oh.
So now I will do the same.
Exactly.
I will threaten G4.
Here, I pause because whenever I see these opportunities of getting to the first rank, so I start to think about rook takes B3, and Mariya has gone for the move we know to be a good one, G5. I start thinking about rook takes B3 and rook A2, especially because you've set up with your king on the second rank. I think that would be premature of me to sacrifice, so I'll go with the G4 for now.
Yeah.
And we'll keep an eye on this one because this seems to be where the action is. I want to go back to Irina versus Alice because I do suspect a draw is in the offing in that one. The two players have reached the bishops of opposite color. Alice Lee with the white pieces, Irina with black, and we've just seen A7, A6, and I don't think either lady can make any progress in this one.
Well, are there any general rules in these type of endgames with the bishops of same color?
Mm-hmm.
Like, for instance, like we have these kind of ideas, like in a knight endgames, it's very similar to king and pawn endings, and you should treat them like this. When it comes to
the rule
same
that
kind of bishop,
I've always used is that I want to put my pawns on the color that is not my bishop. I have a dark squared bishop, as Alice has a dark squared bishop. I'm looking to put my pawns on light squares, so I'm looking to play H3, G4, and F5. And what I'm looking to do is to keep my opponent's pawns on the color of my bishop. So in other words, my bishop will be able to attack my opponent's pawn. So if I'm white in this position, I would love for you to do nothing, bishop. Again, I'm just going to make some poor moves for Irina, and I would love to establish this position. Not that I'm winning this position, I'm not winning this position, but again, I'm just going to make some more bad moves. Now, capturing is probably the correct way to go, but just for the emphasis of the point that when I've got your pawns on dark squares, I have opportunities for moves like this.
Yes.
Right? When your pawns are on light squares, I can't attack them with my bishop. So that's the only general rule that I've ever used for bishops of the same color. Putting the pawns on G4 and F5 makes sense to me, but I think a draw is the inevitable outcome of this one.
Let's have a look at the impact of this game on the standings. There
Irina
we
would
see
have 2.5.
Irina and Alice both on 50%, 2.5 points out of 5.
They need a win.
They do need to win. Irina desperately looking for her first win. Alice, of course, scored an amazing win against Alexandra Kosteniuk. But she's been
Well, the miracle of round 5.
The absolute miracle of round 5 against Nona Zatonskih. That was a game that's going to go in the history books in terms of entertainment, in terms of resourcefulness.
Agreed, all around. But again, our 14-year-old started with a loss to Tan. Since that time, she's played at a pretty good, I want to say grandmasterly level, because she scored +1 in the 4 games thereafter. Tan, as we know, is leading, but I think we're getting ready for a break. And there's her line score. That's what I mean. 2 draws, a win, a draw. Yes, it was a miracle. She's drawing today. That would be meaning that over the course of the last 5 games, she's been playing very well.
She has been playing very well. In fact, I remember on the tournament performance chart that we had,
the TPR,
yes, the TPR, she was performing at roughly 2500 level, which is grandmaster level, right?
Exactly. It was very funny because at one time, you know, we were just talking a moment ago about a standard, just a standard time control. But at one time, there was an issue with ties. Just tied. You and I have tied for first. We tied for first. So how should we break a tie? Should we have a playoff? Should we? But a lot of my tournament experiences were open tournaments. So there wasn't time for a playoff. People wanted to leave and drive home. And so I thought that the best tiebreaker was the TPR. Whoever had the best tournament performance rating, whoever performed the best, should get the trophy. Split the cash, get the trophy, TPR. But then I woke up and realized I was always the highest rated player.
Yeah, exactly, and it favors
Anybody who tied with me would have a higher TPR than I would. So.
But it actually favors the highest rated player.
No, it's the opposite, because I can't play myself. If I beat the highest rated player, I'm going to have a great tournament performance.
Okay, because I always felt like in Olympiads and things, it always favors the higher rated players because they're playing tough opposition.
On boards 1 and stuff.
Yeah.
But I like the TPR as a tiebreaker, and Ben just presented that for us.
Relatively fair. I'm never a big fan of like those tiebreakers where we have these playoffs when there's more than 2. Because sometimes, you know, they just discount one player and they're like, sorry, your tournament performance wasn't good enough. Bye-bye.
Out the door,
yes.
yeah. Oops. Where are we going? What are we doing, Jovi? Where would you like to take us?
I can see that Nazi
has the excitement.
Has her eyes on a game.
She's thrilled.
Yeah, I was thinking about this game because Mariya certainly has some chances now. Up until that move knight c5, it looked dead equal, and now Black is trying to play for more. And the best part about this position for Black is that she doesn't have to rush. Mm-hmm. She can take her time. White's position is too passive. I think this rook b7 move is actually very smart because that cements the pawn on a2, and now how does White activate? Also this bishop controlling the b1 square. So she can play something like rook b5, just attacking the pawn. You can play rook c1, and then h5. Next move, obviously, h4, and I'm either provoking g4, or you're letting me open up the h-file, and then I can swing the rooks over to h-file, and she can play this for 50 more moves, and just keep increasing her advantages tiny bit. Yeah, I would hate to be White in this position, because you know, objectively, it's defendable, but it's so unpleasant.
Right.
Yeah. And Black is the only one that holds the key to opening up the position, like you mentioned, with h4 and swinging it the rooks over.
A quick thought about these positions, because I mentioned to you a moment ago, when the king comes to g2, sorry, I'll make a move for Black, h5. King comes to g2. And whenever I see this king on g2 with these moments where I have these rooks, I start thinking about moves like rook takes b3, a move that I had mentioned, and I was probably wrong. Another move that just it flashes through my mind, don't ask me why, but there's the move bishop c2. So I catch you unaware.
Yeah.
For example, you would take my bishop, right? Because otherwise I'm going to take your... I crash down, rook takes a2. Give me your bishop, right? You go bishop to e4. Crash down.
I thought you were going to go knight c3, but yeah.
I crashed down. I'm waiting for rook e2.
And now knight c3.
Unfortunately, there is this unfortunate move here, and then I would be forced to sacrifice an exchange. But I'm just saying, it's those tactical awareness of the rooks being on potentially the second rank in this case that really gets me excited. By the way, Mariya just played the move bishop back to e6, a move I also like.
Idea as you.
Yeah, I also like this move, bishop e6, because this bishop on b3 is kind of a glue on the queen side. If I could just reach and take both the bishops off the board, a2 would be
okay,
really
but there's
weak.
some consequences, right? The bishop moves to e6, it lets go of the b1 square.
Correct.
So the first move I would consider playing is rook to b1.
Okay.
I'm praying to go a4,
exactly.
a5.
Makes sense to me, and similarly, I would say...
Okay, now rook to b2.
Rook
living
to b2.
In the back row. I don't have too much to do.
Right. You're thrilled and delighted that you're on the back row.
I mean, what else can I do?
Exactly. Knight back.
Okay, now here...
I'm assuming you're
hang on a second.
seizing the defensive with
I
rook
might be
b1.
going f4.
Say what?
f4.
f4?
No, yes, but wait.
Wow.
I think I might be seizing the... Yes, f4.
f4.
f4, yes.
Okay.
That was a happy accident because I hadn't quite calculated everything.
Right.
I'd just been itching to get this break.
Get this kind of break in. Okay, makes sense. f4 caught me flat-footed on that one. So I am taking twice on b3. I assume you want to take with the rook pawn. Am I taking once on f4? I'm not sure.
I think I might have gotten away with things.
Just by the luck of your
Totally.
Still no, I won't say it's that. I think you've done a very, very, very good job of just making my life.
Can I take on g5?
Yes,
but it
of
doesn't make a
course.
difference.
I thought you wouldn't want to give me a passer, but maybe you do. I think it's a draw.
Yeah,
I think it's a draw. I was trying to get in, for Mariya that is, I was trying to get in the trade of the light square bishop.
But it goes to show there's still some resources that Mariya has to be careful of.
Yeah, absolutely. Bishop e6 on the board. I do think that she's the one in the driver's seat, and the clock tells me Alexandra feels the same way because she is burning a lot of her clock at this exact moment. By the way, the bishop on e6, doesn't it attract the move f4, the move that you made? Alexandra could be afraid that she would be opening her king in that case too, g takes. There must have been an easier way for Mariya to do this.
There's bishop to g4 after f4.
Gotcha. So bishop, in case of the immediate f4,
you can take once
takes,
and then go bishop g4.
And that's a tempo against the rook, and that gets me off of the e6 square. Okay. Good, 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 good. Okay, so bishop e6. It's funny, I really did like h5 and g4. Bishop e6, however, now I have to recalibrate.
Yeah.
Rethink this situation.
Maybe we can just take a rain check on this position.
Sure.
Because there's one other game which I'd like to have
Where would you like to take
a look at, and that's the game between Harika against Anna Zatonskih. Harika, as we know, is chasing down Tan Zhongyi by half a point, so a victory would put her on even Stevens with Tan Zhongyi and in the tournament lead with 4 points out of 6.
Whoa.
So just also like in terms of the clock time, Anna Zatonskih just under 12 minutes, Harika just under 26 minutes.
I'm not happy with what Anna is doing. I mean, from the get-go, you know, I was trying to advance the black king side, and now I can't. White's pieces, especially the rooks on anytime I reach for a pawn, like if I play a move like g5, I'm just creating a weakness. And the rook on b7, the pawns on a5 and b5 convinced me that, well, the queen side, this is favoring Harika, and I'm not sure I understand what Anna is doing. Suppose I play king b2, king c2. So I just want to poke my head out. If you play b4, which I think is what Anna's intentions are, isn't the pawn coming closer to me? Like, okay, I'm getting ready to catch it. Oh, she's reaching for her knight. I think she's going to play knight to d3.
She puts her knight on d3, yeah.
Not bad at all. Knight to d3. That stops b4. Full stop. End of story.
And also, you can go king c2 and b4 yourself
and
to
b4.
Grab a square on c5.
Exactly. And I've been thinking, you know, this knight on b8.
It's not good.
It's never moved.
Well, okay, how about Anna
please.
tries to get it out now, knight to d7.
Knight to d7. It's time.
It has to make an appearance at some point.
Let's do it. It is time. Knight to d7. Okay, so I'm thinking knight b6, knight c4 is something I should stop. So how about rook to d5? So my rook on d5 means knight b6 is going to be met by rook takes b5. Thank you. I clip a pawn. And no f5s.
Yes.
No let's
F5,
shut that down.
Which is annoying, actually.
Yeah, let's shut that down. And I still have king c2, a4s in my back pocket, as well as b4s in my back pocket. It's not easy.
It's not easy at all for Anna.
By the way, clock times, whenever we talk about Anna Zatonskih game, if you ever were to tell me that she's ahead on the clock, I'm like, what? What is the clock times between
Well,
these
she's
two players?
just over 10 minutes and a half, and she has some problems
She does.
to face.
Compared to Harika's, so it's
Harika has 25 minutes.
2.5 to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, advantage on the clock for Harika. Well, we'll keep an eye on this one as we take a break, as we're getting ready for our time troubles.
Yes.
Time troubles are going to creep up on us.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischesskclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Karilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty. To advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new, millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Darius Shvirks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzha Nakobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Are you a chess educator, scholar, or enthusiast? Join me, Grandmaster Mariya Ashley, for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held October 24th to 26th here in America's chess capital for the latest methods, resources, and research. Register now at stlchessconference.org.
Okay, we've got this game between Harika and Anna where knight, the knights got traded, and that was a big success. Oh my gosh, was that ever a big success for Anna? When we left it, we just had the position with knight d7, and we were expecting the move rook d5. The rook coming to d5 would have kept this knight from going to c5, from going to b6. Harika had the move rook to d5, and I think that was a crucial move. No, I'm not satisfied. I think that this move was wrong, and Anna's back in the game, completely back in the game with the move knight c5, because the trade of knights just took away all of those ideas of a4 and b4, and now it's going to be 3 versus 2 on the king side, and, well, everything can happen. Rook to d5 on the board, and I think Harika is feeling like she's let it slip. Rook takes d5, king e6, and Anna is doing fine. Please, Jovi, jump right in.
I do think that ultimately Anna is doing fine, but still it's tricky because Harika is the one that is going to mobilize her pawn majority first. Her king is closer to the action in that respect. And Anna, not so much time on the clock like Yasser. She is to 9.5 minutes, and we have seen Anna make these terrible blunders in this type of situation.
Time travel makes fools of us all, as Maurice would say. But king to e6, I don't see how white was going to get any advantage. Rook to c5, a4. Let me just shut this down. Nasi, jump in on this one. I think Harika has tossed away the majority of her advantage.
Yeah, there was a big opportunity with this mistake knight d7 that Anna played.
What was the opportunity?
She should have played rook d5 and not allowed the knight trade.
Okay, good. So I got one right. Yay, good for me. Knight takes d5, rook takes d5, rook d5 on the board. I'm expecting Anna to trade rooks. I guess rook c7 is another one, but rook takes, king e6. I was expecting the rook to go to c5. Help me out. I'm playing a4, and I'm thinking that these two pawns kind of put this pawns on ice.
That's true. c4?
c4, good move. Pause for a moment here, because I'm starting to think about the move king to d6. King to d6. Allowing you to go into a king and pawn endgame.
Actually, king d6 is not good.
The king and pawn endgame is bad?
It's not working, yes. I mean, it'll be very hard to calculate all of it for humans, but the engine tells me it's losing for black.
It's just a bad line. Okay, so after c4, I'm forced to take.
Yes,
rook
takes is the best.
And then rook a7. Again, this pawn, it's tying down my rook. True, but king to d5, and I can use my majority as black here. I don't feel
as black on the king side.
Yeah,
okay,
I don't feel the danger. Maybe I'm wrong. Go ahead. Rook takes c4, rook a7.
You could also try rook a5 to take the a4 pawn. I think that could give you a better chance, because then you'll have a pass pawn, and c4 is still a bit weaker.
c3.
Well, you ruined all my plans.
I apologize. I understand.
Yeah, I didn't say c3.
c3, rook, and rook b3.
So if my king was already on c2, it would work.
Okay. But I'm assuming rook takes c4, let's just say.
All right, rook takes c4.
Rook a7.
Rook a7. King move? King
C2. And this is where I wanted to go king d5 and go f5. Yay,
F5.
Finally.
Yeah, it's all triple zeros. White can respond with h4 or not push any pawns and just go king d3 and stand. Yeah.
Exactly.
Can white be a little bit tricky and go make moves instead of king c2, rook c5?
Here, rook c5. G5. So the king probably can come out from the other side if needed. But black, since they have the majority, they could just start pushing the pawns and
which is what I want to do,
create a pass pawn.
Yeah. H5, H4 as fast as I can. Get those doggies moving.
Yes.
Yeah, but here Harika really had a very nice chance with rook d5.
Agreed.
Stopping knight c5, and then this pawn is in real trouble. So black's best move, according to the engine, is a4, which
B4.
gives you rook b4, and black has to just very passively defend this endgame, which is very hard to do.
Because 4 rooks are on the board, but so is the knights.
Yeah.
And the rooks are really passive, so I'm liking Harika's chances a lot.
Yeah, it's close to +1, 1.2.
Only. I would have guessed more.
Yeah.
Well, missed opportunity here maybe for Harika, and that could have been the difference of first place.
Well,
tying for second.
Yes, but in the game between Alice Lee and Irina Krush, that's been more or less balanced the whole way.
I kind of thought Alice was a bit better, but okay, you say balanced. I say better for black, but better for white because of the black the pawns on black squares.
Hang on a second. Have they gone for your...
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Irina has allowed Alice this much play. Let me play the move g5 for Alice, and on a good day, don't ask me twice, I might be coming to pay a visit. And you were right. I could put my pawn on g6 and my bishop on h6. That's a bit awkward. Irina, what is Irina doing? Because she shouldn't have allowed Alice this much play.
But she's ready to meet it with king d7, king e8 right on time.
Okay, let's try it. King d7, king to g4, king e8, and as you say, right on time, you stop me from stepping here.
Yeah, if black lets white king get to g6, it's game over.
Game over. Yeah. There's nothing to discuss. Here, can I be persistent and try to? I guess I can't get any further than h7. Like you just stay.
Just make bishop moves.
Put. Yeah, that's. Yeah, I've reached my zenith, and that's it. I'm at a dead end. I can't make further progress. At first, I thought the pawns on f6 and e5 was playing into white's hands, but it seems like black can just hold the position with her king on f7. Good point.
Yeah, and also there's just no entry road for white's king.
Otherwise,
if you kind of rewind it back, even if you do get your g5, g6.
Yeah. G5, G6.
Yeah, let's go like that.
But now
there's just no entry point for the king to get into the black position.
So, for example, we get here. Look, I'm just going to put some more moves on the board. Forgive me for a moment, and we get all the way here. And instead of capturing the bishop, we go back, and then we go here. And because this pawn is protecting c4, you want to say also because this pawn is protecting d4, there's no way for white's king to penetrate.
And also the bishop on f8 is like the perfect defensive piece. It covers the important b4 square as well as the g7 point.
Yeah, nice. All right, so a draw seems like the inevitable outcome in that one. And then it's back to you, Nasi and Alexandra and Mariya. Is Mariya making progress? I would say yes.
Yes, definitely. There was, while we're on a break, there was one more inaccurate move from Alexandra, bishop e3, and I'm not sure why, but the advantage increased from 0.5 to -1. She moved her bishop from d2 to f2, which makes a lot of sense. c5 pawn was weak, bishop on d2 wasn't doing much, but computer really does not like it. So we see how Mariya's just getting more space, improving her pieces. Question is there a limit to how much she can improve her position before she has to do something, forcibly break through, like with some pawn break or some trades?
Well, she's still trying to improve everything before she
still
makes
has a
that
couple
decision.
of moves, but let's say, I don't know, king moves somewhere, king f2.
Okay. That wasn't
I
the
think
move.
the good trade would be the white-colored
Yeah.
bishops. Because if we can have this knight versus this bishop,
Then we're in business.
bigger advantage. So I think knight c7 is her idea, her main threat.
And that looks
That looks
brilliant.
already, all of a sudden, so much better.
Well, truly.
So can Alexandra avoid knight c7? Does she have to take on d5 herself? But this way, maybe she has to. She will lose
This
a lot
looks
of pawns.
Grim.
But it is opposite color bishops. So
Whoa, that f3
F4.
pawn.
F4.
Oh, f4.
But it's still really bad because you can play bishop f3 and g4, and my king is absolutely awful. But this might be her best chance to save this, because there's still some hope that you're going to end up in opposite color bishop endgame.
Can you move the rook to d2?
Instead of f2?
Yeah, hang on, rook c2. Can I just put it there, just so that...
c2. Take, and e4. And then f5, and I think one of the rooks at least will go to the g file.
This feels like such a two-result game for me. I mean,
it is for sure.
And just no joy in Mudville for White. White is just going to be on the defensive side of this for the rest of the game. I hate it. We have a different approach by Alexandra. She just played the move rook e4, and then I think the question is knight c7. How does the engines like this
she
one?
She has this move prepared on knight c7, rook a4.
Ooh.
That's very nice.
Oh,
it avoids the bishop trade because the black's rook is kind of trapped. And if you take on a4, my bishop is free, and actually you lose the c6 pawn.
Yeah, no.
I think Mariya missed this resource, rook e4, rook a4.
Okay, she didn't. Well, she hasn't moved her knight.
No, she didn't. The computer didn't like rook a3 for this reason. Rook e4, rook a4 idea.
Trapping her own rook.
Not only that, then we have a hanging c6 pawn right after.
Yeah, that doesn't feel
so
right.
So here, let's say king d7, for example.
Okay, just to defend the pawn on c6.
Rook a4 still works? Not so much.
Then I can take and rook b2.
But rook c2, I feel like we're still going to lose the a2 pawn.
I don't want to trade rooks. I want to keep
rook
rooks.
b1, right.
Yeah.
And then g4. Oh, this also looks very good for black.
Yeah, well, black is still in the driver's seat, but maybe rook a3 wasn't necessary, actually.
Right.
Yeah. All right, we'll keep this one. And finally, Harika and Anna, they're in a rook ending. Anna has just played the move
she went for your a4 plan, and Harika stepped up with her king. And now we also saw king move up to e6. And now it's time to advocate pushing those pawns.
Yeah, well, I don't want to see rook b4, and then I'm a little bit worried that b3, and I could have my rook in troubles on b7, okay? So I'm thinking I should play rook to c7, so that after rook b4, now I can play rook c5 without any fears, and yes, then I have a free hand to move my pawns forward. So I think rook c7 is one move. If, for example, h5, rook here, g5, again, I'm just a little bit worried that I would, let's say b3, ab, I'd fall victim to a pin, you know.
Yeah.
Somehow like this. I'm not sure if it's a irrational fear or not. I can also take with the king. Again,
but then you have the time to go f5.
Okay, but this is what would frighten me.
And then the king would slide over to
that I might lose a king and pawn ending.
Now the king has to step up to f4.
F4. I've got a passer. Gosh, this brings back happy memories. I was playing an international master from Peru, Krush, and I did a pawn breakthrough on the king side. Here, I suspect it's going to be a draw. Yeah. Okay. We'll keep an eye on this one.
She actually goes for f5.
Okay, so here Anna is allowing her opponent to play the move rook here. And by the way, with the move rook here, no, c4 is not a threat because I have rook c7. Gotcha. So, and clock times?
Well, now both players are under 10 minutes. Harika has 9 minutes and 15 seconds and is ticking down while she thinks, whereas Anna Zatonskih has 6 minutes and 22 seconds, and she goes for your plan. I think it's the only try in the position if you want to push for that win. And Harika, she is in joint second. She's half a point behind Tan.
Hoping for a win so she could join her. That is to say, to join Tan in the lead. And for me, tell me both, as practical players, wouldn't you want to avoid this situation as as black, you can see that rook b4 is coming. And wouldn't you rather have your rook on c5 defending your pawn so that you can't fall victim to these tricks? f5, I think the computer is probably going to say that's as good a move. But for me, rook c7 was more precise. How about for yourself?
I'm definitely with you. With rook on b7, so passive, I would be... I know it's still equal, but a little bit worrisome, yeah.
Yeah, and rook c7, rook c5 is easier to play because in those cases, the rook could also swing across.
Become
and
active,
maybe
yeah.
active. How about yourself, Jovi?
I think yours is the most practical move by far.
But f5, rook b4, and
well, now Anna's
I could go
moved
wrong.
her king over.
I can go wrong.
I didn't quite like that. I thought maybe she would go g5.
Yeah, the current position is just she's allowing c4.
c4, rook to
Rook
c7.
c7, king c3.
Okay.
Is black maybe losing a pawn here? So you have to take on c4, only move. Rook a4, king d5 again, only move, right?
Right.
And here maybe white can activate the rook a8.
This one, I'm very, very unhappy
Suddenly
here.
white has some small chances now.
Oh, maybe more than small. A4, A5, and you've always got rook check to trick my king. Say betray yourself. Are you going to betray the C pawn or the F pawn? No, I'm not happy. Anna's move F5 was just wrong. That's just bad form and bad play. Now Harika with the move C4, suddenly the game flares anew. Threat of taking on B5 and taking on A4 is panic.
Can you just hold
Please.
your ground? So can you go after
Rook
C4,
C7.
king C5?
Take a pawn. I'm going to take a pawn.
Yeah, you can.
I'm a pawn grubber. I'm in my
Yeah,
zenith.
yeah, absolutely. Okay, so
I'm in my zenith, and so is Harika. Harika's saying, wait a minute.
C4.
Whoa. What have you done, Anna?
I think it's the position we analyze in the final position after rook a8. Looks very good for white, but according to the engine, it's still a draw.
Really?
Anna has to be precise.
Wow. Okay, so we get ourselves here. Rook a8 is okay.
What would you prefer, rook a5?
Well, no, rook a5, you're going to go king e4. And I think I drove you to a good square, e3, f2. I would love to play the move a3, a5, and have my rook behind. So let me try rook b4.
Okay, black has to play g5 and start some counterplay on the king side.
Okay, here I come, a4.
g4.
Here I come, a5.
f4.
Okay, so we reach our moment. Check.
Check, king e4.
And
gotta watch out for that f pawn now.
G5.
Rook g5. h5?
h5. Yeah. It's not the quality. It's not the quantity, it's the quality.
h5, that's a nice move. Okay, h5, that was a good one. Okay, so a6. Oops, sorry. f4. a6.
f3.
f3. We both going to make queens or something like that?
Possibly.
That is a funny one. Takes. Rook a4.
f2.
f2. Rook a1.
Rook f7.
And rook f1.
And then king can now... Well, there's rook f3 check first.
Rook f3 check first is a good check. Do I have to go backwards?
You can go either direction.
I want...
King c2.
I'm afraid of rook b3
And then I go
check.
king c6.
And then can
I
you go
catch your
up to
pawn.
king a5?
Yes, no.
You can thank the b2 pawn for existing.
Well, the problem is it doesn't exist long enough.
a7.
And Check, check, check.
No, king a5 is losing, but king a4 is good.
Oh, okay.
King a5 is losing.
Yes, after
Just
rook
tell
b2.
us why.
Let's take a look. After
That's a
rook b2.
funny. Okay, b7.
a7. It's because you're in the checkmate position.
Oh.
King c5. So
So you're threatening
promote.
checkmate. So I
Threatening
have to
mate.
go up
king
the board.
a6, c3.
What?
Oh my God.
c3.
Promote to a queen, rook a2, king b7, takes, and c2.
C2.
This seems study-like.
Totally.
No, this is really,
Wow.
I think it's straight out of the endgame books.
Wow.
If white king was anywhere close, of course white would be winning, but here black king is just coming to d2 or e2 and it's game over. It's 2 pawns, better than a rook. It's beautiful.
Nice. Wow, thank you for that one, Nasi. That was a real turnaround. And we do have the position on the board, king c3. And I think Anna is wondering, what have I done to myself? Why didn't I just play rook c7, rook c5? She is in troubles. Again, according to our engines, takes, king d5 is still equalish territory, but it's not a fun ending. Now Anna's calculating furiously.
And she has to. She only has 4 minutes on the clock. And remember, the players don't get that second time control. They just get that 30-second time bonus per move.
Let's keep an eye on this one and go to our World Champions matchup.
And this is also such an important game for the standings.
Hey.
Mariya, Muzychuk.
Alexandra has done a good job. She got rid of that rook on a3. Let's see.
This is exactly the line we looked at.
Yes, with king d7, rook c2.
b1.
And we were saying, okay, still much better for Alexandra, but that...
Mariya.
Pardon me, for Mariya, for black. But that trade of the rook benefits white. Okay, king f2, rook c2 on the board. We're expecting rook b1, king f2. Jovi, you like Mariya's position very much. I know I do, but how does she improve?
Well, I really... No, I have an idea, and it was very much based on your idea of going to g4. Try to get more from the position.
G4 now.
Yeah, g4.
Just let's go. G4. Yeah.
And if it doesn't work out in analysis,
I'll take my move back.
Exactly.
With alacrity. G4 looks good because my bishop is a little bit confined on the E1 square. I guess I have to do something I don't really want. Takes.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if my bishop on A4 is good or not. I was going to bring it back. Or should I? You know, this bishop has had a dreadful life. I mean, it's just not lived a good life. The bishop it went from, I don't know, D2 to F2, and now it's back to D2. It doesn't seem to have done anything.
That is true. But this is your idea to go rook c1 and try and trade off rooks.
That is basically the only thing I can do is try to shoo this black rook out of
because there is a nice idea, right?
Please.
If you didn't do something like that, that if you step back with the knight, to say you went bishop d2.
Okay, bishop d2.
And then step back with the knight.
Knight to e7.
And now here, black is threatening rook h1. And to pilfer that pawn on h2.
Right. And daylight robbery, we call it. Check. And you take a pawn. Very, very nice. That's a good pilfer. Like it. So bishop to d2. I do like g4. I do like the gradual expansion. Clock time's a factor on this one?
Okay. Well, this one is getting tense because Alexandra's 6 minutes and 13 seconds on the clock. Mariya just now under 5 minutes and around about 35. And she trades off rooks.
Whoa, okay.
Well, hang on
She must have calculated something very direct. 93?
93?
Give me the bishop.
B3.
Bishop to B3.
I'm not sure whether I want to do that, actually. Pawn takes, and now the king will zigzag into D5.
And then maybe on a good day,
yeah.
Knight to here. Nasi, jump on this one. It wasn't intuitive to trade rooks. I didn't like it, but she has a very, I want to say, concrete line of play. Knight E3. What's happening?
Well, it was a mistake to trade rooks.
It was a mistake.
It was a big mistake. Now the game is back to complete equality.
Complete equality.
So we can check this line with knight d3. White can play, and this is by no means the only way to play. White has many different options here.
Bishop g6.
Bishop g6 is the most logical. Take on a2, take on h5, and
we're happy. We've got the two bishops.
Yeah.
And
instead of rook c2, if she played rook b1, she could have tortured
for a long time.
White here for a very long time, and even objectively the evaluation is minus 1.5.
Okay. You reckon, because we were looking at bishop b3, which is a kind of a natural move, but probably a very bad move, because we're giving up our two bishops.
Bishop b3 is completely losing.
Right. Now we just park our king on d5. The knight will kind of like make a grand re-entrance.
Bishop d3, bishop g6, bishop h7, even they're all draws.
And the most direct and precise, obviously, bishop to g6. Just let's jettison this guy for this guy, and that should be even. Wow, what a chance for Alexandra. Clock times again? Are they becoming a factor?
Alexandra now down to 5 minutes, and Mariya is now the one with 6 minutes on the clock.
It goes back and forth.
Yeah, it does. You know, the players are getting that 30-second time bonus per move. But do remember, because there is no second time control, they're not able to just
relax at any moment. Now they're in tense mode till the very, just as we saw in game 5, round 5, when Alice at the very end saved her game against Nona.
Guys, I also have an update in game between Harika and Anna.
Let's go there.
When we left it looked like Harika had some chances.
Yes,
a little bit. But instead of taking the A pawn, she took the C pawn.
What?
And now it's again dead equal.
What? Why
she probably thinks she can still win the A pawn, but there is no way.
Wow. That was a very surprising decision for me.
Well, now she's gone with the king to the center. Do you think that she's just inviting a repetition, or do you think she's
I think she wants to
run
with
the king? Yeah.
But it's not winning for White. I guess White has no risk, but unless Anna blunders, there is defend the pawns simply, rook a7, if king f4, g6, and all the pawns are defended, and then just stand. White cannot improve.
Right.
There's just not enough left in the position for White to play with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
For me, the move rook d7 is a little bit of a surprise move. Why wouldn't I play g5? Somebody make an argument why that move would not be good. I like pushing pawns. I can't help myself.
G5's good.
It's great. That's what you should be doing when you have pawn majorities. You need to make sure that the pawn that is unchallenged is able to march forward.
You know, we could get along. I'm just saying. G5. Okay. Confusing. A big miss, I think, for Harika. Let's just go back.
Anna down to 1 minute and 15 seconds. With her last move, she's brought herself up to 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Oh, by the way, Harika did not go king e3. Harika brought her king back, and Anna brought her rook back. Rook a7. And what were you just saying? 1 minute?
1 minute and 46 seconds for Anna.
Right. Okay, if I'm White here and I'm trying to torture my opponent, I would be thinking h4, which, seriously, I mean, she played it as I was articulating, but I would think, h4, stop g5.
Right, but you don't stop it because
I know.
Black just goes g6, h6, playing the style of a caterpillar.
Okay,
but it's enough.
So go ahead.
h6.
Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, well done. You stopped.
Okay. You know my next move is going to be h5.
Okay, hang on a second. Now I have to be precise.
You should
because I
play
messed up,
h5.
isn't it?
No. You've
H5.
done fine. You've done fine. Just as Nasi said, you keep the position. You're just stuck. Black basically, defends everything, and you're not bringing your king all the way to g5. You're not. I mean, there will be a rook check along the way. By the way, let's just go here because I'm thinking.
Is there any way that Anna could
Please.
maybe turn this around?
By,
in her favor?
Right, h6, g5,
Like I'm just
f4.
thinking, okay, move the king over to d5.
Yes.
So you just do whatever you like as white.
She has played g6. I'm assuming Harika wants to play g3?
And now king to d5.
Yes.
So, okay, obviously I know it's a draw. Obviously,
of course. But you're
there's
thinking
very little
on
risk.
a very, very good day.
I'm thinking if Harika plays too hard for the win.
Right. Something could go wrong.
Harika can try b3 and create in a pass pawn on the a file.
Yeah.
Yep. Takes.
Okay, so now we have our little race, h6. Maybe rook b6 is happening.
Well, somebody pointed out that even in this case, there was this nasty move, f4. And that was just too fast. The pawn was just getting there too fast. Although, is it right?
Maybe not here.
Not here.
Well, Anna, now under a minute.
Ooh, I can figure it. I can lose this game. Just a second. I'm good. I'm a decent player. I can lose this game. F3? Yeah, no. I'm tricking myself. No question about it. Under a minute. Yeah, and king d5. Okay,
And
so
incidentally,
her intention is just to hang out.
If Anna draws this game, it will be her first point that she scores with the black pieces.
She's been playing terribly with it, and unsuccessfully, I should say. Unsuccessfully with the black pieces. King d5, I like that move. By the way, one of the things that would make me uncomfortable as white in a position like this is the move rook e7. The move rook e7 essentially invites me to go into a big race. A race I might lose. I mean, it could be a 3-result game. As long as that rook is passive on a7, I take no risk. But a move like rook e7 I find disturbing. Mm-hmm. It's like, how dare you? You want to play for a counterplay. King d5 on the board.
King d3 promptly played. And, okay, Anna, 47 seconds.
Oops, excuse me. g3, I'm sorry, I messed up. g3, and Anna has just finally said, okay, I'm going to kill the game. King d5, king d3, rook a6, do your worst.
Well, maybe Harika's got the idea of going rook to b5 check. When you don't have so much time.
And just quickly, you tickle me, I tickle you.
Yes, and now king c4.
That was clever. I like that.
Made a small improvement.
Yeah, that's actually a big improvement. Again, I'm thinking that I should be using my trump, so maybe king e6. That was a good one. I forgot that we were in opposition and you could drive me backwards. Yeah, king e6, I think.
Okay, well now you can go.
Where would you like to go?
Well, the problem is for Harika is that if she wants to gamble, she has to step up with the king to c4.
Okay.
But that entails a lot of risk.
Because at a certain moment, I am going to be
you're going to go g5.
Getting in g5 and g4 and hoping, pardon me, g5 and f4 and hope, there she goes. There is a rook check. And we're anticipating king e6.
No, she puts a king on c6.
I can't guess. Anna's moves for the life of me. King c6. Okay. So king c4 is a little bit easier in this case.
Mm-hmm.
Because now h6 does run into h5, which is a little bit undesirable. I don't think I want to have my pawns messed up. Can we play rook b6? I would think that that's dangerous, right? Shall we have a look?
Yep.
Rook takes, king takes. Now, for sure, this is too slow. I'll play h6, and she has played king c4. I think the pawns just go too fast, right? Or am I in the square? Or no, I'm not in the square, am I?
No, I don't think you are, because you pushed the g-pawn.
Right. Oops. Or I could do it maybe the other way, here, followed by g4, yeah? So you can't bring the king over in this case. So takes, b3, yeah?
Yep.
b3. Otherwise, I could lose this ending. Takes,
But
takes.
okay, still the same issue. h6 is going to happen.
King comes,
g5.
King comes. Crickets in the broadcast room. Because this is a decoy.
This is a decoy, yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
yes. Okay, so rewind. No,
So
no rook
maybe
b6.
no rook b6 for Anna. Now, she's busily calculating
And
that.
she's only got 25 seconds.
So she should probably drop back with her rook back to a8. And again, going for these ideas where, oh, she has dropped her rook back to a7. I was going to say just back to b8, a8 to protect, not to give Harika the option of rook b8. Rook a7 was her choice, and she's looking at this moment to possibly play rook to e7 to e. Nazi, jump in on this one because it's getting dicey. I think both players are getting increasingly nervous.
It's funny you say that because computers just saying triple zeros.
Of course, the
no matter
computers
what
chill.
either side plays.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course the rook trade is pretty risky. Just to show that rook b6 would be, yeah, it's just losing the end game. The a pawn is a decoy. Yeah.
Exactly.
But yeah, as long as Anna doesn't give away any pawns and just keeps them safe, even though her position is passive, it's a draw.
Okay, we do have rook b4 now on the board.
Rook b4. The rook was on b4 move earlier, no?
Something like that.
King c6? No, it was not. Okay, rook b4. So what's the idea? Let's say any move, king d6. She wants to go king b5?
Yeah.
Okay, let's try. King b5. I think black can start running this way. And because when you take rook a4, I have rook b7 and rook b2, so you're not actually threatening to win a pawn.
Exactly.
But if you want to draw immediately, you can go king b6.
By the way, rook a5 on the board.
King b7.
Very nice. We have rook a5. Yeah, still a draw.
I find the move rook a5 strange.
I think she's going to go rook. No, she steps back with the king c3.
King d5 now?
So, yeah, king d5 and Harika has not made any progress. Well, again, why can't I play h6? I'm just dreaming of h6 and g5.
No downside.
Well, that's why
she heard you.
I mean, it took her a while to come around to the idea that she should be putting her king side in motion. Once I put the pawn on g5, I don't think any of these endings where you win a pawn on the a file or trade the a4 for the b pawn are even close. I think it's just an easy draw. And she's done it, and she did it with 20 seconds on her clock, or yeah.
Yeah, she's now on 59 seconds. And Harika mobilizing her rook.
Rook to b8 on the board. Okay, so is it time? g5? Can we play g5?
Yeah.
Well, we have rook h8, right? So we're hoping to capture a pawn with a check.
Yes.
It's a funny sequence because
king d5?
I can play king d5. And by the way, now that the rook is not attacking the pawn on a4, 4, after the move rook b8, she has activated her rook.
Maybe actually Anna can start playing for something.
I was about to say.
I mean, of course, it's a silly draw, but now Harika has to be a bit careful.
h6.
Rook
to
b8,
b8.
rook e5.
Rook to e5.
She's going for the g3 pawn.
Absolutely. Like I said, I would find this the most unpleasant when my opponent...
It's king b3.
Well, no, wait a minute. Harika, wait a minute. What is Harika doing? Because as you were saying, Anna can play rook e4, which has the benefit of defending the pawn, and also rook to g4.
White has h5 or rook f8.
Now,
Yeah.
after rook e4.
Yeah, well, she's gone rook e4.
Rook e4.
h5 would be the best.
Oh, that would be
Break up the pawns.
drawing at once. I will take and play h4, and we would have a dead even game. But I think rook e4, Harika, I can't believe she was thinking about rook b4, because that could go wrong. I think it does actually lose for white. Rook to b4, trading the rooks. b4, of all of the moves, no. Now
It's still
I think
fine, but
no.
What an unpredictable move.
Rook to g4, it's still fine.
Rook c8 check and rook c3.
Okay, but now it depends on Anna's mentality, right? Her mindset. If she takes the pawn on b3, then it's just going to be
a draw.
Elementary draw.
Sure.
If she wants to roll the dice, and rook to b4.
She wants to roll the dice, and I don't think it's that. I mean, suddenly it's white that has to find this nice defensive move.
I mean, I'm sure she sees it, or she wouldn't have played b4. Yeah.
Yeah, right? Okay. So...
But let's say king d5, rook c3, f4.
Yes. Anna might be thinking, okay.
You have to take. Rook takes h4.
And now can you go rook to g3?
That might be the way to shut things down. Yes.
I wish I could sneak in king c4, king b3, but it's a bit slow.
Right? King c4, rook takes.
And you can
King
just drop
b3,
back.
there's a rook check, but yeah, okay.
Anna taking a
she played
step
king b6.
back with her king.
She didn't play
King d5.
King to d5, and yeah, I think we're going to see the king side being eviscerated now. Something like f4, and we trade everything on the king side, and that should be just a pet per pet. Let me just show what I think might be the way we go. Oops, sorry, I was supposed to take that pawn. You were supposed to take that pawn. I was supposed to play king b5, and then I'm going to go rook check and rook a3. And we're going to go back and forth.
Well, Anna's gone for king b5 immediately,
Okay,
not
just a
committing to f4.
King b5 immediately. So rook check and rook back would probably be the most logical outcome. It's funny because I'm seeing Harika sneaking looks at her clock. She's underneath 5, and that's where I start to feel. But I see Anna hardly looks at her clock when she's under 30.
Right, okay.
So we know who's the experienced time travel player between them two. Harika looking a little bit more nervous, but...
Well, things have somewhat settled in this game. Maybe we can quickly revisit the game between Alexandra Kosteniuk and Mariya Muzychuk. Remember, Mariya is a half point behind Zhongyi, and if she wins, she will be able to join Zhongyi at the top.
So we left it after bishop g6. The pawns on a2 and h5 got traded. And there's Alexandra. She's saying, I've got a passer on the king side. Let me start pushing it. And yeah, we're going to see a draw.
Well, this was the issue. Like, Is Alexandra going to be happy with the draw?
She should be. I don't know if she will or not. I mean, I think at this moment she has every right to play.
Right?
I don't.
I was just thinking h5 check.
H5 check, say king g5, just hanging about. I mean, my next move might be f3, right? I should be able to.
And then bishop, yeah.
If you go bishop h6, check.
And there's just no way to make any progress. Okay, bishop check on f8.
Right.
Okay, now h6.
Exactly.
Yay.
Yay. This is how we can lose it. We had to figure out a way to lose it, and I think this is how we could lose it. By the way, we have h5 check on the board. Let me just refresh my board position. Is Mariya making life difficult for herself?
Oh, she steps up with a king.
Check. She's probably going backwards. Okay, but
I'm not liking the direction of this play.
I mean, the trajectory is a very strange.
Yeah,
I mean, okay, I understand that you're getting back to G8, but
there's a blunder.
Blunder alert? I mean,
and I can just see the evaluation bar creeping up, and
Alexandra
is now better.
Alexandra is getting her hopes are rising. Wow.
Well, guys, just a move ago, after king g5, she was completely winning with bishop f4 and h6.
Take the pawn on f4?
Yeah, I think we have to show this because now it's not winning.
Oh my gosh. So we go back to this moment. We just seen the move king g5.
Bishop takes
it's no
f4.
longer winning for Alexandra, but Alexandra, after the move king g5, had the heartbreaking, pulse-pounding moment of bishop takes f4, king takes f4, h6. Guess what? It's very hard for you to deal with this pawn. If you move your bishop, bishop g8 or bishop e4, I take the knight.
Yep.
And then I'm in a bishop to g8, and I'm winning.
You can win the c6 pawn as well.
Exactly. What's that? The trouser variation? Let me just
the
show
trouser legs. That's when the pawns are very far apart and can just simply march up the board.
Here's the trousers.
She still has chances in the current position, but it's not as winning as it was after bishop f4.
Why would it be winning at all?
I guess she can pick up the f-pawn, but black keeps both minor pieces, so it's easier to defend.
Okay.
So let's say right now knight d4 maybe, and then
knight to d4. Sorry, forgive me. I'm probably making a mistake.
And just to update you, it is a draw between Harika and Anna Zatonskih.
Hard. Very, very hard-fought game, and just at the end, it was like I felt like Harika missed more opportunities. Knight d4 was played. I was thinking that shouldn't Mariya be trying to play knight e4 or bishop?
She made the computer's best move.
Okay, well then there you go, knight to d4.
Yeah, it's very hard to understand this position in just a few seconds.
Bishop d3, very quickly played.
And now she has to play bishop e6. Everything else looks losing.
She has to play bishop e6.
Mm-hmm.
Not an intuitively obvious
move. With the idea
move.
Of bishop f5 next move.
Okay, that makes sense because h6, h7, bishop e5 just wins. So you have to stop the pawn from getting to h7. And bishop e6 looks forced.
It's just hard to find backward moves, especially in time trouble.
Yeah.
So she might miss it.
Another human move might be to play knight e6, h6, knight.
Bishop takes f4.
And then to try to say, I can just make a fortress.
The king goes to the c-pawn, and I'm going to win the c-pawn.
I won't argue the point. The king will be stuck, and as Nasi was saying, she'll just make a beeline to the c6 pawn. Wow. Here it is. Big moment for Mariya's fans. Bishop e6. Not that simple a move to find. I understand you've got to stop h7.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have to stop h7. and she knows it.
When
Boy, you feel bad for Mariya because she let this advantage slip away.
And when you think about that storyline, Mariya is going to be raging at the board. She will be very disappointed that she didn't, in fact, do more with her advantage, and now she's having to defend an unpleasant endgame.
Right.
She has to find the only move, which is a step back with the bishop in order to initiate a trade of bishops.
By the way, to boldly state the obvious, we've seen a lot of advantages, even decisive advantages, all coming down to draws. This seems to be a virus. We started the tournament, the Cairns Cup, with a bang. 3 victories out of 5. And then it was 2 victories out of 5. But the last round, round 5, all draws. And thus far, out of the 3 games, 3 results of this round, they have been drawn too.
And Alice and Irina looks like a draw as well.
As well, so that might be the 4th. It's up to Alexandra. If she can, wow, what a swing this game would be. I mean,
And
wow.
Mariya now ticking to the minute mark.
Again, bishop e6, you've got to stop this pawn from just advancing because we've got the bishop that once it comes to e5, we have the promotion square covered. So h6, h7, wanting to put a bishop on f5. That's the key move, and she's down to a minute, under a minute.
She is now.
It's bishop e6 and bishop f5 could hold the game. We know that. She does not.
She's now down to 30 seconds on the clock. She has to gather her thoughts and find the very calm bishop e6.
I mean, this is really tough because, again, she's been having the advantage, the run of play, if you will, for the whole game. 18 seconds, and she's got to find a defensive move.
And she does.
Knight
No, she puts her
E6.
knight on e6.
That was the human move. We're looking at knight e6, h6, knight g5, and I was asking Nasi, can I hold with my knight on h7? And she said, no.
It's plus
You
3.
can't. Alexandra is going to win the game with king e3 and make a beeline to the c6 pawn. And I believe that,
What
too,
Mariya
by
can
the way.
try is after bishop f4, bishop e4.
Bishop f4, bishop e4, okay?
And then Alexandra has to make the only winning move, which is bishop c4 check.
Yeah, the problem with bishop c4 check is it feels so right.
Yeah.
I mean, you attacked my bishop and I moved it away with check.
Check, and your knight's hanging.
And
so.
your knight, which means your knight will have to go back to f7,
yeah.
and then we can bring up our king.
No, yeah, this is heartbreaking for Mariya. For almost 60 moves, she was playing for a win.
Exactly.
Well, hang on a second.
Please.
There are some hopes alive. If you manage to get rid of the c-pawn, you have... And if you swap off the
speaking
light...
for Mariya's campaign.
Yeah, for Mariya's campaign to draw.
Knight
I'm just thinking...
h3 check. That looks altogether wrong.
It's completely over now.
That looks terrible because we're in the same color bishop ending, but you cannot...
Yes, and now you're going to see h7 check, and now the king will just walk over to d6.
I'm just thinking bishop e4, walk directly to d6.
Yeah.
Trade bishops. You can. I actually
That's
like
easy.
even keeping the pawn on h6 for that
Even
little
easier.
extra moment. Oh no, this is just full disaster. Boy,
What a turnaround.
it's like a snowball. Rook a3. Could it really have been that one move where things started going
That's when she traded rooks on
yeah.
c2. I think
And
that's
then
where
that
it
was
started.
another one. So it progressively went downhill. And
Yeah, this happens pretty often. You have an advantage that you can't convert, but you keep trying to push, and then one inaccuracy or slightly worse, and you don't switch mentally that you need to now make a draw.
right. Now Alexandra, she's sitting there saying, "Oh my gosh, have I been given the gift of a lifetime here? I've got this." King, she's looking at bishop e4 and king to d6. She'll snap that pawn off of c6. She'll keep her pawn on h6.
There is one issue,
Please,
though.
help us out.
Okay.
King e5, king f7.
And it goes like this. Hang on, wait. Let's not
this
panic.
is the position. It's Alexandra's move.
So what Mariya might
Yes.
depend on,
Yes.
if she's able to sacrifice her bishop for the c-pawn, it's the wrong bishop
That's right.
for that corner pawn.
Absolutely, but I will never, ever, ever
allow that sacrifice.
let that sacrifice occur. Not today, tomorrow, 1,000 years. Because I know from Alice Lee versus Nona.
Yes, sir. Actually, even without the h pawn, once white wins the c pawn, it's still
I think
winning.
I'm winning if my king is on c7, yeah. And I give you the short diagonal or what have you. Bishop e4, and yeah, it's curtains. There's just nothing for black to do.
41 seconds.
Wow.
Mariya.
Poor Mariya. She's just. By the way, she was undefeated coming into today.
She was undefeated. She had won her first game against Anna Zatonskih.
Only one who could have caught 10 today with her win.
Harika.
No, I'm talking about Mariya Muzychuk.
I know, but I think Harika with a win over was just a half a point behind 10. So Harika was +1, and Mariya was +1.
Yeah, but Harika drew her game, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then it was yes. Then Mariya was thereafter the only one who could catch her. So here it comes, king to d6, and the pawn on c6 is all teed up and ready to be captured. So we know that Mariya wants to sacrifice her bishop, clear. So how could she best go about doing that? So she waits, yeah? Something like king f6, bishop takes, and let me put the bishop on a diagonal, right? So on a good day, like this would be absurdly awful play by Alexandra. That would just be like, you know.
Oh, and we have a result because Mariya has in fact lost on time.
She lost on time?
I think she lost on time, but either way, Alexandra wins the game.
Wow. Okay. She lost on time.
I'm not sure whether she lost on time, but
I think she might have
suddenly she just resigned.
Yeah. I was about to suggest bishop takes, bishop to d3, and this is the problem that we have as Nasi was saying, that the bishop just you're short. You're on the short diagonal, right? I can go here, here, and here. Let's say here, 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 here. Or do I even have to move the bishop? I don't think I even have to move the bishop. I think I just drive your bishop away from c8. Wow, that was a huge turnaround with one game left.
Yeah, and it's an important game for the standings because
now
Mariya
Tan
was
is clear
half a
first.
point behind Tan, and now Tan is half a point ahead over Harika.
Okay, so we do see a position more or less where we left it. The Irina's king is just keeping White's king, keeping Alice's king out of her camp, and she's saying you can't make any progress, and we can't make any progress for her either.
So when was
it's a
the
defensive
last
fortress.
pawn move in this game?
Actually, they have been moving. They kind of been moving back and forth for some time.
No, the last one was on move 61. But it's
What,
very
the last
difficult
pawn move?
yeah, but it's difficult to see.
You got b4 and a3. So that was the last pawn move, was White. And what move number was that, sorry?
61. But
61.
you can see that there's no inroads whatsoever for either king to make progress.
Right.
And when you just have to dance with your bishops with no targets in sight, then it's simply going to be a draw.
Exactly. Wow, 3 draws, and if you had told me we would have 1 winner, I would have bet on Mariya from the position she had. It was that second rook trade that was really a bad decision, but even that should not have cost her. But here's a look at our current standings with 1 game remaining.
Here we can see Zhongyi with 4 points out of 6, and Alexandra Kosteniuk moves to 3.5 points, as does Harika Dronavalli. So Kosteniuk and Harika, half a point behind Zhongyi.
Right.
Still, anything can happen in these final rounds. And then we also see Nona Gaprindashvili, Anna Muzychuk, and Mariya Muzychuk all on 3 points.
We're expecting Alice Lee and Irina to have the halving of the point so that they too will go up to 3 points out of 6. So they'll stay at 50%, a point behind our tournament leader, but certainly within striking distance. I'm going to do a peek ahead on my pairings just to see who Tan will have to face in our championship rounds.
She will face Elisabeth Paehtz.
Tomorrow with white.
With the white pieces.
And then it will be Harika. Harika will have the white pieces in the penultimate round. And in the final round, our tournament leader will play Alexandra Kosteniuk, who happens to be sharing 2nd place as we speak.
Yep. And Alexandra Kosteniuk and Harika both have the black pieces in tomorrow's games as well. And Alice's king takes a step back.
Another one of those script writers' dreams that we might see Alexandra in 2nd place playing with Tan in the last round for all the marbles. And here's a peek ahead.
Here we can see an official peek. We see Irina Krush will be playing Nona Dzagnidze. Mariya Muzychuk, who fell down to 50%, will be playing 14-year-old Alice Lee. Anna Zatonskih has the white pieces against Alexandra Kosteniuk, whereas Anna Muzychuk will play white against Harika Dronavalli. And Zhongyi, she's been in superb form throughout this event. She has white against Elisabeth Paehtz.
She certainly has. She's impressed us all with her play. We're kind of watching the tail end of this. I really don't see... Okay, I understand the king kind of came backward and Alice is basically saying, do me a favor, capture the g5 pawn. But if Irina just stands her ground and says, no way, I'm not going to disturb. I'm waiting for you to capture my pawn. I will recapture with the pawn. The king can't go to c4. The white king isn't bouncing around. And the white king, yes, you can slide all the way to the h7 square, but that's it.
Exactly.
You don't go any further.
Out.
Yeah, black's king holds the keys to the kingdom. You can't get to the business squares.
We do see Irina move the bishop back.
Yeah, and saying, okay, Alice, I'm not going to fall for your trap. I'm not capturing the pawn on g5. What are you going to do? King e2. Once again, offering it as a bait.
Yeah, and I'm expecting Alice maybe to step back with the king to f3.
I would just be horrified. Let's say I play king here. I would just be horrified that my opponent would allow me such an opportunity. It might still be a draw, but you're on the precipice of doing something really, really, really wrong. Irina will never capture the pawn on g5.
Because Irina has found a very nice way to play, which is just simply shuffling the bishop backwards and forwards. There's no need to change the situation.
Well, I sure am hoping that we will get a chance. I hope that Begim would get a chance to interview Alexandra, because I think Alexandra will be the first to admit that she was a very fortunate lady today. She was the recipient of a gift.
Yep.
Of sorts.
And Alice, 30 seconds on the clock.
Yep. To play bishop c5.
She's still dangling the g-pawn as bait.
As bait. Go for it.
And well, we are going to go straight over to Begim, who has with her Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Welcome to the studio, Alexandra. Congrats on your win. You had a roller coaster game. Can you please talk about us?
As usual. I mean, I'd like to, to. I've been playing chess for many years, and I'm like desperate to learn how to play calmly, maturely. No, it's not my case.
Yeah, I saw you in the end. You both were shaking. I was like, oh my god!
It's just because of the cold.
Yeah, was it too cold?
The AC. Yeah.
Everyone is shaking. I'm like, oh my god! My heart dropped to seeing your game. You guys had time trouble, both of you. I didn't know what was going on. How about you?
Well, I mean, yes, the opening. I don't know. I misplayed somewhere, so she was better prepared, and around this position, I started playing badly. I spent a lot of time here, but couldn't figure out what to do with my queen side. Yeah, the queen on a3. They say that queen is not the best piece to block opponent's pawns, but for some reason I did put it there. Yeah, well, of course my plan is to play c4, but it was very difficult to do so. So she played e5, and I played b4. Yeah, I was calculating like c4 here, but for some reason I couldn't evaluate. Like probably I should have gone to this line and then knight e6, and probably I have compensation like a lot.
Yeah.
I know e takes d4. I think e takes d4 is a mistake. She should play bishop a8 or king h8. That's what I was calculating, and I didn't know how to unpin. I mean, I was calculating, bishop, queen f3 exactly for a very long time. And I couldn't really understand if I have enough compensation. Of course, I have a pair of bishops. I'm pawn down, but rook c1, And at the end, I didn't go for it because I played b4. Well, the computer also suggests it's fine. I think I played fine, but for some reason, I mean, I didn't find the correct way to equalize.
Honestly,
takes c4,
this position when you had two pair of bishops, I was like, the king is kind of open as well. At some point, bishops should be fine. So I didn't think that, despite of the fact that your queen was on a3, I didn't think your position was worse. But it's
they say one piece stands badly.
Yeah, the whole it's just like it's so hard to make a move for you suddenly.
Yes, unfortunately, the queen on a3 is very badly placed, and all my attempts, like c4 attempts.
So for me, b4 was very logical. You're trying to get your queen
but
out.
At the same time, I ruined my queen side, so kind of. And here, maybe queen takes c4 would have been better. I mean, I was hesitating. It both looked pretty dangerous, I must say. King g7, I think, is a good move here. And I must say that I didn't realize how bad actually my endgame would be after bishop takes c5, d takes c5. That came as a big surprise because I thought that, okay, she either has to play rook d8 and I would repeat, or rook a7, then I will play rook c1. And after bishop takes c5, I was like surprised that my position went downhill so fast. I mean, like I misplayed somewhere, and like around when she was starting to play, probably g3 was a terrible move. Probably I should have played f4. I don't know, immediately, because
just try to open the bishop.
Yeah, eventually, like after g3, g5, f3, I weakened my king. So all like rook a2, rook b2 lines, look pretty dangerous to me, and she can just improve her position little by little, and I mean I started disliking it a lot. And then I managed to survive, and here after bishop e1, surprisingly, I mean very weird looking moves, rook b5 and rook e2, but somehow I managed to regroup my pieces, and suddenly at least I got a plan. Rook e4, and bishop d1 and a4 was another plan. And I started to feel, I mean, not so bad about my position. And after rook a3, at the very beginning, I thought that to exchange a pair of rooks should be fine. I mean, better for me, because then she cannot put so much pressure on my weaknesses. And so I was very happy. And of course, at some point she had, wow, I didn't know that my position was still so bad here. Because after rook b1, yes.
Honestly, yeah, I analyzed this position. I couldn't believe my eyes because if it takes, it says it's equal. If after this g4, the idea after takes, you can just play bishop g4.
Yeah, take. I don't want to take.
And it just the engine suggests that you don't have any useful moves in this position as white. Surprisingly, I was like,
take c2 was very welcome. A very welcome decision, but yeah, probably both of us we didn't quite feel like that.
It's just hard to feel because it feels like you have two bishops and then maybe you can play bishop b3 back.
So rook a4 was a mistake.
No, even this position, I tried even analyze this position, rook h4, but it's I think it's just super dangerous for you because of knight e3.
Knight e3 and
like pawns are falling somehow.
Well, okay, but hard to believe that it's going to be that bad, no?
I don't know. I feel like the pawns are like kind of falling.
Yeah, well, one pawn is gonna fall for sure.
Somehow the center is still closed, and then knight is just jumping. Yeah.
But okay, it's still an endgame. Maybe
yeah, that's true.
It's still better than. And if I play f4, is it better? Okay, well...
That's why, in my opinion, like your try, rook a4 was like very logical, taking.
Yeah, it's logical, but if it doesn't work, rook b1, of course, that was the move that I was calculating, and I was calculating mostly night before bishop f5, and then rook d2, and here, if she plays king somewhere, I have rook d1, rook d2.
Yeah, true.
Or bishop c2, and I was pretty happy about this position.
Also, she had to feel the momentum, honestly. If she's not making one right move, it's immediately equality, or you have a pleasant position.
She had a good opportunity here, but yeah, after rook c2, of course, I'm out of danger. Actually, she is the one in danger because I have a pair of bishops, and this pawn, even though it's like, even though it's a weakness with two rooks on the board, but now all rooks are exchanged, and actually I was hesitating here. I was like not so sure. Maybe I was thinking about bishop b1, but then bishop f5. I thought that it should be like equal, so I decided to create another
exchange a to h.
Yeah, to h, and of course it's equal. Like it's a bad draw, but okay, we are not allowed to offer a draw.
Which is a good thing sometimes, right?
I think it's an excellent. I don't like those draw offers. I rarely offer like draws myself, and
it's better just to play it down.
And of course, I'm out of danger, and it's such a relief here. Only me can play for a win, and that's what actually happened, right? Little by little. Okay, it was a draw like for a very, very long time until she moved her king away, and first she moved her knight. To b3. I don't know why she didn't play 96, right? To keep it
even
closer.
Here, 96 is fine.
Well, still I would, go around bishop d6, bishop f3 is my plan, but it should be equal.
Yeah.
But okay, I don't know at what time, at what exact moment it became. So king g5 already.
Yeah.
But it's already like playing with a fire, right? I have advanced passed pawn, a pair of two bishops, her knight is out, and well, bishops, they're strong creatures when the position is open.
It's just so hard to understand the difference between king g5, king f5 when you have a minute on your clock, but as you played bishop check, and then pawn is somehow running faster.
Yeah, she just gives
and protected.
Some time. Okay, but of course it's already pretty unpleasant, taking into consideration that she was pressing like for the most of the game, and of course suddenly such a change of
it just flipped. Maybe luck.
Yeah,
flipped.
But it's very hard when you were the one pushing, and suddenly you need to regroup and start defending on seconds. It's very, very, of course, unpleasant psychologically. So and mistakes happen.
Alexandra, I feel like you're catching your like form back and then luck back. But how are you feeling going into the last 3 rounds here?
I mean, every time we like have this discussion, next day I do terrible things.
Okay, I'm not gonna ask this question.
So I just, of course, I'm very like relieved to not to lose today, and just 3 more rounds to play, and I will you know, I always try to play a good game, but somehow it doesn't, like, again, an even game. It's all my games are like EKG, you know, if it's...
Maybe you just love chess too much, and then you just try to, create something over the board.
You know, it can go like this as well. It doesn't have to go like this. I don't know why. Yeah, my games are definitely like EKG. So I will. Yeah, my goal is to play good, calm, even game. With not so many ups and downs.
Which is a very nice goal in my opinion. And also you mentioned that going into last rounds that your energy most probably will be down. It's not the same. What do you do? How do you keep your energy?
Well, I mean, all the participants usually get tired towards the end of the tournament. I'm not like some kind of exception. And yeah, my routine is usual for all tournaments, so after each game I run here.
Exactly, that's what I wanted to ask. I heard you run.
Yeah, it's a wonderful place because if park, like the forest park, is just next to our hotel, and we enjoy a great summer weather. And,
that's awesome. So you usually run after your rounds?
Yeah.
That's awesome to hear. And we're glad you're enjoying St. Louis, and thank you for coming, and good luck with the rest of the rounds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Begim, and congratulations, Alexandra.
Yes.
She was the first to say the roller coaster rides keep continuing. Tell us about our standings with one game remaining.
Let's see how Alexandra's victory has impacted the standings.
It has been
impactful. There you can see Zhongyi remains at the top with 4 points out of 6. But Alexandra Kosteniuk joins Harika Dronavalli on 3.5 points, just half a point behind Zhongyi. And then we see Nona Dzagnidze, Anna Muzychuk, Mariya Muzychuk on 3
Tragic loss
points.
for Mariya.
And we are expecting the game between Alice Lee and Irina Krush to finish in a draw, and they will also join the pack on 50%.
And Mariya, 50%. Well, I mean, we're expecting the draw, but so it's, I guess, final thoughts is a good time to start to wrap up today's broadcast. It's all on you, all your shoulders.
Yeah, I think we had a very solid day up until the end where it ended in such a big surprise.
Right.
And definitely hero of the day is Alexandra Kosteniuk. But I'm also curious to see if Mariya can recover after today.
Right.
She's been playing great chess and she still has a chance to catch up with everyone and finish strong. And I think this is a time to see if she can show her resilience, that after such devastating loss, you can still finish the tournament strong.
Right, exactly. For Harika, she was close, she was fishing, she had some moments, but also kind of let them slip away.
But 3 rounds remaining.
Yes.
And these are the 3 most important rounds
Absolutely.
of the tournament. And if anyone can manage to string together 3 victories, they will find themselves at the top. I mean, there's so many people just jostling it out for that first place. Not that much between the players.
Exactly. Well, thank you, everyone. I'm going to do a wrap-up. It was wonderful calling the action with all of you, but maybe we should have a final word by Begim. Maybe if she's... she might get in one chance for final word. As we just still see Alice Lee, what is going on? Why are they so slow playing? I mean, nothing has happened for 60 moves except the clock. Could Irina lose on time?
Well, she could. She's only got 13 seconds. She mustn't fall asleep at the board. But of course, there we see the king step forward.
What's going on here?
There's no way to improve the position for either side.
White's king is totally locked out. Crazy, but they still keep playing.
They do still keep playing. I mean, the main thing is just to keep holding the balance. But we are going to go to Begim to hear her final thoughts.
Guys, it has been a crazy round. I didn't expect Mariya Muzychuk flag or lose her game, so I felt like my heart dropped when she flagged. So it's definitely is a heartbreaking moment for her. It was just very hard to see her like after the game. And I'm happy for Kosteniuk. Finally, she's coming back. And also, we had a couple of draws which were interesting as well. So definitely, we had an interesting day, and I'm expecting another draw between Alice Lee and Irina Krush. So the day was interesting, and that moment when Mariya Muzychuk flagged, that was definitely heartbreaking. I'm looking forward for the final 3 rounds, and I cannot wait to see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you, Begim. We didn't realize she flagged. We actually thought she resigned, that is to say Mariya, but it was actually a flag. On our screen, it looked like she had 17 seconds or something when she resigned.
I wasn't sure, so I announced it, and then I
kind of backpedaled
because I wasn't sure. But anyway, it was a flag, but ultimately she was lost in that bishop and pawn
We're just seeing a repetition going on. I think that's a good time to call today's show.
Okay, the players, maybe we can catch the final seconds of this. And there we do see Alice
repeat
the position, and Irina just moving her king back, and now the bishop returns to where it came from.
That's B6.
This. And okay, the clock has been stopped. The players have repeated the position 3 times, and it is a draw between 14-year-old Alice Lee and Irina Krush, just as expected. So they also go on to the 50% mark, and here you can see the final standings after round 6. And again, Zhongyi, she is at the sole top with 4 points out of 6. Alexandra Kosteniuk, Harika, Dronavalli are both there, half a point behind with 3.5 points. And then we have how many people? Massive pack there on 50%, 3 points. So just 1 point off Zhongyi. And then we see Elisabeth Paehtz on 2.5 points.
Exactly. A very, very long round for us here in studio in St. Louis. It's fun calling the action, but sometimes these ladies play excessively long games. What happened? We don't know. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to see you all tomorrow for round 7 in the Cairns Cup. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Good night. Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.